used as an emergency shelter. It is being used right now as an emergency shelter. I have been there after some of our hurricanes when we have used it. And one of the things that we found here in Palm Beach County is that we don't really adequately have a place for people who have children with developmental disabilities to go to. So part of that $1 million is when we do this as an emergency shelter, we want to have specific areas set up for people who have children or adults with developmental disabilities, so that they're able to also be in a shelter and be safe during emergency situation.
Yeah, no, I think that is an amazing touch that we were able to work with, and it's going to really, I think, make that particular facility stand apart than any other that exists in the state of Florida.
Right.
And it was great that the fair was able to add that in there to provide that opportunity going forward if we have emergencies and we need to utilize that facility for those purposes.
Yeah, I think it is really groundbreaking, and I think it's great. Having been there during emergencies, I think it's just going to make that shelter even better.
Yeah, and it's always our hope that we don't have any emergencies. But you know, I think when we're in Tallahassee, it seems like it's always an emergency to get things done. And I just want to say thank you to you for taking care of so many of the priorities that Palm Beach County has brought to you year after year. You have made that a top priority. You have handled those issues as if they were always emergencies when we brought them to you. And there's no way that we could have been as successful as we were this session and every session that we worked with you if it wasn't for your strong advocacy for so many important positions that we brought to you. And I just want to say thank you for your work.
Thank you. And I want to say thank you to you. The county does an amazing job helping us, assisting us, helping us prioritize what's really important. And you all are, I think Palm Beach County has the best team of every county in the entire state of Florida. I guess I'm a little prejudiced, but you all have done such a great job of bringing these issues to us and helping us get them through a very difficult, time in Tallahassee. Everybody's got competing interests. There's 160 legislators, but you all have really helped us get these things over the finish line, and I thank you for that.
Thank you, Senator Berman, and thank you for joining us today. We hope that some of the issues that we discussed with State Senator Lori Berman gave you a little bit more insight on some of the workings of the Florida legislature during the 2024 state legislative session. I'm Todd Bonlaren. For everyone here at Politically Speaking, we'll see you next time.
It's having a catch in the backyard. It's playing in sandlots or on fields. It's the roar of the crowd on opening day and the echoing sound from the crack of a bat hitting the ball. Baseball, for those that love it, it's more than a game. It is life. And in the Palm Beaches, you can live it all year long. From the year-round leagues, where the purity of the game is alive and well, to spring training, where major leaguers are getting ready for the show. Whether at Roger Dean Stadium or the ballpark of the Palm Beaches. Rooting for hometown heroes or just cheering for the love of the game itself. Few places have the same level of dedication to America's pastime as the Palm Beaches. Come and discover your perfect game at thepalmbeaches.com.
We've got a lively crowd here today. I'd like everybody to find a seat And if not, then let's silence our phones and get ready for business. Today is August 20th, 2024, and we are about to begin. If I could have Madam Clerk do the roll call, please.
Commissioner Barnett. Commissioner Baxter.
Here.
Commissioner Bernard.
Here.
Vice Mayor Marino. Here. Mayor Sachs.
Here.
Commissioner Weiss.
Here.
Commissioner Woodward.
Here.
Thank you.
We have a quorum, and if I could have Commissioner Woodward lead us in the prayer and the invocation. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. My husband and I received a call this morning that his mother passed away. So if I could please ask everyone to honor Carol Woodward, beloved mother to my husband and his siblings and her grandchildren. Honor her with a moment of silence, please. Thank you. May we approach today's business as a task of faith to do our best within our power to provide positive leadership on behalf of our community and those who live and work here, and that our decisions meet the standards of divine compassion for all. Amen.
Sorry, Commissioner. Thank you. All right, we're going to move on to the agenda approval. Are there any additions, deletions, or substitutions to the agenda as presented?
Yes, Mayor. Good morning.
Good morning,
On
Speaker.
page 16, 3A1 has been deleted. We'll be bringing that back in the future. On page 68, 3H25 has been deleted for further staff review, and that will be brought to you next Tuesday. On page 89, 3N1, we revised the summary to include highlights of the plan for 2025. And that concludes additions, deletions, and substitutions.
Very good, thank you. If I could have a approval for the adoption of the agenda as modified.
So moved.
Very good. Did you get the first and the second? All those for, anybody opposed? See that it passes unanimously. We're going to move on to the wonderful special presentations and proclamations at this time. And I wonder if we could begin, and that, if you're following along with me, oh yes, we'll do the consent agenda first. I think that's a good idea. Let's do the consent agenda first. And that starts on page 16 to 116. Is there anybody here who would like to pull anything from the consent agenda at this time? Any of my colleagues? See no one. If I could have a vote on to approve the consent agenda as stated in our record. I have a first from the Vice Mayor, a second from Commissioner Bernard. All those for. Anybody opposed? See that it passes unanimously, 7-0. Now, I'd like to do the special presentations, which begin on page 117. And we're going to start with Vice Mayor Maria Marino. And then we could go right on to District 2 at the other podium, if we could. So, Vice Mayor Marino, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm here to do the declaration for the National Hunger Action Month, and I've got 39 folks on my list. So instead of naming everybody, whoever wants to be in the picture, and whoever's wearing orange, because orange is the color, please come forward. And I know I have some elected officials that are going to take a moment to speak and maybe make it brief. But in the meantime, anybody else coming? Hi there. Good morning, all. Happy August and return to business here in the county. So this is a proclamation of the Board of County Commissioners declaring September 2024 as National Hunger Action Month. Whereas every year in September there is a nationwide campaign designed to inspire people to take action and raise awareness of the hunger in the United States. And whereas despite the wealth in Palm Beach County, more than 173,000 residents struggle with hunger, with over 50,000 being children who do not have enough to eat on a daily basis, according to the Feeding America's Map the Meal Gap report. And whereas as of June 2024, 50% of the families with children enrolled in the school district of Palm Beach County are considered economically disadvantaged, and whereas 46% of county households are struggling to make ends meet, according to the most recent ALICE report, and ALICE is an acronym for Asset Limited Income Constrained Employed, represents the growing number of individuals and families who are working but are unable to afford the basic necessities of housing, childcare, food, transportation, healthcare, and technology. And whereas in 2015, the Palm Beach County Board of County Commissioners and the United Way of Palm Beach County developed the Hunger Relief Plan Palm Beach County, and the United Way of Palm Beach County's Hunger Relief Team continues to lead this collective impact initiative with more than 150 partners addressing childhood hunger, senior hunger, building infrastructure, alleviating hunger, increasing access to fresh produce in the glades, and advocacy. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners of Palm Beach County, Florida, assembled in regular session on this 20th day of August 2024, that September 2024 in Palm Beach County is hereby proclaimed National Hunger Action Month. And I have highlighted folks who want to speak: Pam Cahoon, Lori George, and Jamie Kendall.
Hi there. Good morning, County Commission and Administrator Baker. I'm Dr. Lori George, President and CEO of United Way of Palm Beach County. Almost 10 years ago, we reached out to residents within every square inch of our community to identify the most pressing need. It was food insecurity. Children spelled it out for us and said, we need food, F-O-O-D, food. So immediately we sprung into action and called the county staff team, Ms. Baker and John Van Arnhem. Together, we presented a proposal to the County Commission to fund a comprehensive study done by the Food Research Action Center and the University of South Carolina. We created a robust hunger relief plan with 10 important steps. We garnered support from the business and nonprofit and government community. Reverend Pam Cahoon, who I'm going to introduce, is a longtime nonprofit leader. To our good fortune, she had just retired, and she stepped up to lead what is one of the most significant accomplishments in our county's history, to lead our collective efforts to alleviate hunger. She'll share some of our results today. Thank you.
Good morning, and thank you so much. I am Reverend Pam Cahoon, and it has been my passion and my honor to be involved with the Hunger Relief Advisory Council and be able to chair it. Even with a pandemic, massive growth in our county, and affordable housing crisis, we are still making great progress with this plan. We have reduced food insecurity for children. We have implemented that all children can eat free lunch and breakfast at school. Collectively, we have expanded the weekend backpack meal program to over 9,000 children at over 100 sites, and that's just some of what's been accomplished. But your partnership is critical, because your partnership means that no child will go to bed hungry, no senior will starve to death, and that everyone will have food. Thank you again, and it's my pleasure to introduce to you Jamie Kendall, our wonderful Executive Director of the Palm Beach County Food Bank.
Thank you, Pam. Well, good morning. I'm Jamie Kendall, the CEO of the Palm Beach County Food Bank. I'd like to thank the county commissioners for having your hunger relief team here today to be recognized for the good work that we do in the community. Hunger Action Month is a time that we can collaboratively get together and advocate to end hunger in our community, and that's what this group does every day. County government and other individuals in the community were instrumental in starting the Palm Beach County Food Bank over 12 years ago. Since then, we have made great strides to help all of our neighbors who are food insecure. Most recently, I would like to thank the county commissioners for helping the food bank and United Way complete a transformational project which is just now starting to change the lives of so many of our neighbors by producing hot, nutritious meals for all of those that are in need. Palm Beach County is a wonderful place for people to reside and live happy, productive lives. The Palm Beach County Food Bank recognizes that while so much work has been done, there is still so much work that needs to happen so that nobody in our community goes to bed hungry. Thank you so much.
Thank you all.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. Before I get started with this proclamation, I just want to take a moment of personal privilege and recognize my mayor and city commissioner from the city of West Palm Beach, Mayor Keith James, and Commissioner Christina Lambert. Welcome. So I would like to call on, I believe we have some folks from Community Services to come forward and join me to receive this proclamation. Anyone? Oh. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt your photo. You're a very popular guy this morning, apparently. This is, you know, as we're entering, you know, we're in the middle of summer here, and which is really the height of the need for cooling and utility use in our area. And we have the opportunity to be able to assist our residents here, so and make sure that they know about this important program that's available to help them meet their financial needs and take care of their families. So we are declaring August 2024 as Palm Beach County LIHEAP Action Month. Whereas the Community Services Department's Community Action Program administers low-income energy assistance program, referred to as LIHEAP, designed to provide eligible county residents financial relief from high home energy costs to restore or maintain their utility services. Whereas LIHEAP Action Month was designated by the National Energy and Utility Affordability Coalition to help raise awareness of the critical nature of LIHEAP, this program offers relief to millions of people every year who rely on the service. LIHEAP helps reduce the energy burden for approximately 5.9 million households, assisting 15 million Americans, including vulnerable individuals. LIHEAP helps reduce the energy burden for approximately 8,000 households here in Palm Beach County, assisting more than 21,000 Palm Beach County residents. And whereas 70% of LIHEAP recipient households in Palm Beach County have individuals who are either elderly at 60 years old? Come on. We got to redo this proclamation.
Yes.
Disabled or under 6 years old. And whereas in Palm Beach County, 82% of LIHEAP recipients' income is below the federal poverty threshold. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Palm Beach County Board of County Commissioners, Florida, assembled on the regular session of this 20th day of August, August 2024, in Palm Beach County, is hereby proclaimed LIHEAP Action Month. And Mr. Green, would you like to make some comments?
Sure. Dr. Green, no problem. Thank you, Commissioner Weiss, Mayor, County Commissioners. We are just elated to recognize a program that helps so many of our seniors, individuals who have disabilities, households with children under the age of 5. You know, it's not uncommon for us to get a phone call about a household's electricity being turned off. And many of us who live in Florida have experienced that through hurricanes or other natural disasters, and it is not a pleasant experience for us. And so having the ability to assist those households and getting their electricity turned back on so that they can, the kids can do their homework, so that parents can cook and do the things that they need to do in order to survive is extremely important. And so this is a part of a safety net. It's a derivative of an act that we'll talk about here in a little later with the last proclamation, but an act of Lyndon Johnson. It's a derivative of the Economic Opportunity Act, and it is one of those things that is just precious and very useful to residents here in Palm Beach County. And so thank you for recognizing today as LAHEAP Awareness Month, Action Month, and appreciate all the support that we get from the commissioners. Thank you.
Thank you. And while they take their picture, I would like to call up the FAU softball team. We have Gabby Sacco, and I apologize if I mispronounce any of your names, Jessiano Mora, Kylie Channel, Trinity Slaughterback, Abby Ota, Kylie Hammonds, Bella Semino, Yanni Guzman, Ansley Lambert, Cameron Orland, Jaden Martinez, Kelsey Endress, Corin Damier, Kate DeLeon, and we also have head coach Jordan Clark, assistant coach Nicole Newman, and graduate assistant Elizabeth Hightower.
Very nice.
So, and any other players or anyone else from FAU who'd like to join in this proclamation? I'm sorry, certificate of congratulations. So we have certificate of congratulation presented to the FAU girls softball team. The Florida Atlantic University softball team has made history as it concluded an exceptionally successful 2023-24 campaign, which resulted in 41 wins, claiming the American Athletic Conference Championship regular season title in their first year with the AAC, and an NCAA Regionals appearance for the first time since 2016. Kudos to the entire sports team on your incredible accomplishment. Each one of you has played an essential role, and this achievement reflects your collective efforts and talents. Carrying on the legacy of winning in paradise is rock star head coach Jordan Clark. She and staff had inspired the girls to new heights with positive influence and guidance. You get the best effort from others not by lighting a fire beneath them, but by building a fire within. Clark's insights and ability to bring out the best in each player have led to the continued success of this team, and we look forward to future victories. First fielding a team in 1995, former Hall of Fame coach, the late Joan Joyce, led the Lady Owls to 9 championship wins and a 10th conference championship in their first season in the Sun Belt Conference in 2007. Decades later, FAU's current team of leading ladies continues to sport their hard work and dedication on and off their home field that was renamed in honor of Miss Joyce in 2023 after her passing. Watching this team conquer the field fills us with immense pride. Congratulations on this epic win and an outstanding season. Go Owls. The coach wants to speak. Who's the coach?
Good morning, everybody. I'm head coach Jordan Clark. First and foremost, I want to say thank you for having us. It's such an honor to be here. As I stand up here, I am blessed to lead such an amazing group of women, and I hope that you see a room full of strong, confident women. They're going to be great mothers someday, wives, employees, bosses, and that's our goal. Is we won on the field, but I am blessed every day that I get to lead this group. And so this is my 3rd year in Paradise. If you're not a softball fan or a sports fan, I encourage you to invest in female athletics. And when people think of invest, we think of money. Instead, we think invest in time. Coming out and supporting these girls, following them on social media, watching their games on ESPN is something that, is easy to do, and we would love to have you Not only are they awesome on the field, winning 41 games in one season is extremely hard to do. And we are competing against, to give you kind of an idea, your Florida States, your schools with, unlimited budgets. And so to see a team like this win their conference, go to regionals at an at-large bid is truly remarkable. And when you look at these women, they're beautiful on the inside, beautiful on the outside, but they wake up at 5 a.m., they go to weights, they go to practice, they hopefully get a meal in, they go to treatment, they go to rehab, and so their days are long. And so I'm just really proud of the women they're becoming. And so I just want to say thank you for having us. And if anything out of today, I hope that we can make you an Owl softball fan. Go Owls.
Before we complete the proclamation to this wonderful group of athletes, Vice Mayor Marino and Commissioner Baxter would like to add their proclamations. So go right ahead,
Thank you, Mayor. As somebody who lived, eat, and breathed softball for many years of her life, I want to say congratulations. I could not be more proud to have you in our county, and thank you for doing such an amazing job. You've accomplished something that most people can only dream of doing. So thank you, everyone.
And I'd like to add, as a professional golfer and professional athlete who was a four-sport letter person in high school, and with the advent of Title IX and women's sports being able to grow as it has, it's not just about being an athlete. It is about being a contributor to society, and everything that you learn and all of the disciplines that you learn now will help you as you grow. And good luck, and thank you, and congratulations.
All right.
Keep all the red in the middle.
We have the commissioners come on and blend in with the, yeah, come on in, commissioners.
We're going to blend somehow.
We're going to kind of blend in. The front row can kneel. No, I'm kidding. Squeeze in. Can't see the camera. You can't see the camera. She can't see you. Working on the glutes of the thighs here. We're going to start doing squats soon.
That's a good idea. Meeting these young athletes really gives you a good idea of what our future looks like. And our future looks like we're in good shape. Congratulations, ladies and athletes. Very good. Palm Beach County's proud of you. Okay, Commissioner Barnett, it's a hard act to follow, but I think you can do it.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, everyone. I would like to invite representatives from Community Services Department, Community Partners of South Florida, and Pathways to Prosperity for this next proclamation. And before I issue this next proclamation, with your permission, Mayor, I just would like to recognize my predecessor and the Executive Director of the Florida Highway Safety and Motor Vehicles Department, Commissioner and Mayor David Kerner. In the back. And my former commission assistant, the really tall guy in the back with the smoky bear, Dave Bernhardt. A proclamation declaring August 20th, 2024 as the 60th anniversary of the War on Poverty. Almost forgot. Sorry, it's the only orange I had in my wardrobe. Sorry. This proclamation honors the 60th anniversary of the Economic Opportunity Act, first introduced by President Lyndon B. Johnson as part of the War on Poverty. Over the past 6 decades, the Palm Beach County Community Action Program has been instrumental in promoting self-sufficiency and economic opportunity for limited income individuals and families. In recognition of this milestone, the Palm Beach County Community Services Department, along with Circles of Palm Beach County and Pathways to Prosperity, hosted a Living on the Edge poverty simulation to foster discussion on enhancing economic mobility and continuing the vital work initiated by the EOA. Do we have Dr. Green, Taruna, and Natalie Vasquez? Okay. A proclamation declaring August 20th, 2024 as the 60th anniversary of the War on Poverty. Whereas on January 8th, 1964, President Johnson announced his war on poverty that led to the enactment of the Economic Opportunity Act on August 20th, 1964. And whereas the 2024 Palm Beach County Community Action Program is celebrating 60 successful years of promoting and achieving self-sufficiency for limited income people. And whereas the county's program has made essential contributions to individuals and families in Palm Beach County by providing innovative, cost-effective, and outcome-based economic opportunities. And whereas, in observance of the 60th anniversary of the Economic Opportunity Act, Palm Beach County Community Services Department, Circles of Palm Beach County, and Pathways to Prosperity hosted Living on the Edge poverty simulation on August 13th, 2024. Participants were guided in a role-play simulation as they fast-forwarded through a month in the life of a family living with minimum resources. The poverty simulation served as a catalyst for important discussions on policies that can be reformed to enhance economic mobility opportunities. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners of Palm Beach County, assembled in regular session on this 20th day of August 2024, that August 20th, 2024 in Palm Beach County is hereby proclaimed the 60th anniversary of the War on Poverty.
Thank you, Commissioner Barnett, Mayor, Commissioners. It is an honor to be standing before you this morning, celebrating the 60th anniversary of the War on Poverty. On January the 8th, 1964, President Lyndon Johnson declared unconditional war on poverty in the U.S., and on August the 20th of 1964, he launched the Economic Opportunity Act, which created a host of programs, including Head Start, the Community Action Programs, the VISTA program, Job Corps, many programs that help lift families out of poverty. And that is exactly what we continue to do today. I'm standing here with staff and our partners of the Securing Our Future initiative. We have Pathways to Prosperity, who operates a program called Circles Palm Beach County that is a model to help lift families out of poverty. We also have Community Partners of South Florida, who's with us, and they are participants in the Securing Our Future initiative, which is another initiative to help families who are impoverished to earn additional income and to earn a thriving wage. And we're continuously working together, not just asking families to kind of beat the odds, but working to recommend policy change and systems that help change the odds for our families. And so I'm grateful that we're recognizing this momentous occasion. And I want to thank all of the commissioners and all of our partners for the work that they continue to do to create equitable opportunities for the families here in Palm Beach County. Thank you.
Okay, while they have their photograph, I would like to call up Michael Garrett, David Friswell, and Wendy Friswell from the Hoot and Holler Tailgaters. Woo-hoo-hoo! Okay, good morning. So we are proclaiming September 7th as Hoot and Holler FAU Tailgating Day. Whereas September 7th, 2024 is recognized as National Tailgating Day, a day to celebrate the tradition of fans gathering outside of stadiums before sporting events, enjoying food and beverages before cheering on their favorite team. And whereas tailgating in America can trace its roots back to the first football game between Rutgers and Princeton in 1869, where fans arrived early in horse-drawn carriages, carrying food and drinks. Whereas tailgating has evolved to become a major social event with elaborate setups, including grills, tents, portable generators, and satellite TVs, some considering it as important as the game itself. And they have all of these things. I've seen it. Whereas Palm Beach County is home to the Florida Atlantic University Owls, whose passionate fans have established a tradition of tailgating in parking lots surrounding the football stadium. And whereas when the FAU football stadium opened in 2011, a group of 5 families, affectionately named Hoot and Holler, began tailgating and hosting large groups of family, friends, and acquaintances, fostering a sense of community for both locals and visitors alike. And whereas the group grew to over 10 families, their love of the game and the art of tailgating has been successfully passed on to the next generation, with their children now tailgating at various universities around the state. And whereas Hoot and Holler expanded their tailgating season to support additional sports, including basketball and softball, so their love of collegiate sports and community spirit makes every day at FAU special. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners of Palm Beach County, Florida, assembled in regular session this 20th day of August, 2024, that the board hereby recognizes September 7th, 2024 as Hoot and Holler FAU Tailgating Day.
Thank you, Commissioner Woodward, Commissioners, Mayor. It's really hard to follow up on the energy and passion coming from Coach Jordan Clark, but we'll do our best by matching that pre-games in a parking lot throwing a party. So it's not every day that you get recognized for your school pride and enthusiasm. So thank you. I would like to invite anyone who hasn't come out to an FAU athletic event. They offer a wide range of both men and women's sports, tennis, beach volleyball, softball, baseball. Come on out. And if you haven't experienced a tailgate, you're welcome to come join us in the Copper Lot to the east side of the stadium on football days. And we'll see you in the outfield for the softball games. Thank you.
While they're taking their picture, I'd like to recognize someone in the audience who's done so much for the development of our beautiful county and his many buildings and construction. But there's one thing that he is very much noted for and has maybe a little pressure on today, and that he owns the Miami Dolphins. Steve Ross, thank you for being with us today. And let's go Dolphins. Win. it is rare that we're able to honor people who have done so much, not just for the county, but for the state of Florida. Our own commissioner, who was once a state representative, whom I served with in the state of Florida's legislature, then became a county commissioner, then mayor, and now left us to be head of the Florida Highway Patrol, and that is Dave Kerner. Good to see you, Dave. Come on up. Today, I'm going to declare August 20th, 2024 as the 85th anniversary of the Florida Highway Patrol. Ladies and gentlemen, these are the folks who, when you have problems on the interstate or the turnpike or anywhere, any little secondary route in the state of Florida, you are so happy to see those lights go on. Now that's if you're not speeding. Not that I have ever had that experience. However, I'm just going to say a personal story. I was traveling with kids and family on the way to my son's wedding, and when we had a flat tire in the middle of I-4 and in a dangerous part of the highway. And I tried AAA. You know, you get a robot on AAA. You can't get anybody to come help you. I tried the insurance program, and they just said, you know, wait a while. In the meantime, I'm in the middle of a highway with kids in the car, and these are the guys who came to help me. And it really, really means a lot. These are our Florida Highway Patrol, and it was established in 1939. I wasn't around in those days, but it was impressive because it was part of the Department of Public Safety, and it had served our citizens in the state of Florida for 85 years with the core values of courtesy, service, and protection. Its first recruit class consisted of 32 graduates, and by the first full year of operation, it's grown to 59 troopers. Now, this total of 53 state troopers. These 53 state troopers have died in their service of taking care of all of the people in here in the state of Florida. They are known as Florida's finest. The members of the patrol tirelessly uphold the values established by Colonel Kirkman, providing protection for all of us. Whereas now serving under the Department of Highway Safety and Motor Vehicles, we congratulate you on the 85th anniversary. Retired auxiliary troopers, along with the members of the Advisory Council, are extended heartfelt gratitude for their service in Palm Beach County and throughout the state of Florida. So now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners of Palm Beach County, Florida, assembled in regular session on this 20th day of August, 2024, that this day is hereby proclaimed the anniversary of the Florida Highway Patrol. Congratulations. We have with us today Dave Kerner, who's the Executive Director, Major Dave Bernhardt, and Colonel Hoes, who you're welcome to speak today. Thank you.
Mayor, thank you so much for that very kind introduction and incredible testament to the history and the value of your Florida Highway Patrol, and to the Vice Mayor and honorable members of the Board of County Commissioners. It's an honor to be back with you, Senator-elect. So happy that I've been so nice to you all these years as you make your way back to Tallahassee and serve in the august body of the Senate. It's been a long time since I've been back here in the chambers, and it feels like home. I can tell you that it would take a lot for me to vacate my seat on the county commission to serve in a different capacity, but what it took was the Florida Highway Patrol and the Department of Highway Safety and Motor Vehicles. It's been an honor of a lifetime to serve on this august body and this august body and this dais, but really I found just an incredible home and an incredible mission in working with the members of the Florida Highway Patrol. We have here some very special guests. We have Colonel Gary L. Howes II, the Colonel of the Florida Highway Patrol. We have Colonel Harrison, who serves as the executive officer of the agency. Y'all are very familiar with Major David Bernhardt. We have Major Williams, Major Myers, Sergeant Wigfall, and many others of our honor guard that are here to honor you in your service as county commissioners. Mayor Sachs spoke very eloquently about the history of the Florida Highway Patrol. And I can tell you that it's challenging as an administrator and as a leader to come into an institution from the outside, and all of you have experienced that as county commissioners. When you were elected, you just appeared one day at this county commission. And to navigate that and to not have the institutional knowledge is challenging, and I faced those challenges when I was appointed by Governor DeSantis back in January of 2023. And on behalf of the governor and the cabinet who I serve, thank you for having us here today, and thank you for supporting law enforcement. But the larger point is to come into an institution with so much pride, so much history, is both an honor and a challenge. But I can tell you that the command staff have been incredible. I've had an opportunity to appoint Colonel Howes in, I think it was April of last year, and he had done 29 years? A little over 30 years. If you look at the history or the service of all these men and women in uniform, it speaks directly to what we're here to honor, the 85th anniversary. You talked about how we have 2,000 troopers in the state. If you think about how many men and women have served the Highway Patrol in the state of Florida since 1939, it has to be thousands upon thousands of people that risk their life for your safety and your welfare. Mayor, you also spoke about, unfortunately, the 53 state troopers that have lost their life in service in the line of duty. Unfortunately, we lost Trooper Zachary Fink in February of this year as he was pursuing a fleeing felon in St. Lucie County. And so beyond the courtesy and service and protection that they provide, and beyond the core duties that they provide to the state, they also do just an incredibly challenging job, one that is not seen publicly often. They serve on the border in Texas. They serve during hurricanes. We just had a trooper crash his car last night during a pursuit, catching a murder suspect. And so they're a quiet force, but a powerful force behind the scenes, designed to not only serve the state of Florida, but to provide assistance to our local departments, our sheriff's offices and police departments. But I think about the 53 that we lost, and I want to take a moment to thank you as county commissioners for your robust and undying support of your law enforcement, your sheriff's office, the police departments within your cities that you represent. It does not go unnoticed, and it's an honor to be here before you today. Given that it is the 85th anniversary of the Florida Highway Patrol, I think with the mayor's permission, it would be appropriate to have Colonel Howes make some comments to the board and the people of Palm Beach County. Thank you for having us here today. Thank you for honoring their service and their legacy. And ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to serve and work with you. Colonel Howes.
Thank you, Director. Ms. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and County Commission, thank you so much for recognizing your Florida Highway Patrol and our 85th anniversary here in Palm Beach County. I'd be remiss if I didn't say that 30 years after Palm Beach County became our 47th county in the great state of Florida, the Highway Patrol came into existence by statute. So we take great pride in Palm Beach County. We take great pride that you shared one of your sons with us as our director, Dave Kerner, son of retired Major Marty Kerner of Lake Worth. So thank you so much for sharing him. He's been a breath of fresh air for the agency, a source of pride for us. He has brought a proactive, forward-thinking perspective that's indicative of Palm Beach County to Tallahassee again, and we're proud to have him as our leader. And I don't think anybody could do a better job than what he's doing for us right now. On behalf of your Florida State Troopers, thank you so much for recognizing us and our agency here today. Thank you.
Mayor, I know that we're always very sensitive about gifts in this profession, but if you would, we have a very special gift for you and for the rest of the Board of County Commissioners. Major Bernhardt will provide those coins to you, but I have one for you, Mayor. It is our 85th anniversary Florida Highway Patrol coin. We hope that you will display it with pride, and thank you so much for this opportunity, Mayor. Here you go.
Thank you so much. You know, I'm serious when I say that these troopers put their lives on the line for all of us, and all our byways and highways of this great state. We know that they are our guardian angels, and there's probably many stories like I just told you about that trooper coming and changing our tire and making sure that our kids were safe. I tell you, I cannot thank them all enough for doing what they do. And you, you know, the head of the Highway Patrol, our very own, we were not happy when you left, but we know that you're, in a sense, keeping an eye on all of us. There's always someone who is there raising you in the way that you have become today, Kerner, and that's your dad. And I think your dad is here today. If I could have Mr. Kerner, come on up over here, Mr. Kerner, stand next to your son. This is what it's all about, ladies and gentlemen. We're a family.
Got to do a shout out to my mom too. My mom is watching. Now she's not here today, but thank you, Mom, as well.
That's a smart son. Gonna have a warm dinner tonight. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you very
much.
Mayor, may I
want you to
interrupt
stand
for a
the
second?
picture. Okay,
Mayor?
here we go. Yes.
Commissioner Bernard would like a couple of comments.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor, my Vice Mayor. Commissioner Kerner, we came here on, the first day we served together, and we didn't get a chance to give you a proper goodbye as we typically would give to our outgoing commissioners. But with you being here today, I just want to thank you for the work that you've done on behalf of the residents of Palm Beach County, specifically being the leader during COVID. And you led us, and so we are very proud of the work that you've done for us and your work with the Florida Highway Patrol. I know for me, I know you're here to wish me goodbye since I'm leaving soon too, but I look forward to working with you in Tallahassee because we've talked about, increasing pay for our state troopers, and so I look forward to working with you on that to make sure that our state troopers get the maximum pay as possible. So thank you.
That's very good. Thank you. Okay. Would my colleagues mind if our troopers came up forward and took a picture with all of us? Thank you very much. Okay.
I'm going back.
Okay. Okay, here we are.
You want to be? You guys got the guns.
Are we all set? A little bit closer. Thank you. There you go. Thank you. Now what? He's like my son. I miss you a lot. I miss you a lot. Careful out there. I just worry about them out there. All right, let's move on. And now we're going to talk about water. If I could have John O'Brien, Region Chairman, Jonathan Torres, Publicity Chair, and of course our own Director of the Palm Beach County Water Utilities, Ali Bayat. If you could come on up, please, because we are going to declare August 2024 as Florida Water Professionals Month. I want you to know we have the best water in the state of Florida. That's right, because of all of you. So the Florida Water and Pollution Control Operators Association was organized in 1940. Those were the days when we used to be able to drink water right out of the hose. Remember those? You have to be a certain age to remember that. Kids today don't do that. And it was a nonprofit trade organization that promoted the sustainability of Florida's water utility industry through workforce development to protect the health of all of our citizens and preserve our state's water resources. The organization offers water and wastewater treatment plant operator and water distribution training courses required to get a Florida license. And in recognizing the importance of Florida statutes and administrative code that regulates our water industry, the Florida Water and Pollution Control Operators Association acts as liaisons between the Florida Department of Environmental Protection and industry personnel. Water professionals are essential first responders during storms and other catastrophic events, working to ensure safe drinking water and safe disposal of wastewater for our communities. So whereas the Palm Beach County Water Utilities Department has joined with the Seacoast Utility Authority and the Florida Water and Pollution Control Operators in supporting the efforts of promoting the important work water professionals do in Palm Beach County. So now therefore, be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners on this 20th day of August that the entire month of August is dedicated to Florida Water Professionals Month. You know, ladies and gentlemen, if we don't have water, we can't live here. We could do without a lot of things, but every time you turn that tap on, you know that the men and women of these organizations are securing that that water is clean and safe to drink. Thank you so much for all the work that you do. Thank you.
Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, Ms. Baker. You've been having a very busy day. It's so hard to follow FAU and then Florida Highway Patrol and all that. Thank you for your ongoing support. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's get a picture. Thank you. Thank you so much. Water is so important. Done, everybody?
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So much.
Congratulations, all of you. Thank you so much. And thank you, sir. Okay, and the last one is going to be National Voter Registration Month. And you know what today is? It's primary day. I'm not going to ask everybody here if you've already voted, but if you haven't, I know you're going to vote today. Declaring September 2024 as National Voter Registration Month. Whereas the residents of Palm Beach County engage in the act of voting as a voluntary measure to participate in our core democratic principle of America, and whereas communities across our county come together to raise awareness about voter registration, and whereas voter education efforts of Palm Beach County Supervisor of Elections helps to empower voters to have their voices heard in elections, and whereas all businesses, community members, and voters are encouraged to take advantage of Voter Registration Month and utilize the resources made available by our Supervisor of Election. And I'm sure Ms. Link is very busy today, but we do recognize her as part of this efforts. So therefore be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners assembled in regular session that September 2024 in Palm Beach County is hereby proclaimed National Voter Registration Month. Congratulations to all of you. It's so good to see young people become involved in this. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Sachs and all of the commissioners. My name is Olivia Martin, and I'm an election specialist at the Palm Beach County Supervisor of Elections. I have had the distinct honor of working on our National Voter Registration Month proclamation with Francisco Padilla, Kim Rayner, and Lauren Klemowicz, who are standing behind me. Supervisor Link sends her apologies for not being able to join us because it is Election Day, and she's making sure all voters in Palm Beach County are having a smooth day voting. Thanks to you all, September is National Voter Registration Month, and we are honored to have Palm Beach County recognize its significance. By designating September as National Voter Registration Month, we are highlighting the critical importance for our county's voters to not only check their current registration details, but also take the initiative to register to vote if they haven't already, or to make necessary updates to their existing voter information record. This proactive step is essential to guarantee that the diverse perspectives and voices of Palm Beach County's electorate are fully represented and heard in all forthcoming elections. Our dedication to voter education in Palm Beach County has been unwavering, and as a testament to our commitment, we have already dedicated over 1,300 hours to outreach activities within the community this year. With our proclamation, we hope communities continue to raise awareness about voting and elections. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for all you do. All right. 1, 2. Excellent. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you very much for your patience. That was so beautiful. This is the best part, I always think, of our meetings. Now we are going to move on to the, if you're following, it's page 118 as public hearings, and that's on PalmTran. If we could, do we need to have a presentation?
Mayor, motion to receive and file proof of publication.
Very good. All right. We don't need a presentation, but thank you so much. All those for, anybody opposed?
No. This is a different one. Let's do the motion on the receive and file first.
Right. Okay. The motion to receive and file. We have a first and second. Those for, anybody opposed? See that it passes unanimously. Very good. Now,
Madam Mayor, if you like, we can just briefly have some introductory comments on this particular item for you. 5A1, this is the establishment of the fares for the PalmTran Port St. Lucie Express. First off, thank you to the board for your support in doing that. We underwent some considerable work to get to the fare that we presented to you today, which is a $3 fare each way, coming back from Port St. Lucie to downtown West Palm, and then reverse. 2 trips in the morning, 2 trips in the evening between Gatlin Park and St. Lucie and the Intermodal Center in West Palm Beach. Using the coach-style buses, we've had the first delivery of them. We're anticipating that that service is going to begin in September. One thing that I would like to share, which is a little different than the item, in the item we talked about no reduced fare or fare capping on the service. So there is no fare capping, but one issue that has come to light is the issue of some of our veterans that may be on that particular route. And in our fixed route today, for our seniors that have service impaired injuries, we provide a 50% discount for those seniors that are on our fixed route. And working with the mayor and her leadership on this particular issue, we thought that it would be appropriate to utilize that same reduced fare for those veterans that we have on our fixed route with this particular route as well. So we would just ask in your deliberation for approval of these fares that you would include that as part of the motion to allow us to offer that reduced fare for those veterans that may be traversing. And thank you, Mayor, for bringing that to our attention.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. That way we can do something for our veterans. Thank them for their service. Okay, are there any questions or comments by members of the board? All right, I think that I think we're ready for a vote.
Madam Mayor, I make a motion to approve item 5A1 and also to include the reduced fare for the veterans and seniors?
They're senior veterans that
Okay,
are both together in that particular one. Yes,
Second.
just single group.
Excellent. Thank you so much. First and second, all those for, anybody opposed, see that it passes unanimously. And thank you so much for thinking of our veterans. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for your support, Commissioners.
We are going to move into the regular agenda at this time. And I'd like to recognize Chancellor Daniel Demure from Vanderbilt University, who is with us today, as well as Vice Chancellor Nathan Green and the Vice Chancellor Eric Capston, who will be with us today during our deliberations. Okay, we are going to move right into 6A on the administration, which is found on page 119. And it's me. Good to see you. You're recognized.
Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. Isami Ayala, Director of Facilities Development and Operations and Assistant County Administrator. With me today is Howard Falcon, Chief Assistant County Attorney. This item recommends a motion to receive and file a presentation from Vanderbilt University entitled Vanderbilt in Palm Beach County and an economic impact study prepared by TXP Inc. for Vanderbilt University entitled The Potential Economic Impact of Vanderbilt University in West Palm Beach. On July 17, 2024, the board directed staff to meet with Vanderbilt University representatives and to coordinate a presentation by the university to be given during today's regular meeting. We met with them on July 24, 2024, and coordinated the presentation as this item shows. As a result, joining us today in the audience are Chancellor Daniel Dermeyer and Vice Chancellor Nathan Green. This is basically the overview that staff was to provide, and we turn it back to the board.
Very good. Is there a, okay, can we, Chancellor?
Thank you very much. So thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk about this exciting project. Palm Beach County has experienced a significant influx of new people, talent. It's now one of the most dynamic economic regions in the country. And universities play always an important role in being catalysts for that growth. You have a wonderful collection of local universities already. We've already heard about their success earlier today in athletics. It was wonderful to see that. And what we believe that in order for Palm Beach County to take the next step in its development, it would be very useful and essential even to have a great private research university to be part of your educational ecosystem, both to provide research, to help with workforce development, but also to be a magnet for talent from across the country and really across the world. This is where Vanderbilt would like to partner with you. Vanderbilt, we're located in Nashville, Tennessee. We were founded 151 years ago, 1873, and we are now in our 151st year, one of the country's, even the world's leading global research universities. We are usually recognized among one of the top 10 research universities in the country when we look at our competitive research environment. And we are a magnet for talent. We are now a destination for the most talented students. I just had the pleasure last weekend to welcome our newest incoming class of freshmen on campus. They're excited. They're wonderful young people prone to make a difference in the lives of their communities and the country overall. We also have a strong record in partnering with our local community, Nashville, and the state of Tennessee in a whole variety of different areas. In addition to deep path-breaking research and education. We have deep partnerships with the public schools in a program called PEER. We have deep partnerships with the local universities, whole variety of those. We're also working with the mayor's office on areas such as innovation, transportation, ending homelessness. We have a whole structure set up with the city of Nashville, which we call urban labs, where our best researchers and students work directly with government officials in order to tackle the challenging problems that every community faces. So our proposal, our plan, is to build a graduate campus in West Palm Beach. It would be a fully staffed campus, would have around 100 faculty, over 1,000 students, would be 300,000 square feet campus for academics, students, research facilities, classrooms, etc. We would focus first at offering programs in the area of business, AI, computer science, and innovation. It would importantly include an innovation hub as well, where local businesses can participate and interact with our faculty and with our students. And we believe that particularly this entrepreneurial activity, this innovation ecosystem, will have a tremendous impact on the community. We know that from our economic impact study that the construction investment alone, the spend there is over $500 million. We expect that there's over $280 million in annual spend, both direct and indirectly. And then, of course, there's the ability to attract new talent to the county and to West Palm Beach. So if you total it all up over 25 years, we think that there will be about $7 billion in economic impact for the community. And most importantly, it will allow to advance West Palm Beach and Palm Beach County overall as a destination for the leading talent, for capital, and for economic activity. So we believe that we are the right partner for this. Our twin values are, we call it Dare to Grow. So we have the courage to take on challenging projects. And then our second value is, we call it Radical Collaboration. We like to work together. We like to work together inside university and with our partners. We believe that this is a critical moment. It's an opportune moment, but as we all know, critical moments don't last forever. So we stand ready to partner with you to make Palm Beach County the model county in the country. So thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak, and I will hand it over now to Vice Chancellor Green to add a little bit more detail. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chancellor. Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the Commission. We do have a slide. I'd like to quickly go through that.
I'd like for you to identify yourself and your position.
Yes, Nathan Green, Vice Chancellor of Government Community Relations at Vanderbilt University.
Very good.
Pleasure to have you here with us. So let's just, we've talked a little bit about how we got to where we were. The staff did a great job of how we were working together in the previous conversations that we had. Today's request is for us to make a presentation before the commission to pursue how we can move forward with a partnership that the chancellor describes. Quickly, this university was started in 1873. It was started by a gift from Cornelius Vanderbilt to heal the wounds after the Civil War, to bring these different sides together in a common cause. That is a core part of the mission of this university. It's how we operate. It's the value system that we engage with on a daily basis. A 330 acre campus, 13,000 students, about half of those are graduate, the other half undergraduate. All the schools that you could possibly mention, they're there. We have a top Peabody School of Education that I'll reference quickly. We have a top law school. We have an Owen Graduate School of Management, our business school, which our desire is to double the size of that business school and locate a second campus here in Palm Beach County. The chancellor referenced the fact that we're a leading research institution. We are. If you look, we rank 10th. We believe these numbers are actually going to go up for us as well. But you can see the peer institutions. This is what we do. We're a research institution. Not only are we a research institution, but we also take that research and are a leader in commercializing that research in a meaningful way for the community. If you'll look at what we did in FY22, a record year for us of $86.7 million, and we followed that record year with another record year of taking research and commercializing it of $96 million. You may see in the chart there from FY22, that's more commercialized revenue than Stanford or MIT or the Mayo Clinic. So not only are we top in research, we engage in this ecosystem that the Chancellor talks about to commercialize, to turn that into economic development, economic activity. We see that as an important role for us, and it's a key element of our future plans in Palm Beach County. So the impact we have in Nashville, and I'm gonna reference a couple of aspirations that we talked about last night with the city and that I've talked with you individually about. But to set the stage, we are engaged in the Nashville community. We do care. We call our innovation hub in Davidson County, in Nashville, the Wondery, that center place of connecting entrepreneurs, researchers, faculty, capital, local leaders together to add that spark plug of problem solving. The Wondery is not only a place that we connect with our large employers, that we create new entrepreneur activities, but we're also in the problem-solving business, engaging with our metro leaders. We have division directors of our metro government coming and exchanging ideas about how we can better solve the issues of the day with fresh eyes. The Wondery, that innovation hub, our plan is to emulate one of those with the creation of an innovation hub here in Palm Beach County. We do practical, meaningful research that helps advance communities. I-24 and what we're doing there. It's a major highway from Nashville to Chattanooga, the first live test of autonomous vehicles to see if we could create a solution from the people who, speed up and then brake and speed up and then brake, that little kind of riding the brake actually leads to bumper stalemate a mile and a half down the road. And by incorporating autonomous vehicles through a partnership with local manufacturers, Nissan and GM, we were able to incorporate those autonomous vehicles in rush hour traffic along one of the busiest highways in the state of Tennessee, and with a general consistent speed, actually improve that you can get from point A to point B in a more efficient way. No community can solve transit by building another lane of asphalt. We understand that in Nashville. I'm sure you guys understand that here. What are the innovative ways? Where are the partnerships to figure out new creative ways to make our communities work? We do that every day in Nashville. We're going to bring that same commitment here. And then the other thing that I would say is that we do a lot on the education side to work with, because that's what we do. We're in the development business. And we're proud to say that we've just started a Roberts Academy of Dyslexia, which takes that Peabody School of Education, which is one of the top 3 education schools in the United States, and empowers those researchers and the work we're doing there in meaningful change through the Roberts Academy, which just opened last week. A wonderful gift that we received from the Roberts family, who had no original or no initial connection to Vanderbilt, other than they had this experience in their own family and sought out and did research to find who is the leader in the country to provide that type of leadership, that type of research, that type of perspective. Who would be that partner? And they realized it's Peabody, it's Vanderbilt. And they reached out to us, and that began the discussion which led now to the Roberts Academy, which is actually up and running as of a week ago. The other thing that I think is important when I talk about values and how we operate in Nashville and how we intend to operate here in West Palm Beach is that the Chancellor in this university has taken an important leadership role in how universities need to contribute in a positive way to today's climate in America. So we believe in open forum. We believe in civil discourse. We believe in a free exchange of ideas that are treated. People can agree to disagree, but must do it in a civil way. We spend a whole time, several days of orientation, communicating and engaging our incoming freshmen so that they understand that the Vanderbilt way is really the American way, and that is free exchange, Be respectful of other people's opinion. Have a discussion. That's what being in college and university is all about. An individual finding their way, finding out what they believe. We're also a national leader when it comes to institutional neutrality. It means this university is not taking a position on every social issue there is to be taken. Our job is not to settle the debate. Our job is to create an environment for that debate to occur, and that both sides feel comfortable engaging in that discussion. That's who we are. That's the value that we bring to this community. So what is the proposed plan? The chancellor was very humble in that he said when we set this process up, when we evaluated why Palm Beach, we used these three elements, and that is whatever we do, it's got to be world class. The V on my lapel means something. It can't, we are militant about how we defend this brand and how we go about our academic mission. So to locate a second campus in this wonderful community, it's going to be world class. It's not a satellite campus, it's a second campus. The commitment and the investment that we'll make here is reflected in the independent economic impact study. We will be as committed to this community as we are to what we do in Nashville. It's got to be world class. It's also got to make sense for Palm Beach County. And what I've done is been around here quietly talking to people, many of you and other community leaders, about how we can weave our way into the fabric of this community. The role initially that we would have here, it's not the same role we have in Nashville. We're a large employer, we're an anchor institution. But we want to bring those values and find how we can be an additive in this wonderful community. That's the key word you're going to hear a lot in the next couple of months. We want to be that additive. And so it's got to work for Palm Beach County. It's also got to work for Vanderbilt University. And in there is the meaning of a perfect relationship. We believe that putting a business school here, and business schools are in some ways different than medical schools and other schools. Business schools, to be successful, and I know the chancellor talked to y'all about this in his individual meetings from his own experiences, business schools must be embedded in the community. They must have that relationship with large employers and entrepreneurs and capital. They must be engaged with community leaders for them to be successful. That's the role they play in Nashville. That's what we foresee here in Palm Beach County. So the chancellor made it clear. It's going to be a finance side, fintech, AI, data analytics. There's a little bit of an engineering play too. Why? Because our model, our academic model is that clean, interdisciplinary act. That means our schools work together in many ways. You know, we've just created a new school, the School on Connected Computing, which will have interactions with many of the other schools in our particular university. We see that model, that's what works for us. That's part of the secret of our success. So a business school, finance background with an innovation hub included in it. And as the chancellor said, over 1,000 students and a faculty of about 100 to 125. The innovation hub is important. It is the spark plug to bring these connections together toward additional partnerships, economic opportunity, and so let's talk about the actual direct. I'm going to quickly go over the economic impact study and then open it up for questions. So you say, well, what are the elements of an economic impact study? For universities, it's direct spend. It's what are we spending? It's student spending. We're talking graduate students, so there's a little bit of a higher rate of graduate spending. Remember your own lives. You know, for those that went to graduate school, your economic situation probably was a little better than it was undergraduate. So student spending is important. One thing we totally never fully get right and are always working on that is visitor spending. Think of the students, not only here locally that are coming, but the talent we're going to attract from all across the world. They'll bring family members. They'll bring other people here. Visitor spending, it's not the largest vertical, but it's an important one that needs to be reflected. And then the outright just capital projects that we do from construction. And the ripple effect is important. In this economic impact study, it says, and this is an important case for our colleagues in higher education in this community. For every dollar spent by higher education institutions, there's an 89-cent return, almost one for one. There's a Northwestern report that says that research universities that invest R&D funds, for every dollar, there's a $5 return back to the local community. And so this ripple effect cannot be underestimated. The chancellor mentioned this. To build the campus that we envision here, about a $520 million economic impact, could grow as much as $585 million economic impact for the construction of the campus alone, the creation of almost 5,700 jobs. And if you look at what our annual spend is, you look at what we invest by choice into our students, remember, world class, same level we're bringing here, we estimate a $285 million economic impact. But here's an important point to make. If you're looking for a quick ROI here, you don't need to invest in universities. We're the long investment. We're the one that you want to partner with. Universities don't think in 5 years. We plan in 50 years. There's an old saying, you want a vibrant community, start a research university and wait 50 years. And so it's very important that you get this ROI right here. And this is really, really, really important. First 25 years, $7 billion economic impact. 50 years, 14. And in 75 years, it's almost $25 billion economic impact with over 100,000 jobs created. Well, this study is by an independent entity. They're highly respected. They know higher education. We think these numbers are conservative, frankly, but they're still impressive. We are your long-term partner. All universities are. That's the bet. And working together with our colleagues who we've had robust conversations with and are identifying areas where we can engage, we feel like these numbers could be surpassed. So I've had a lot of discussions and I've listened to a lot of people, and this is an important thing, and I can follow up on it as I get close to concluding. And that is, we're engaged in the community. It's part of our values, and the chancellor referenced that. We've identified through some conversations 4 areas of aspiration. And so one would be K through 12. We're having discussions with our educational leaders here about how we can find a row. Remember, Peabody School of Education, one of the top systems in the country. Whatever we want to do here, we want to do something that looks and feels like what we're doing in Nashville. So an area of aspiration is how we can work with Superintendent Burke and with other individuals with K through 12 education. The other is possibly working with Palm Beach State College. We understand from talking to President Parker that she's looking at workforce development, individuals who already have jobs who are looking to make that upward climb because they want to get additional capabilities or additional education. Well, we're going to be doing a little bit of that through business school. So we're connecting our dean with her to see what kind of commonalities we could possibly come up with. These are aspirations, but we think this is a segment of the community. We are going to do executive education when we get here as part of our MBA program. So we're looking at how we could partner there. Another area is Urban Lab. And it actually came up from our discussions that we had here with several of you. And the chancellor referenced that. We are a partner with Metro Nashville. And so what role could we play? Beginning those discussions about how we could help local communities with our research to provide data that help policymakers make better decisions moving forward. We don't know what those are, but we're willing to engage in those conversations and see if some of the stuff that we could do here would be similar to some of the stuff we've done in Nashville, and that it makes sense for Palm Beach County and for the university. And then we have a very deep relationship with the Adult Literacy Council in Nashville and Davidson County. And we've had discussions with the Literacy Coalition here, very preliminary discussions. So is there a segment of our community that's being left behind? We just entered into an agreement and announced about 3 weeks ago the Nashville Innovation Alliance. And yes, this with Mayor O'Connell in Nashville. And its focus is we want to build an ecosystem and enhance our economic ecosystem so that it's based on new tech creation. Those are where the jobs are. But another commitment that the mayor and the chancellor made was, as we grow this, we need to make sure that this growth for the entire community, that balanced growth, that prosperity is felt from all those different parts of our community. It's a challenge in Nashville, and I hear it's a challenge here as well. And the Innovation Alliance is committed to that principle as much as it is to a ecosystem based upon new tech creation. There is portions of Nashville's community being left behind. They're not feeling that prosperity. And we hear in some cases that's the same example here, like many growing communities. So we'd like to explore how we could possibly be a partner in that regard as well. These are aspirations. We've made a commitment to our colleagues at West Palm Beach. I know the mayor is here. We'll make a commitment to you to continue to report to you on how we are engaging in these processes and where we end up engaging and where we end up initiating programs. We're committed to finding our role in this community. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for Vanderbilt University. We see you as a perfect partner. This community is ripe for us to be that additive. We hope and seek the guidance and the desire on the part of this government to begin discussions to become our partner, to find that common ground and work together toward a mutually beneficial relationship. And so we can talk about talent. That's what we're in the business of doing. We have modeled workforce development programs. A McKinsey report to the Council on 100 actually referenced our workforce development programs and our partnerships that we engage with. And so we seek your support in this next step to begin discussions. Let's see how we can work together and partner. And we're glad to answer any questions as I conclude. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. At this time, I'm going to look at my colleagues. If we have any questions at this time, we will certainly have it open later on after we hear from folks from the audience. But does any member of the board would like to ask any questions or give any comments at this time? Yes, Commissioner Barnett.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Okay. Well, thank you very much for your presentation. I'll keep my question brief. I love what I heard, and I really like this project. I support it, and I'm curious as to what you mentioned today, as well as in my office yesterday, with regards to your engagement in the community. This is, like I said, I think a great project for West Palm Beach. There's a lot of development going on in the city of West Palm Beach, but you also mentioned this is a project that will have regional effects throughout the county, probably outside of Palm Beach County. Of course, I'm concerned with the impact on my district, the communities surrounding West Palm Beach that have been left out of some of that economic growth that we've seen larger cities like West Palm Beach benefit from. Can you talk a little bit about, well, maybe not now, but or now, specifically your plans to reach out to community leaders in the surrounding cities like Green Acres, Palm Springs? I had a chance to speak with some of the council members in the cities in my district about inviting you to meet with community leaders, not just electeds, but also my leaders of the chambers of commerce. Love to hear more about what you have to offer our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we have started these conversations. We think there's a lot of opportunity there. What we want to do is we want to basically do something similar to what we're doing in Nashville and in Tennessee. And it's important that the relationships and partnerships that we have, they are in the city. So we just founded together with the city in Nashville, Nashville Innovation Alliance. We started a venture capital association. We're working with schools. We're working with community organizations. But our partnership really extends beyond that. So all the way down to Chattanooga, we're having deep discussions with people in East Tennessee. We actually have a whole joint strategy on competitiveness. We're thinking about what we're going to do statewide, regionally, and so forth. So the critical thing is we know how to do this. We're very committed to this. What we then have to do in the process is to understand exactly what the needs are, where there's commonality, where we have something to add, where the partners have something to add. So just as an example, in Chattanooga, which is about an hour south of us, we're now working on extending our work on traffic, which has focused on highways. Now we're looking at kind of things in cities as well. We're looking with a national lab in Oak Ridge for collaborations. So the critical piece will be for us is to figure out and understand exactly where the needs and commonalities are, where there's a match, if you will, between need and our capabilities. That will require discussions. We've started those discussions, but we know how to do that, and we have done it successfully already in our home state and our home city.
I would add that, Commissioner, that any connection you can give us to elected officials, we'll knock on any door, and it's to our benefit to do that, because the only way we'll find those connections the Chancellor's talking about is to talk to a lot of people and listen and find out where those commonalities are, where the opportunities are, and where we can be that additive.
Maybe just to add one more example, and that's something we weren't really aware of, but we've started a new project now on ending veteran homelessness, which is a serious problem in Nashville as well. That was something that came out through our deep relationships with members of Metro government, and those are the types of things where we have a challenge. We have some of the world's best researchers on dealing with homelessness, and was a perfect combination, and so that's one of the projects that came about by having these in-depth conversations.
Very good. Are you done, Commissioner Barnett?
Yes, ma'am.
Very good. All right, Commissioner Woodward, directing.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to thank you for your presentation, and I wanted to also thank you. Yeah, you did listen. We've had several meetings, and everyone, you remembered what we had talked about before and the slides that you presented, especially with the urban lab. That was a lot of the conversation that we had. And the ability for, us as a county, but also all of our cities to benefit from the research that you're capable of. And just those parts, I thank you for adding that slide to put in there. And that you are looking at long-term, 50 years, and that you are very proud of your brand. We're also very proud of Palm Beach County, so that's a shared desire that we keep our brands. I just wanted to know I know you mentioned the urban lab, but when I had talked to you about working with our cities, we as a board and a number of our cities, we've had tremendous growth. With that comes a lot of new work that we have to do, and a lot of collaboration that we're building with our own cities, but also how you have worked with Nashville, which we're different because we do have West Palm Beach is a very large city. We have 39 municipalities in this county, so it's going to be slightly different than that because a number of our cities are pretty large too, but we also have very small cities, and we have very urban areas all the way to agricultural and everything in between. So just if you could mention some of what your research capabilities have done as far as helping us and our local governments with the research part of, we have to do a number of studies, whether it's traffic or infrastructure, any of that, but how we move forward and looking at our next 50 years as well.
And maybe I'll mention a couple of examples, and I think, Commissioner, I thank you for your comments, but we're excited both about the similarities, is that these are both parts of the country that have experienced tremendous growth, but of course with that also come challenges, and then those challenges may be different. And so it's very exciting for us to explore that, to understand that in more detail, and then see how we can be helpful. I'll mention just maybe 2 examples so that you get a sense for that. The first one is we're working very actively with the mayor on transportation. Public transportation is a big challenge in Nashville. The mayor has made this one of his signature initiatives and then reached out to us, to our experts on traffic modeling that are world-class, to figure out what is the right strategy, how do we think about this. And many of these are technical problems about routes and how do you think about that and how do you put all these pieces together. But if you have some of the world's best people working in this area, that's a great resource for the city. So Vice Chancellor Green mentioned this, but we have done the biggest traffic experiment in the history of the world. So there's a lot of knowledge there and a lot of modeling that goes into that, using AI and computer science to really think about how do you envision transportation in an innovative way. And then on the totally other side of the spectrum, a program which we call PEER is a partnership with schools, with our public schools, where we are utilizing the tremendous expertise in our School of Education at Peabody to particularly work with segments in our student body that are struggling. And that's a hugely important challenge, of course, for every community to make sure that we have inclusive growth. And so they've been working for 2 years already, all the way down to curricula, working with students, working with faculty there to make sure that our public schools improve, and particularly for those segments of the students that are most vulnerable. So that's 2 examples. There are many others, anything from sustainability. I mentioned the homelessness project, but there are, and what's particularly exciting now is with the new mayor, we have formalized these relationships in an urban lab concept, which allows us to even explore new venues that could be models for how we're thinking about Palm Beach County as well.
Very good. Is that fine, Commissioner Woodward? All right. We are now going to proceed to comments by the public. Every person will have 3 minutes. I have my gatekeeper to my right. She's not easy. She is good, efficient. And then we'll, again, open it up to comments or questions by the board. So, Commissioner Weiss, would you call the first card?
Thank you.
Well, call his name. He'll come up, and then we'll do it.
We'd like to invite Stephen Ross to, and if you can introduce yourself, not that you need to do that, but if you can introduce yourself just to make sure we're having the process for everybody. Introduce yourself and your address as well.
Hold on just 1 second. I'm going to give you the 3 minutes. This doesn't happen in the football games, does it? 2-minute warning.
So the folks from Vanderbilt, you know, you talk about technology. We need a little help up here if you guys can help us.
Tell you what, why don't we go ahead and start, and then after 3 minutes, all right? Go right ahead, Mr. Ross, you're recognized.
I'm Steve Ross. I've been a resident of Palm Beach and actually grew up in South Florida, graduated high school here, and I've always maintained a presence and been developing in West Palm Beach for about close to 30 years now. But this moment is a very important moment for this county. This is probably one of the most important projects. I believe that all of Palm Beach County will become the most important county in this country because Florida is the best business state in this country. There's change going on in this country, and the type of growth and the type of businesses that are looking to grow to Florida are looking at South Florida, and that consists of, as we all know, Dade, Broward, and Palm Beach counties. But those counties, but the other counties don't have the opportunity to grow that Palm Beach County is growing. And that's why we're really staking and seeing the growth that can occur here in Palm Beach County. And in order to do that, you need to have great schools. There's no place that's ever grown that doesn't have great universities, great schools, as well as the other attributes that make places where people want to be. But getting a school with the reputation of Vanderbilt, I equate this to really what occurred in the growth of Silicon Valley, where you had Stanford and you had all the money that was coming from San Francisco, and that created Silicon Valley and brought those great companies, those startups that started there and grew to be the giants of in our country. Since really California is not a place where corporations want to start up, Florida is the best business state, and the best place in the largest county is right here. And so, with a university, with the kind of reputation that Vanderbilt has, and will bring people here, together with the resources that exist. I mean, on Palm Beach Island itself, you know, is like similar to San Francisco, and Stanford, I mean, Vanderbilt is similar to Stanford, and we all saw the growth of that and what's become and the importance of Silicon Valley to this country. And I believe it will occur here as we bring these type of institutions here. I know we're developing in Palm Beach primarily now, but we're talking to the other places like Boca Raton, and that's going to experience growth. This whole county in the future will become what Silicon Valley is today. And so the opportunities here to to pass up this opportunity would be a crime, because you won't find a better school in this country where it'll bring more prominence to this area than Vanderbilt University. So it's a real honor to really speak on behalf of that, and knowing the importance and what it can do for this county. So I'm just really asking to, to kind of follow the lead of West Palm Beach, who yesterday passed it unanimously to encourage Vanderbilt to come here. I know there's a lot of other things that are occurring, but they're all happening now. This is the right time, and for these times to go by and not taking advantage of it, I think we all lose. So I encourage you all to really support this initiative, because it is that important, and it's great for everybody in the entire county, not just West Palm Beach.
Mr. Ross, I have a question. Steve, I have a question. You've done a lot of development in West Palm Beach, as well as in other areas of the county. Do you think that we can support with our infrastructure the numbers of students and professors who would come here, as well as others who would like to take part in the in Vanderbilt University,
Well,
sir?
I
Are we
know,
ready for it?
I mean, right now, the biggest need in this county, in this state, is the kind of workforce housing that's required. I know I sit on the Council of 100. We had a meeting yesterday dealing with these issues. But this is an issue that if there's growth, that has to occur, and we're coming up with initiatives and working with the state to come up with ways that we can provide for workforce housing. And yes, it's going to take, growth. You have to have the infrastructure that allows for that growth to occur. And I think that all that infrastructure is here. It has to be developed, but we have the land. Don't forget, Palm Beach County is the largest county in the country with land mass size, so it has that opportunity to grow. And I think it's us that just take advantage of planned growth and doing it properly. And I think that, that's why this commission is going to be so important to the future of really this country. I mean, it's hard when we all sit back here and we have our day-to-day jobs and we think about what the future is, but we are sitting in really the prime location in this country. And I think we really should have to take advantage of it. We have an obligation to take advantage of it, because it's really here to be developed.
Thank you very much, sir. All right. Next card, please.
Thank you. Keith James, Mayor James.
Mayor, you're recognized. As a courtesy, we're not going to put to 3 minutes on. I'm sure that'll happen in the city council if we go there one day, sure. Go right ahead, sir.
Professional courtesy, Mayor. So anytime you want to come speak to us, we won't give you a 3-minute deadline.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, as well as Commissioners. It truly is an honor and a pleasure to be here this morning. You may not recall, I don't know if everyone here was on the dais, but one of the first things I did when I got elected back in 2011 was to make a trip by here to speak to this body. And the purpose of that visit was to emphasize the city's desire to work collaboratively with the county. And I come again in that spirit of collaboration. I think we have before us a very unique opportunity. I'm proud to report that at last night's meeting, my commission voted to donate a significant portion of the land involved to this project. We have skin in the game. And we did that because there's a recognition that this is a unique inflection point in the city's, in the county's history. This is an opportunity that does not come along every year. I would say that it's probably equivalent to a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for a university of Vanderbilt's caliber and quality to passionately express a desire to set up a campus in downtown West Palm Beach. You've seen the results of the economic study that they've done. The benefits are significant, but not just for West Palm Beach, for the entire county. And Vanderbilt comes with a collaborative attitude. They've already been meeting with community representatives. They met with some of the other educational institutions in our county, including Palm Beach Atlantic and Florida Atlantic, to emphasize their desire to work together. But this is an opportunity that I don't think we should let pass, and I would urge you to recognize the significance of this moment that is before us. I believe that in the years to come, generations of Palm Beach County residents will look back on this moment in time and appreciate and be thankful for the decisions that I anticipate will be made by this body and certainly have been made by the city of West Palm Beach. Again, this is a unique opportunity, and I think we should take full advantage of it. The actions we take today will undoubtedly shape the future of this county for generations to come. The investment that will be made by this very fine educational institution will shape our local economy, culture, and workforce for generations to come. And ladies and gentlemen, we are planning a future filled with innovation and opportunities that will benefit our children, our grandchildren, and our grandchildren's children. Vanderbilt's proposed programs are forward-looking, targeting key disciplines, as you've heard, artificial intelligence, data sciences, and business that will drive the economy of tomorrow. They've mentioned the innovation hub that they have in mind. Imagine local entrepreneurs from this county collaborating with the experts of this fine institution, creating new businesses that will drive our economy forward. This transformation can make Palm Beach County a beacon for innovation for generations to come. Let us not lose this opportunity. The project carries no risk to taxpayers. The land under consideration will only be used for educational purposes. If the construction doesn't proceed as proposed, the land remains untouched and under your control, and we have similar safeguards and guardrails in our agreement with Vanderbilt. I have constantly articulated as I speak around my city that I want to make West Palm Beach a community of opportunity for all. I believe that the opportunities presented by this, the Vanderbilt investment will contribute to inclusivity and inclusive growth in our city and indeed the county. I am obviously the mayor of West Palm Beach, but I recognize the benefits of this investment, even though it will be located in downtown West Palm Beach. The benefits will spread far beyond West Palm Beach throughout the county. New jobs will be created here. Local businesses will thrive here as a result of this investment. And I know that you've heard a little bit about what Vanderbilt proposes to do as they meet with members of the community in the areas of K through 12 education, workforce development, and others. And that's something that I have emphasized and the city commissioners have emphasized, is making sure that these benefits extend throughout all four corners of my city, and I would venture to say throughout all four corners of this county. And I know that they are committed to that, and they will continue to be committed. At last night's meeting, I said that this is the beginning of the journey and of conversations that will happen. If you make the proper decision, or what I believe is a proper decision, I don't want to be presumptuous and get ahead of myself, but we made our decision based upon the fact that this will be a continuing relationship moving forward. I anticipate hopefully that same spirit of collaboration and cooperation and communication will be evidenced by the decision that you make today. So as I close, Let me just say that I believe we owe it to our community to fully support Vanderbilt's investment. I think together, the county, the city, Vanderbilt, we can ensure future generations, and again, I say generations, this is a long-term play, as the chancellor and the vice chancellor said. Future generations of Palm Beach County residents, of West Palm Beach residents, will have the opportunities to prosper. I urge you to move forward confidently because I believe that we accept this offer and we do the right thing. We will leave this community better than it was when we inherited. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that eloquence. Any questions by the board? If not, we're going to, yes. Commissioner Baxter. Sir, just one
Mayor.
Mayor.
Yes, yes.
You had brought up a couple things. You said your board had voted last night to donate the land.
Yes.
And so you're not leasing it at all, you're just donating it?
No, we are donating it. As I said, we have sufficient safeguards there that if it's not used as for the purposes stated, we will, the title will revert back to us. But yes, we're planning to just absolutely donate the land.
Would you be able to highlight just a couple of those safeguards?
Well, one is that if they do not use it for educational purposes, then it reverts back to us. Also, they need to begin vertical construction within 5 years. It's also conditioned, quite frankly, upon this body also making some kind of contribution. You all will determine what that is, but you also having some skin in the game. So those are just a few to make sure that it will be used for the purposes that have been stated.
And lastly, I just want to thank you for this. I mean, what a huge opportunity this is. So thank you for taking time out of your busy day and coming down here and speaking with us.
Absolutely. That's how important this is to me and to the city. Thank you all for even considering.
Excellent. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good to see you, Mayor. Okay, we're going to move on to the next speaker.
Christina Lambert.
Good morning, Commissioner.
Good morning, Mayor. Good morning, Vice Mayor, members of the County Commission. I'm here today to express my full support for the initiative to bring Vanderbilt University to Palm Beach County. As a commissioner in the city of West Palm Beach, I believe that Vanderbilt's presence will significantly enrich our region, creating new opportunities for our residents and raising the bar for educational excellence, as well as it has tremendous long-term implications for our entire community. Vanderbilt University, as we heard, is not just renowned for their research and academic rigor, a dedication to building a capable workforce, clusters of knowledge, innovation, and entrepreneurship, but also for its commitment to our community and engagement and development. By establishing a presence in Palm Beach County, Vanderbilt will bring a wealth of resources, knowledge, and innovation that will benefit all of our residents, from students and educators to local businesses and families. This partnership has the potential to elevate our regional education landscape, foster economic growth, and provide new avenues for collaboration. Most importantly, Vanderbilt's dedication to inclusivity and community outreach, I believe, aligns perfectly with our shared vision for a vibrant, thriving, and equitable Palm Beach County. I urge you all, the Palm Beach County Board of Commissioners, to support this initiative and help us with the city of West Palm Beach to take this important step forward for a brighter future for all of us. And together, we can ensure that the benefits that flow from this project benefit our entire county. Thank you so much for your leadership and consideration here today.
Thank you so much. Thank you, appreciate it.
Kelly Smallridge.
Good morning, Ms. Smallridge.
Good morning, Mayor, members of the Commission, Administrator Baker. I'm Kelly Smallridge, CEO of the Business Development Board of Palm Beach County. As you well know, over the last 10 years, Palm Beach County has made significant economic development strides, transforming the region into a hub for business innovation and growth. I always start every presentation with education is the currency for economic development. No company locates to an area where there isn't a great education ecosystem. Over the last 10 years, we've brought major aerospace, finance, corporate headquarters, manufacturing, logistics, and manufacturing firms, but we cannot rest on our laurels. Attracting a prestigious institution like Vanderbilt University to downtown West Palm Beach and Palm Beach County is a forward-looking investment. Let me stress that it is the workforce that serves as the backbone of any striving economy. I learned in the early 90s as I watched IBM, Motorola, Pratt Whitney, and Sony leave Palm Beach County how important it was to have a strong education ecosystem. When we conducted our exit interviews, it was clear that those companies sought states and counties that had a great education, a wide array of colleges and universities to keep them competitive. While concerns about growth, accessibility, and inclusivity are extremely valid, bringing a prestigious Vanderbilt University to downtown West Palm and Palm Beach County represents a very unique opportunity. Remember, I grew up and was raised in what you now call an underserved community. I grew up in Palm Springs and Green Acres. I wish this opportunity was available when I was a young girl. Perhaps I would have attended FAU, moved on to receive an MBA from Vanderbilt, created a small business, visited their innovation center, and taken a different path, perhaps, in Palm Beach County. This is about creating options and an environment in Palm Beach County that's centered on quality economic development and not just quantity economic development. You all have been our greatest partners. You all have helped us get to where we are, which is the envy of everybody in the state of Florida and the nation. I encourage you to support this effort, and I thank you for your time in evaluating the Vanderbilt proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Smallridge, thank you for being here. Thank you for all you've done. And as a product of Palm Beach County Public Schools, I have to say you've achieved much for yourself and for the community in being a leader in bringing businesses, top-notch businesses to our community.
Thank you for your help.
Thank you so much, Ms. Smallridge. All right, we're going to continue on. We have a couple more cards.
William Eady. Will be followed by Jordan, looks like Rathby, handwriting.
Sir, you're recognized.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to address the commission. I'm William Eady, proud Vanderbilt alum, and I've been a resident of Palm Beach County for the last 10 years. Professionally, I serve as the president of Bank of New York Mellon's Florida business. This is an incredible opportunity that we have sitting here in front of us. I truly believe it's a seminal moment in the history of Palm Beach County to have a caliber of institution like Vanderbilt willing to partner with the county to bring a business school to West Palm Beach. I graduated in 2008, and at the time, if you were a top student at Vanderbilt University, you would often consider leaving Nashville and going to New York or Chicago or London as you got your career started. Today, that is not the case. In Nashville, a lot of the majority of the Vanderbilt graduates actually stay because it's an innovation hub, it's a vibrant city, and I think we have the ability to deliver that here in West Palm Beach. As someone who does a lot of recruiting and hiring, I would love the opportunity to partner with an institution like Vanderbilt to develop a talent pipeline and bring those folks to the financial services sector, which is thriving thanks to a lot of the work that Kelly and her team has done to make this Wall Street South. So I urge all of you to please put your support behind this endeavor. I think this is a really important moment for us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Sir, you're recognized. State your name, please.
Thank you, Jordan Rathlev. No worries, Commissioner Weiss. It's mispronounced many times. But Jordan Rathlev, a resident of Palm Beach County for the last 7 years and also a 2005 graduate of Vanderbilt University. So I can proudly say, sitting here in the county for over 7 years, this is such a unique opportunity for me as an individual here, relocating my family from the Northeast, but also for this commission. I think one thing, I just want to highlight 1 or 2 points and not rehash what's been said to date. One, if you look at a university of this caliber, typically they'll hire a consultant or a city will hire a consultant and spend millions of dollars to say why we should be on a list for a university like this to come. I think we should recognize that they picked this county, and it's really a testament to this commission, the work that's gone on over the last 5, 10, 15, 20 years to really bring Palm Beach County into the limelight is the reason why they picked this location for this university. So I think, one, it's a testament to you all sitting here and the commitment going forward for what smart, positive growth looks like. I think, two, if you think about the positive types of jobs that this type of innovation and business school will bring to this region, the jobs that many of you see in your various districts around the county are diverse. It's not just financial services, it's agriculture, it's aerospace. And those jobs of the last 10 or 15 or 20 years are going to evolve over the next 10 or 15, 20 years. And the type of institution that this will bring and the types of jobs that will be able to grow and evolve over time are only because of these types of institutions. And I think you need to ask yourselves, what are they actually asking of you? What have they asked of the city? What have they asked this community? And effectively, it's they want some land. And I think at the end of the day, for land that is sat dormant for a long period of time, that has the ability to add over $1 billion of economic development over 10 years is a small price to pay for what the long-term growth that a university like this has to offer to our region. So I do strongly encourage you to support this measure and take this to the next step to be able to allow the university to progress in their plans for Palm Beach County. So thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. All right, we have no further cards, and I'd like to, wait, we do have?
We have just for the record, we have 2 non-speaking cards that are in support.
Very good. Those will be received and filed. I'd like to open it up now to the board. If board members have any questions or comments, I'm going to start with Vice Mayor Marino.
Thank you, Mayor. It's a large commitment, large investment for our residents and our businesses. And I believe it is the responsibility of this board to ask county staff and Vanderbilt to negotiate the same parameters as we did with the University of Florida. We were able to work out something, but it was negotiated, and some of the things that I'm actually looking at the University of Florida paperwork here. Some of the important points were the limitation of property use for educational purposes only. Commissioner Baxter, this goes to your safeguards question. Reversionary rights, closing costs to be borne by the grantee, development timeline for the urban campus, rezoning of the county's 45th Street complex property to achieve appreciable flexibility resulting from allowances for increased building height and floor area ratio, subject to compliance with the city's zoning and land development regulations. And also one of the caveats was that we actually have a building that is in use right now on that property, so we have to make sure that if in fact this is something that we do complete, that building will have to be built at 45th Street. So there is a timeline, but I do as a board think that we need to ask our staff to negotiate the best possible parameters and have all the safeguards in place.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. Commissioner Weiss, you're recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you very much for being here, and thank you for your interest in our community. We're all, of course, committed to this community. I mean, as you can see from whether you're just a resident here or if you have the opportunity, like we do, to serve our community as well. It was interesting, Vice Chancellor, when you talked about the Vanderbilt brand. That's something very similar to us, and my colleague, Commissioner Woodward, touched on it, which is our brand of Palm Beach County. And I think the expectation of protecting our brand, and an institution like Vanderbilt, in my view, not only protects our brand, but enhances it. In the conversations, talked about education, and primarily, we're looking at secondary education in graduate school. If you look at every great city, anywhere in the world, they have a great ecosystem of higher education to support their development. And while we have wonderful institutions in and around our county, to help develop that ecosystem and create an even more vibrant environment. Because of the collaboration that goes on, I had the opportunity, I worked for the University of Michigan for a number of years, and what you see happen, the collaboration that goes on, not just on the campus, but between the researchers on multiple campuses, there's a sizable benefit and that only can occur by allowing people to collaborate together. I think that the opportunity is something that I am very supportive of. I know there's a lot we've talked in the past. We still have a lot of ground to cover to try and bring this to fruition. And as my colleagues have mentioned, the safeguards of protecting our taxpayer assets is of the utmost importance, as well as being fair to all of our partners. But I know that we have an amazing staff, and I'm sure you all do as well, that can work together, I know, in a collaborative way, and hopefully will bring us this opportunity to fruition. I think, lastly, the opportunity for helping create a better West Palm Beach, a better Palm Beach County, and making sure that opportunities exist for everybody is of paramount importance. So that's opportunities for not only K through 12, but also we have some amazing, amazing students here that would love an opportunity to be able to attend an institution like Vanderbilt. And to the extent that we can make that an opportunity is something that would benefit our entire community. And then lastly, it's no surprise to my colleagues up here that I'm gonna get on the tech bandwagon. But the future is technology. The future of our country, the future of our world is in technology and the opportunities that it's going to create. And to have between 400 and 500 new graduates steeped in the best and the brightest coming on to our community and being a part of our community is something that Palm Beach County should certainly embrace. I think back, as you mentioned, about Stanford University and the role that played in creating Silicon Valley. It would not have occurred without Stanford University. There is no doubt about it. And so the opportunity to have that here in our county will provide the kind of growth and opportunities for generations to come. And so I think it's important that we focus on those opportunities and make sure we do everything in our power to bring those and make them available. So I look forward to supporting our staff and working with your staff, and let's see if we can bring this in for a landing somehow.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Woodward, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. And I do agree with Vice Mayor Marino on making sure that the safeguards that were discussed were in place. I know we had discussed the previous deal, which I joined after the board, after the previous one was made, but you've brought me up to speed on it. And I think that there's a few changes in the contingency, but the previous deal, with those couple of changes that you had mentioned, I do support. I wanted to point out, with the previous deal, that was another state school, and as evidenced this morning, FAU is in my district and very important, and I've had a few conversations with them and some other stakeholders about that, and it was pointed out to me that the other school would have been another state school competing for some of the same funds, and that is not the case with Vanderbilt. They're a private university and wouldn't fall under the same parameters. So I think that's one of the ways that this probably is an even better deal for us, and it's very exciting. All the conversations that I've had with you have been amazing, conversations I've had in the community. I think a lot of people are very interested and excited about what's to come, and we're in an important part in our county with the growth that we've had, and I think a lot of decisions that we're making will resonate 50, 70 years from now. Hopefully I'm around for a number of those to see. And I don't know how long this is going to take, but should I get reelected, I have 6 more years on this board. That takes me to 2030. I'd like to see what's out of the ground by then. But I do support this, and it's very exciting. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Commissioner Bernard.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Before I make a comment, I do have a question. I think Harvey, can you come up if you don't mind?
Yes, sir.
Have you had the chance to review the UF deal? Have Vanderbilt had the opportunity to review the deal in regards to the parameters?
So I have reviewed it several times. I don't know that I know all the intimate details, so I'm not sure what your question is, but the answer is yes.
You know, as Commissioner Marino just mentioned that, you know, we would like to go with the same terms as the UF deal. Would you be able to, your team, if we decided on a date for us to vote on this, what's the time frame that you would need working with staff to be able for us to bring something back to us?
We can accommodate a very quick turnaround, Commissioner. The Vanderbilt's legal team is very familiar with the UF deal that was unanimously approved by this board 2 years ago. And other than changing some names and dates and dropping out a very big contingency, which was the third-party property owner was a condition precedent in the UF deal that is not a condition precedent here. It's actually a much cleaner deal. So we could, you know, if your staff is available, we can turn it around in the next couple of weeks.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So, Commissioner Woodward just mentioned that she's got potential 6 years. I don't. So, and since I leave here on, I believe my last day is November 4th as county commissioner, I don't have 6 years. So since if there's, as Harvey just mentioned, if it could be turned around pretty quickly, my goal would be for us to turn this around by, we have a meeting on September 17th or October 8th. And so I would like for us to, Ms. Baker, do you think 17th or the October 8th? Or I can do it next week.
We can do it next week. However, there may be some things in the UF agreement that's not necessarily applicable. And I also want to take advantage of some of the items that was stated here today and is in the actual presentation. I'm sitting here thinking, okay, we can do this. We've got a number of things already lined up that we're currently working on that I believe this group will be able to assist us. So I'd like some flexibility
September
in it so that we
17th
can.
or October 8th?
Probably October 8th at the earliest, because we'd like to be able to make sure we've got all the parameters in. And then
September
I want to be really
17th
clear.
or October 8th?
Excuse me.
Hold on, I just want to make sure.
No, I know, I understand.
What we
No,
can do
wait,
is
excuse
bring you
me,
what we
everybody.
have on the 8th.
May I suggest, I don't like this sort of negotiating back and forth. Why don't we finish with everything that we're going to be said here today, and then we're going to look to staff, and then we'll get a date maybe for a report, and then a date for the actual vote. So we may be able to take care of both of your dates, but let's not negotiate back and forth here before we hear all the comments, if we could, please. So Commissioner Bernard, you still have the floor. but we are not going to discuss the dates yet.
No,
until
but
the end of the
I still
discussion.
want to know, like, which date would she be
We will
able?
discuss that
But I can
after.
still ask her the question.
can-
She's
You can
she's
ask,
the
but you're not
administrator.
going to, we're not going to negotiate back and forth.
I'm not
here, if you don't mind.
negotiating with
Okay,
you, Mayor.
that's good.
I'm having a discussion with the administrator.
Okay, so, Ms. Baker, you're
It will be our goal
recognized.
to bring it back to you on the 8th. We'll give you an update. But I would like to be really clear on the direction, because I believe we're going to need some flexibility in order to work with Vanderbilt on bringing in some of the things that they've offered, which we did not necessarily have in UF, and some of the things in UF may not be applicable to this agreement. So if we could have that flexibility, we'll work with Harvey and the legal team and bring it back as soon as possible.
So you mentioned an update. Would you bring us back a contract, or?
My goal will be to bring you back the contract by October 8th.
Okay, perfect.
And if that is an issue, we will keep this board apprised of what's going on. I think we all want to get this done as soon as
Okay.
possible. But, you know, we've got a number of other number one priorities going right now as well.
So, Ms. Baker, since I did bring up the 17th, would we be able to potentially get a report from staff to the board on the 17th?
Yes.
So that way, if there are issues or any hiccups or something that we need to be apprised of, then on the 17th, you can provide that to us, and then for us to have the date of October 8th.
That will be our target date.
County attorney, is that something? Okay.
I do have a problem with that, so we'll have some more discussion on these dates. Commissioner Bernard, are you done with your
No, I'm
comments?
not, I'm
You
not
go
done.
right ahead.
No. You know, Commissioner Weiss mentioned that the future is technology. I disagree completely because we don't know where the future is going. And so I just think that we, as a board, as we're making this decision, we have to, the jobs that we have today may not exist 10, 20, 30 years from now. And so I think that this opportunity to bring a world-class university to a world-class county and a world-class city is historic. And I look forward to us as a board making this decision in terms of moving Palm Beach County forward. So that's my comments, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Baxter and then Commissioner Barnett.
Thank you, Mayor. My question is for SME. Could you please highlight what the previous deal was with UF, just to make sure we are all okay with that? Because it was mentioned to go proceed with that, but I would like everyone to kind of hear what that entails.
Understood, certainly. Good morning again. The previous deal with UF was a negotiated deal, meaning to say that we came to the board, if my memory serves me well, 3 different times with term sheets that evolve as we continue to negotiate. In a nutshell, very high level, the deal provided for a certain set of milestones that UF was going to meet. It had a series of conditions precedent. I will argue maybe the most important of those milestones is that, or was that, this board retained the right to look at the master planning that was going to take place before the actual work proceeded. And that was a provision that was put in place to make sure that the board will get an opportunity to validate that the representations being made at the time of approval were going to be delivered. We therefore, as a function of that process, created milestones that will allow for the property not to be conveyed or retained back until we had a certainty that the goals that the board had established and we had translated into a negotiated agreement were materialized. We had included restrictions, use restrictions, and the ability for the county to retain or regain control of the property should something go south, so to speak, or not develop as proposed. We had included as well provisions to accommodate the fact that we still have the Community Services Department building at 810 Datura, right? And that construction wouldn't be possible unless we're able to relocate the building and then clear the site. We had included as well references to city-owned property, because University of Florida had established at the time that both city and county were needed. The private ownership that was previously referenced by Mr. Oyer was preferred, but not conditional on the ability to continue to move forward, although other things happen through
Forgive me, assuming these sound like amazing parameters, but in regards to the land, what were the deal? What were the parameters to that?
With the land, we had eventual conveyance to a subject to a set of use restrictions and ability to recapture the land, what I'm going to call loosely right of first refusal under several conditions if the uses were not to be met. We also delayed conveyance until after a confirmation of what I'm going to call the master plan was in place, right? Certainty that it was going to be built.
Making sure that it's for educational purposes
the board.
and that everything
Yep.
we agree. So
We also had restrictions on what uses could be allowed, and the conversation regarding public and private was center to our negotiations throughout.
Okay, so with that being said, and just making sure that I clearly understood everything and everyone else has, I do support Commissioner Marino and Commissioner Bernard in supporting the, previous UF. If we can get that done, I love the idea of the update on September 17th, the contract no later than October 8th. I do love that. So, and those safeguards previously stated by Commissioner Marino. And this way, if any of those safeguards that we are discussing today are causing any problems, I would like them brought to us sooner than September 17th so that we can work them out prior to that, because I do not want this board or this county to miss out on this amazing opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. Commissioner Barnett and then the Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I would just like to echo the Vice Mayor and Commissioner Baxter. I am 100% in favor of this project and would like to see that negotiated contract brought back to us no later than 30 days. I think the date was the 17th, if I'm not mistaken.
The update 17th and the contract no later than October 8th.
October 8th.
And if we could just confirm from the stakeholders in the room that wouldn't be too late, I would really appreciate it.
For the record, Harvey Oyer, those dates work. Thank you.
If they work for you, they work for me. I think it's time to bring Vanderbilt to West Palm Beach.
Indeed, sir.
Sooner the better.
Yes,
Absolutely.
we agree. Thank you.
There was a discussion in my office yesterday with regards to the elite status of Vanderbilt due to your global search for your student body. And you made a point to mention that you're not bringing a satellite campus to West Palm Beach. You're bringing a second campus with the high expectations that you hold for Vanderbilt and the Vanderbilt name, whether in Nashville or in West Palm Beach. I wanted to also make reference to what Kelly Smallridge mentioned about being a student of business here in West Palm Beach. Maybe if she had the opportunity to pursue her business graduate goals at a university with the caliber of Vanderbilt, maybe she would have gone in another direction. I would like to see that opportunity for our local students as well. I know you're going to be doing a global search for your student body, but I don't want Palm Beach County students to be locked out of that search as well. Just want to make sure that our students here in West Palm Beach will have the same opportunities wherever possible to benefit from a world-class education that Vanderbilt offers. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. Vice Mayor Marino.
Thank you. Maybe we can bring this in for a landing. In the presentation, it was based on 300,000 square feet, $500 and some odd million. It included student housing, the academic building itself, and a parking garage. So I think what might help the process if you have some sort of site plan that you might have etched out or something like that. I think we'd all appreciate seeing that. That would make the process easier. And I realize it's hard to do a site plan when you don't know what you're going to have, but you have to, if you play chess and not checkers, you had to have done all of the due diligence that says this is what we're going to, if we get this property, this is what we can do on it. And I think the county would appreciate getting a site plan of some kind. And with that.
No, I'm
Oops.
not
Well, go
done
ahead.
yet.
Sorry.
That's okay. Okay, I see no other lights on. I just want to say that this is a tribute to our business community under the leadership of the Kelly Smallridge, the Business Development Board, Economic Council, BizPac, that a prestigious university like Vanderbilt would decide to come here to Palm Beach County. It shows that we are really Wall Street of the South, and I appreciate the work and the hours that have gone into building our business community into a stellar community that it is today. Secondly, this is also a tribute to our public education. Michael Burke has done an amazing job, and all the teachers and administrators of our public education and private schools as well, to show that we have the students here to support a graduate school of this great esteem, such as Vanderbilt University. But I think most importantly, and I'm not looking at golf courses or beaches or great restaurants, I think it's the people. I think it's our residents. I think it's our constituents, the 7 commissioners who sit here today, that we have been noticed to have a graduate school for the future. As I say, for the Jennifers, I've just learned who Jennifer is. Jennifer is Gen X, Gen Z, the Alpha generation. This isn't for boomers such as myself. I think I'm the only boomer here anyway, so I can say that. But this is for our children and our grandchildren. And it's a tribute to the people, the people. There are many cities in this country that have great business organizations, and I won't even name who they are, where they are located. But there's very few that can parallel Palm Beach County. We have the business community, we have the education, we have the good people who live and work and play here. And so I am proud to be the mayor of this great county. This is not like University of Florida, folks. I've reviewed that contract. I'm an attorney for many, many years. University of Florida is a land grant university, the top-notch Blue Key University of this state, but it is a public university. We have a public university here. It's called Florida Atlantic University. And Florida Atlantic University not only has a stellar athletic teams, but also a great educational program and graduate school. We don't need any competition. I love University of Florida. I've put a lot of money into it when I was in the legislature, but we are Palm Beach, and we love our own university, Florida Atlantic University. This new contract, it is a new contract. It is not the same. I'm sure it'll have a reverter clause. If they don't proceed to do what they have promised to do, Vanderbilt, it will revert back to the grantor, which is Palm Beach County, the taxpayers. We own that land. We own that land. And we will decide what is the best and highest use for that land. And I'm sure that the staff will do a good job working with all of us here. We also have private universities here. One is just a couple of miles from where we sit today. That's Palm Beach Atlantic, and Kaiser, and Southern. We have a lot of private universities. And I look forward to Vanderbilt working a synergy with our private other universities here, because I think that we can all work together, very much like Stanford did in Silicon Valley. And we will not just replicate that, we will surpass it, because we are Palm Beach County, and we will work together on it. So the only question I have, and it's something that's pretty important, do we get the Grand Ole Opry? Well, I've been to Nashville. You guys got great music out there. We got pretty good music here too, but I'd love to see maybe a music institute here. We can have some of that great Nashville music and Memphis as well. So with that, I'm going to close the board, and if there's no other questions, I am going to move that we. Vice Mayor, did you want to say something before I make my motion? Okay, we'll make the motion together. The two Marias here. Going to make the motion together so that we can review this, staff can review this for a receive and file.
Need a motion.
Pardon? Oh, we don't need a motion on this?
Oh, yeah.
We're just going to direct. We're going to direct staff. Two Marias are going to direct staff to review this and to bring this in for a final vote. I would like it sooner than later. I'd like to see 30 days. If there is any reason why we cannot in 30 days, y'all have done a lot of work already from Vanderbilt and the staff under Isami's direction, and thank you, Isami, for your work on this. Under Isami's direction, you all have done a lot of work as well. Is there any reason why we can't bring this in for a final vote in 30 days?
We will, Mayor, we've got a million things burning that all of you want, number one, done. We will work as diligently as possible to bring this back to you as soon as possible, no later than the October 8th date. We're going to have to move some priorities around, but we'll bring it back to you no later than the 8th. If we can get it to you prior to that, we will do so.
What
We will
is the
work
date
very
that, I'm sorry, Ms.
We will
Baker.
work very closely with Mr. Order. We've already started talking to him. A lot of the things are already laid out in the information they gave us. We've got a parameter to start working with this, and we will do so. We will try to get it back to you as soon as possible.
How
But I
about
don't
if
want to
we-
give you a date that
Sure.
is not going to.
Be work.
Won't
Mr.
work
Oyer,
for
would you come up to the podium? Are you representing the applicant here legally?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, very good. Can we do this, and Ms. Baker, you're in charge of the staff, so you're the boss when it comes to the staff. Before October 8th, is there a date that we could have possibly a report to see how we're doing before that date?
What we can do, Mayor, as directed before, was to come back on the 17th, give you an update, and then no later than the 8th on the agreement. We can give you just a quick briefing on this individually as we do our normal one-on-ones up until that date, just to keep you informed.
I'd like, because I know that this is a work that's been in progress for a while.
No.
No? Well, I have, and I know Isami and I have been talking about it as well with regard to that. So give me a date that we can have it before that October 8th so that we can have a little report on how we're doing on it. What do you suggest?
You tell us, Mayor.
Okay.
I think that the October 8th, with all the things we've got going that we got to finalize, I think the October date is a date that we can commit. I will commit to the October 8th date. But prior to that, unless you give me permission to take some of the things that we are working on off the plate and make this the number one priority, we can get it back to you ASAP.
Commissioner Bernard?
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. You know, I'd like to, I want to do the motion to receive and file this item, Madam Mayor. Can we get a
No, I
second?
think we've done that, or not?
No.
Okay, you have the first by Mayor, the second by, no, I can't do that, can I? I can't do that. So we're going to have the first by the Vice Mayor and the second by Commissioner Bernard. All those for, anybody opposed, see that it passes unanimously. You
Madam-
have something else
yeah.
to say, I can just tell, Commissioner.
Yeah. Madam Mayor, I think that this board would prefer to do the update on the 17th and to have a date of October 8th. If the staff is, and if working with Mr. Oyer and their team, that they can bring us something on the 17th, then they can do that. But let's have the October 8th as our drop dead date. So just to give us, if it's an update on the 17th or the actual agreement, it's great. But if not, we have October 8th as the final date.
So September 17th would be the report, and/or the final vote. And if not the final vote, then we will do that on October 8th. Is there anybody in disagreement with that? Especially staff. Mr. Oyer, does that sit well with your legal preparations for this?
Absolutely.
Very good. I love to see lawyers work quickly. So very good. Then I think we are done with this. It is now, no, I'm sorry. We're all lawyers. We work by the hour. That's all right. So I think, so congratulations. We have received a vote on that. We are going to, Mr. Barnett, Commissioner Barnett. Okay, we are going to, it is now after 12. And I know we have a lot of folks here waiting for an item that's on the agenda. But I am going to take the liberty to break for an hour. I'm sorry, I'm going to break for an hour. And we'll come back here at 1:05, and we'll commence at that time. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Commissioners.
Welcome to Inside PBC, where we highlight what's going on inside Palm Beach County. The tax collector has opened 4 new self-service MV Express kiosks. So if it's time to renew your registration, you don't have to make an appointment. All you got to do is use the kiosk and print your decals in minutes. Destinations across the county are coming to Palm Beach International Airport this fall. California, Rhode Island, Massachusetts, Pennsylvania, Delaware, and even Tampa are just some of the places you can travel to in a matter of hours right here from Palm Beach County. And did you know the Palm Beach County Library System allows you to roll into a world of stories with its bookmobile? They bring the library, including the librarian, to you. There are even schedules for its stops and a map for you to check out. For all this and more, visit our website at pbcgov.com.
Let Palm Beach International Airport take the stress out of your next trip. Arrive at PBI and find the lowest cost parking of any major South Florida airport. Featuring a putting green, device charging stations, and an escape lounge, PBI offers a relaxing atmosphere while remaining budget-friendly. With roughly 200 daily flights, why not make your business trip or vacation simple and easy? Palm Beach International Airport, your close and convenient airport.
Welcome to Palm Beach County's Community Bulletin Board. Stay tuned to find important information on county services including Palm Tran routes, road construction and closures, bids for county services, government employment, Crime Stoppers, PBC TV 20 programming, meet your commissioners, events and announcements, and much more. Thank you for watching Palm Beach County's Community Bulletin Board. Please check the PBC TV20 online program guide for future airtimes at pbcgov.com.
Why is Palm Beach County Day important in Tallahassee? It is important because our legislators need to hear the matters that are important to the people here in Palm Beach County. And the fact that we are able to partner with our municipalities as well as our business community takes us a long way in Palm Beach County. We have been given compliments on the fact that we come to Tallahassee during the beginning of session as a group. We are not divided. We come with a unified front, showing that we represent the residents here of Palm Beach County. That is why Palm Beach County Day is important.
They've been fantastic. Our team has done a really good job of having us organized, and then when we show up, we've got a nice folder, to talk directly to the representative or the senator that we're meeting with, so that we can hit those points quickly and use our time very wisely and respect them. And it's been fantastic. It's been a lot of good give and take.
I'm transporting up some of the priorities for Palm Beach County, including transportation needs, infrastructure needs that we have, that we partner with the state on, and looking at legislation to help improve the quality of life for all Floridians, but especially in Palm Beach County. We sort of joke around that, you see so many people together for Palm Beach County Day up here in Tallahassee that you don't ever see together when we're at home. So it's great networking. It's a great opportunity to talk about the needs of our business community, our nonprofit community, our local governments, and all working together on an agenda to make life better for our residents and businesses.
Of course, we're always pushing affordable workforce housing, and the commissioners are also 100% in support of workforce affordable housing. We're pushing County Road 880 and getting the state to become our partner in bringing that road up to speed, because that's where a lot of our farmers transport their vegetables and fruit, etc., that not only feeds the people in Palm Beach County, but throughout the nation.
There's a lot of money that our district needs, our city's districts needs, including Green Acres, Palm Springs, Lake Clark Shores, for septic to sewer conversion, for road expansion, for forest main sewer projects. We want to make sure that Palm Beach County gets what we have coming out of this legislative session. We're here to work and to make sure that Palm Beach County citizens get what we have coming.
It's clear and simple. It's always about infrastructure for the glades, particularly Belle Glade. Roads, roads, roads. You'd be surprised. I learn more when I'm up here with them than I do at home. And so we embrace the idea of having Palm Beach County Day. It's big time for us.
I think it's important that we talk to our legislators about all the great things that are coming to Palm Beach County, whether it be economic development, whether it be housing development, whether it be important things to our residents. And we're excited to be here with the county.
They're excited. They want to know more and more about Palm Beach County, especially some of our newer legislators that are not familiar with Palm Beach County. We're able to share with them that we're 2,000 square miles. We've got 47 miles of shoreline, and we're a very, very diverse community. From the very rich to the very poor, we're just a very large and diverse county.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. We are ready to start the second part of the Board of County Commissioners meeting of August 20th, 2024. And thank you for allowing my colleagues to have a little lunch break. We get grumpy if we don't. So I think that we have a quorum. I don't think we need a roll call at this time. We're going to go ahead and proceed. For those of you who are following, we are on page 119, 6A2. And we have staff here. Otherwise, go ahead. Yes, we have a movement right now. Wait, I think staff is coming. Are you on this next issue? Yes. Staff? Okay, why don't you come on in and we'll see. Does anybody want a presentation of this issue at this time? Seeing no one, go right ahead, Commissioner Weiss.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to go ahead and move item 6A2. I move it.
Second.
We have a second by Commissioner Bernard. All those for. Anybody opposed? See that it passes unanimously. Great job, staff. Appreciate it. Very good. Thank you.
You guys are really
May they all be this way easy, huh? Okay, now we're going on to 6B1. And this is the clerk and comptroller. Do we have staff here for this? I think we do. If not, yes, we do. Staff. Yes. Good afternoon.
Mayor, do we have
anybody wish to have a statement by the by staff? No? Seeing none at this time. Do we have a first?
Yes.
By Commissioner Baxter, a second by Commissioner Bernard. All those for. Anybody
money.
Opposed? See that
Coming up short with money.
6B1 passes unanimously. Congratulations. Moving right on to 6C1 airports. And Ms. Beebe is in the room. Laura, good to see you.
We're going to get
Isami, this is on a motion to approve. We have a number of airport issues following this particular one. So why don't we move forward at this time? Oh.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve item 6C1.
second?
Again, and we have a first by Commissioner Bernard, a second by Commissioner Baxter. All those for. Anybody opposed? See that it passes unanimously, 7-0. Thank you so much, Ms. Baby. Should we go right on to 6C2 at this time?
Motion to approve item 6C2, Madam Mayor.
Yes, thank you,
Second.
Commissioner Bernard. I have a second by Commissioner Baxter. All those for. Anybody opposed? See that it, don't go away yet. See that it passes unanimously, and 7-0. And now, congratulations. Nice job. Moving on to 6D1. There's a light on. Commissioner Weiss, you're recognized.
Yes, this was, I had actually asked staff to look into this matter on
61?
On 61. And I want to thank them again for their efforts and community outreach that they did. Staff, the recommendation is that this time we do nothing, and I have no problem with that.
Okay, very good. Thank you so much. Did you want to be the moving party on this?
I don't think there is a motion. It was just a report.
It
Okay.
was a report and seeking direction, so.
And seeking direction, all right.
No further direction.
No further.
Okay, so there's no further direction. Does anybody have any questions or comments on this? Very good. So you have your direction, and it's done. Thank you so much. That was good. 6D1, Facilities Development Operations. That's a summary. Moving right along. Boy, we are moving, aren't we? 63. And this is on a motion to approve.
with
Did I
D2.
skip one?
Yeah.
Oh, good. 6D2. And this is also direction.
Yes.
All right. Commissioner Bernard, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. County Attorney, I sit on the board on this. Does this present a conflict? Okay.
You sit on the board of the Historical Society?
As in, yeah.
Then that is a conflict, and you should abstain.
Okay.
Fill out the appropriate form with the clerk.
Okay, perfect.
I have, okay, very good. So that takes care of that. Let the record reflect that. Commissioner Weiss?
Yeah, I'd like to go ahead and, and make a motion, excuse me, to approve item 62.
I have a question right before we take a
Oh.
vote on this, and I went
I
over
made my
this
motion, so.
beforehand. Commissioner Woodward, did you want to give any statement on this?
I did. I had some questions on this one because as I'm reading this, it's $46,000 would have been what the rent we're asking for is. And I had asked, what would the market rate for this particular, the square footage and the location, what would market rate rent be for this?
Okay. Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. It's Samia Ayala, Director of Facilities Development and Operations and Assistant County Administrator. We do not have an appraisal, but we did an estimate based on rates in the area, right? So if we take into consideration the space that the Historical Society occupies for total, and then the mix of museum and office space, we land at a range between $14,000 and $19,000 on market cost, which then translates per month, which then translate to somewhere in between $168,000 to $228,000 per year. So it's a range, right, from low to high, based on estimates of comparable fair market rents in the area.
But this motion is to actually do an abatement, which is zero rent, right?
It is, this motion is actually requesting board direction if to proceed with a rent abatement or not. The Historical Society has requested a rent abatement be approved.
Okay, well, I read the email that was sent, and it felt vague as far as what the county gets for this abatement and what, I felt like we should have some discussion on this. If we're gonna do a complete abatement versus at $46,000 is what was required, which is a third to a quarter of what would be market rate. And we don't do this for any other nonprofit in the county, do we?
Oh, yeah.
We do have some non-for-profits for which we have reduced rent or provide space, depending on the services they provide. And Ms. Purvi Bugaida, who is our Director of Property and Real Estate Management, can provide additional information.
Sure. So we do have leases with not-for-profits that are, as Simi said, a reduced rate or nominal consideration, but they also provide, some type of service to the county residents. Historically, the $43,000 that you're referencing, that's because we were charging them for the office space, but not the museum space. The quotes that ISME provided was if we were going to charge them rent for the entire space. And Historical Society has just asked for continued rent abatement, as the board had granted them previously.
And how long have we been, this is rent abatement, how many years?
The first rent abatement was approved from 2018 to 2023. It's
So
continued.
6 years of no rent, and the agreement was after that, then it would go to the 46,000?
The 46,000 was prior.
Was
That
prior.
would have been the rent that they should have been paying, yes.
Okay, well, I just think that we maybe should discuss this as a board, zero rent abatement. Like I said, the email to me wasn't convincing. So I'd like to
I
hear what anybody else
absolutely
has to
agree,
say.
Commissioner Woodward, and this is something I went over with the staff and agenda review. First of all, what do they do for the county? I mean, this is county taxpayers' money that we are not receiving, and I want to know what they are doing for the people in the county for us giving them an allowance of not paying rent. Do we have an answer?
Certainly, I can provide the information that the Historical Society has provided to staff in the years prior. So when the abatement was last approved, there was a requirement that they will need to submit annual reports stating the services and quantifying the services that they were providing to the community and research and typical services of that kind. They had provided and have provided those reports annually. I do have them with me here today, and the board was provided at the time copy of those annual reports. And what they do basically is that they summarize the staff time and support they provide to different groups throughout the community. This morning, Jeremy Johnson from the Historical Society was here. I don't know if he's still here, but something to consider.
Mr. Johnson here from the Historical Society. My question really revolves around, do they do anything for our school children?
Can I answer this?
Of course you can.
Thank you. I don't know if you ever notice, if you ever go out onto 3rd Street, there's a line of school buses out there most days during the school year because they do open up. Their facility is free. In fact, it's free to anybody that wants to visit the historical museum. But it is, the schools have field trips there. They don't differentiate or discriminate whether they're private schools, public schools, charter schools. They all have access to it, but it is free to visit for anybody in Palm Beach County, but specifically they do target the schools. You know, you ask about what they do, and they preserve a part of our history, lots of our history, and you know, anything from, you know, talking about what happened here during World War II to, you know, we had, I want to say a year and a half ago, was on the medical community, specifically on the African-American medical community, and outlining that history. I mean, I'm not probably as good as Jeremy Johnson is to talk about everything, but I think they provide a service to all county residents. Their doors are open for free, and I think it's a good use of that space. You know, we recovered that space, and many people may not know, when they look at that building, it didn't look like that a few years ago. When I moved here, it was covered, wrapped, something that I think our facilities people like to do occasionally is wrap buildings, but that building was wrapped and deep inside, and it was actually Attorney Harvey Oyer who really pushed for that building to be saved. They got inside and saw that, in fact, the building was intact underneath that wrapping of the old courthouse, not the courthouse you see there today, but the previous version of that courthouse. So it was recovered and has been made available, and I think it's an excellent use to preserve our history, allowing people to learn about what this community was like in the past. And I'd like to see them to continue to operate and taking money, in this case, for rent, specifically, you know, you're probably going to end up having to charge people to go in there. And, you know, is that really the benefit that we want? Since it is available to everybody, each and every, you don't have to have anything special to go in there other than an interest in learning about the history of Palm Beach County and walking in that door, and they would be happy to educate you about it.
That's very good. Thank you so much, Commissioner Weiss. How do they make rent if they're not making any money? Maybe we should review our agreement with the Historical Society, because if they don't charge money and they are not getting any grants, then maybe, Ms. Baker, we need to review their agreement with the county and having to make rent. I think it's wonderful that there's no charge. I like that idea. And if they have a lot of programs for the school children, that's wonderful. But how do we expect them to make rent if they're not making any money?
We're not recommending that they necessarily pay rent. We're coming to the board to say, would you like to continue with the abatement for the next, currently we did it for 5 years. And so it's time for, that lease is expiring. And so we're coming to the board to ask the board, Do we want to continue, get some direction from you on whether we want to continue with it? And I think that Commissioner Weiss laid out the benefits. Mr. Johnson does work with us on special things that are coming up as well, and it is a good tourism site. So we're not necessarily asking you to make them pay rent at this time, because I do believe it is a benefit to our community.
Obviously it is,
as well
definitely.
as serving as a tourist spot.
Definitely. Commissioner Woodward, and then Commissioner Baxter and the Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Commissioner Weiss, for explaining this. My concern is, I mean, we all have offices right across from this facility, and never once have I been reached out to have a tour to understand what we're doing, and that to me is a little concerning that, you know, we are doing this. And you spoke very well. It would have been nice to have heard from Mr. Johnson, I believe you said. But I do think it's imperative for any nonprofit that we do something like this with, that they should reach out to this board as a whole, so that we all know the value of what we're voting for, because we do represent the taxpayers. And if they can't even come to me, and I represent 1/7 of this county, and I don't know what they're doing over there, that seems to be a bit of a problem. And maybe some of that's on me, maybe I need to reach out, but if they are coming to us for rent abatement, then I think that they should make the effort so that I understand why I would vote for this.
Yes,
Exactly. I've never been there either.
I will take care of that issue.
Vice, I don't know which one of you. Commissioner Baxter, and then Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I do agree with Commissioner Woodward. It is always helpful when people can come to us when they have an ask. But I will say that when my son was not in school one day and he came to work with me, we did do a tour over there, and it's great. I love history and the way they preserve it, and to just walk around and see the historical courthouse here. I think it would be a huge loss for our community to not have that ability to do that for whomever is coming here, and for especially the students, because, you know, they can see where it all started, and then right across the street where we're at now. So I absolutely do love history. And because they don't charge, you know, I think that's fair. It's not like they're charging fees and then we're abating their rent. They are taking care of it. I would assume on some level that we don't have to do. Are they maintaining it, Madam Administrator?
We maintain the building.
They take care, if I may, Administrator, they take care of the spaces they occupy. We take care of the base building.
So, I mean, with that being said, that it could be a savings in itself, that one less thing for us to really have to take care of. But at the end of the day, I think it is a fantastic place to visit and see. And I hope, if you haven't, Commissioner, I hope you do get to over there.
We'll take your kids. Vice Mayor Marino, you're recognized.
Thank you. I don't see this as being much different than us granting dollars to other agencies in the county that partner with us. So I have no issues with the rent abatement. This is the one place where we actually preserve Palm Beach County's history. And they not only just have a museum there, they have educational classes. I've actually been to a whodunit, and it was, you know, in a courtroom kind of thing. Leadership Palm Beach County visits the courthouse. So it's partners with a lot of agencies in the county, and especially being able to have our kids go there for free any day of the week, and doesn't matter what school you're at. I believe this is a benefit to the county, and again, as we grant dollars, and you know, we do this every year, we figure out who we're going to grant dollars to. This in essence is a grant to them, but they're providing a service to us, which is what the bases are for when we're doing a grant. So I am in favor of the rent abatement, and I would encourage everybody, if you have not been there, take the time and go over it, because just to see our history, and just to see where, you know, a courtroom that has been in existence for a long time. It is our history in Palm Beach County. Thank you.
Very good, thank you.
You can see the butterfly
There are no
ballots there,
other
too.
lights, so actually, I used to practice law in that building, and it is beautiful. So I think at this point, I think we're going to give direction. Do we need a vote on this, Ms. Kaufman, or can we just
got
give
it.
direction
We're
to
good.
give
We're
a
good.
rent
Just give direction,
abatement?
it's
Okay.
fine.
All right, so at this time, Okay, very good. Mr. Johnson?
Hello.
Oh, you came in at the right moment.
Oh my goodness.
Just
well,
great timing.
they say timing is everything, right?
It is, especially on your particular application. Sir, we are about to give direction to the staff as to whether we will grant you or the facility that you represent a rate abatement. So it may be, if you want to say something, but it may be wise not to. I'll leave that up to you. Vice Mayor, did you want to say something?
Mr. Johnson is the executive director of the Historical Society and a partner with a lot of agencies in the community. And if you have, a couple words you'd like to share with us, we've been trying to assess whether we would like to do a rent abatement or not. Several of us think it's a good idea because you are a partner with the county on so many things, but I'll leave it up to you. I would like to hear your words.
Sure. Well, thank you, Commissioner Marino and Madam Mayor and distinguished commissioners. I just want to take an opportunity to thank the county for their incredible partnership in our important work. We reach thousands of students in our school system, residents and visitors alike. I just also want to share with you, we've recently become an official designated Holocaust education site for the School District of Palm Beach County.
I had no idea.
That will also continue to help bring young people to this institution. The rent abatement is critical to our success, and I'm grateful for your consideration.
Very good. Thank you so much. Are there any questions for Mr. Johnson at this time? Commissioner Barnett.
Thank you, Mayor. Just how critical is that abatement? I think it's $46,000 a month. How will it affect your operations? Sorry?
It's a year.
A year, $46,000 a year. How will that limit the services you provide to the county, our school kids, if you end up having to make up that difference on your own?
That money is very important to us. As you probably all are aware, we've lost significant funding from the Division of Cultural Affairs at the state level, which was a critical blow to our institution. And we, quite frankly, use those resources, and part of our agreement with the county is that people like the Sports Commission, the Film Commission, Discover the Palm Beaches uses us constantly, and we have a wonderful relationship whenever the notion of promoting our county's rich history and cultural heritage is of issue. We are your partners, and so we consider ourselves partners with you all, and obviously being the Historical Society of Palm Beach County, I think it makes great sense.
Okay, now I understand why. It's because the state never funded the cultural programs throughout the state, and that's where you
Governor
okay.
vetoed it.
I understand that. Okay, very good. Okay, I think we are ready at this time. Does anybody wish to say anything against giving them direction on the rate abatement? Okay, very good. Then
Please proceed.
Please proceed as you want to. Thank you very much. We look forward to having a review of your place, a visit of your place.
Thank you.
soon.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for all you do. Moving right along to 6D3, and as we. Want some water? Oh, okay, that's all right. Should drink vodka. It's a lot easier. Goes down smoother, Commissioner. Okay, very good. So, moving on, 6D3. And we're going to need, obviously, a supermajority vote, 5 commissioners on this. Ms. Issip, Vice Mayor, did you want to say something?
I just wanted, we've done several of these in the past, and I would just like to make the motion to approve a purchase and sale agreement for 8.57 acres.
Okay, before you do that, does anybody have, would anybody wish to have a presentation by staff? Okay, seeing none, we have a first. Do you want to say anything more about your first? Okay, we have a second. First by the Vice Mayor, second by Commissioner Weiss. All those for. Anybody opposed? 7-0 is the vote on this. And going along to D4, the top of page 125, on a motion to approve. And does anybody from staff wish to have a presentation? Anybody here wish to have a presentation from staff? Seeing none, do I have any? Make a motion from the Vice Mayor, and a second by the Commissioner Weiss. All those for. Anybody opposed? See that it passes 7-0. Very good. It's good to have facilities right here. We're moving on 65. And this is on direction. And this is with regard to the RFP to develop and operate the unimproved portion of the county-owned 20-mile Bend property for an off-highway vehicle park, comma, a racetrack park, or a combination thereof. And again, this is for direction for this area. So, would we like to have a staff presentation?
My apologies. We were
That's all right.
taking care of some technical matters. Good afternoon again, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. It's Samia Jala, Director of Facilities Development and Operations, and Assistant County Administrator. We have a full table today. With me here is Eric McClellan, Director of FDO Strategic Planning Division, Purvi Bogaira, Director of Property and Real Estate Management, Jennifer Cirillo, Director of Parks and Recreation, Howard Falcon, Chief Assistant County Attorney. This item reports on findings from further due diligence on the county's unimproved property at 20 Mile Bend, as was directed by the board. Today's board direction will inform the RFP seeking a developer and operator for the property. Eric, to my left, led this due diligence effort for FDO, so he will deliver the presentation. We will be more than happy to address any questions or comments from the board.
Very good. You're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Ismi. Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to present our latest findings to you this afternoon. And in addition to myself, we do also have our subject matter experts from the project consulting team with us in attendance in case they're called upon during any questions. A lot to unpack here, so let's get right to work. Just to briefly recap, the property has been identified as an opportunity for an OHV park since 2013. The board was informed in December that limited due diligence for a potential racetrack park at the property identified no fatal flaws, but did identify areas for further exploration. As a result, the board gave direction to consider both uses for the property, further investigate those areas in need of attention, and to engage with stakeholders to receive feedback. What will be presented today is, again, a conclusion that there is no regulatory fatal flaws that have been conclusively identified, but that policy decisions do remain. We all know by now the subject property is south of State Road 80, abutting County Road 880 at the 20-mile bend of State Road 80. The overall county holding is approximately 200.6 acres. That consists of an existing PBSO training facility, a communication tower, acreage committed to the South Florida Water Management District Levy L7, canal right-of-way, and approximately 161.5 acres of undeveloped land. The first task that we were assigned was to confirm PBSO's need for future facility expansion onto the adjacent undeveloped property, which is reflected by the images on the right of the screen. PBSO responded that no expansion will be required to support PBSO operations. Therefore, the approximately 33.5 acres that were reserved for that purpose can be combined with the 128 acres originally identified for the OHV park and/or racetrack park for a combined total offering of approximately 161.5 acres. And that became the basis of our further study. This slide reflects the results of the expanded property area and configuration using the Palm Beach International Raceway, or Moroso Motorsports Park, as the assumed program and design. What you see is elimination of dimensional constraints for a typical quarter-mile drag strip to fit within the available property, and no encroachments into the red areas that correspond to FPL encumbrances along the south and required perimeter landscape areas elsewhere. Only by the RFP response with specific programming and design, together with application of engineering and regulatory compliance review, can the true extent of improvements that can be accommodated on the property ultimately be determined. That leads to some important disclosures about limitations of high-level due diligence, such as that was assigned in this case, that I would ask you to bear in mind. For one, there being no specific program or site design as a basis of review and assessment, only conceptual level information drives the findings and results. Obviously, since we are undertaking this assignment to inform an RFP, we have no experience as staff undertaking the design, the construction, or the operation of a facility such as the one that's being contemplated for this property. Site conditions related to soil, vegetation, wildlife, and other physical properties are subject to change over time. And the same can be said for regulations that were reviewed as part of the due diligence. So our information today is not without its limitations, especially as time lapses. Turning attention to the FPL encumbrances along the southerly limits of the property, you'll recall that corridor is 150 feet in width and is improved with poles, overhead lines, as well as guy anchors lending structural support. FPL does have established guidelines for encroachments into its encumbrances, which typically are limited to underground infrastructure, driveways, fences and gates, overflow parking, trails, lighting, and other limited features that tend not to be obstructive and that are easily removed or replaced. Prohibited encroachments include habitable structures, water bodies, combustible materials, public recreation and assembly, items exceeding a height of 14 feet, and stockpiles. Effectively, anything that would compromise infrastructure integrity and maintenance and restoration capacity is scrutinized. FPL does render final determinations on a case-by-case basis in response to detailed design drawings, and a consent agreement is required where encroachment is authorized. Based upon experience and the existing infrastructure, no width reduction of the existing encumbrances should be anticipated to accommodate site development. At the same time, the addition of the land area previously reserved for PBSO has eliminated FPL's encumbrances being seen as a significant constraint to design and layout. Now moving into our stakeholder outreach, let's begin with agricultural operations in the area. Identification of interested parties was assisted by Cooperative Extension Director Ron Rice, and only Florida Crystals responded to the outreach and invite to meet. Representatives of Florida Crystals identified County Road 880 as a haul route during harvesting season and for routine employee access to the company's Atlantic Mills Road facility to the west. Preference was expressed for locating site access as far south on County Road 880 as possible to maximize queuing from State Road 80 both pre and post events. Dedicated lanes on County Road 880 for site and through traffic, combined with signage, roadway illumination, and a flashing light at the site driveway were identified as interests. The canal alongside County Road 880 was identified as a major agricultural drainage feature. Since both the property and County Road 880 drain to this canal and on-site retention will be a required component of any site development, no material changes are anticipated. Concern with any construction vibration causing seepage to or from the canal was raised, although the extent of muck soils is believed to preclude any blasting or activity that would affect off-site soils or subsurface conditions. Florida Crystals did express interest in muck soils that could be made available from the property for application to its agricultural lands. Sound generation was questioned, and that associated with PBSO's training facility was acknowledged to have no impacts to operations. Use of Connors Highway was identified as a concern for both safety and operational reasons. A combination of signage and a traffic operations management plan for both construction and operational phases was identified as potential solutions. The approaching replacement of the County Road 880 bridge crossing the South Florida Water Management District C51 canal was acknowledged, and interest was expressed in adding lanes as part of same. Interest was also raised in an extension of the turn lane onto County Road 880 from State Road 80, and I'm going to have more on these later in the presentation. Next, we met with the building division representatives having responsibility for floodplain and regulatory oversight. The property was confirmed not to be in a floodplain and within flood zone D, which is not atypical. Building occupancy and use was noted to pose no issues, and design in collaboration with fire rescue encouraged. Site soils were acknowledged to pose a construction challenge with some combination of muck removal, pilings, and/or special building foundation design likely necessary. Vehicular use areas will also require a design that achieves appropriate stabilization. An environmental study was noted as being required for building permit issuance. Considering that Moroso Park was also operated in an environmental area, this is not believed to present a significant issue. And last, we met with a cross-section of various division management personnel of the South Florida Water Management District on May 15th. Focus was predominantly on the district's adjacent property to the south, which is known as Stormwater Treatment Area, or STA 1W. District staff identified operations, functions, and uses, including stormwater management, wildlife habitat, conservation, and passive public recreation, such as hiking, biking, observation, hunting, and tours. Based upon those functions, district staff questioned the compatibility of a racetrack park. Specific concerns identified include noise, motor vehicle fluids and emissions, and soil composition posing heightened potential for seepage of contaminants into soils and groundwater or water bodies. District staff emphasized the difference between OHV operations and high-performance vehicles. District staff was not aware of any protected species inhabiting the area and characterized local birds and other wildlife as being migratory. Proximity to the Arthur R. Marshall Loxahatchee Wildlife Refuge was also raised. Although active permits for the property have confirmed no wetland presence, a formal wetland determination will be required prior to issuance of any additional permits having impacts to site soils. This could have an impact on site design and programming or mitigation requirements, although quality is expected to be poor due to past farming and active pumping operations. District staff also question impacts to site security, local traffic operations, and potential for conflicts with farming and hunting activities in the area. On the topic of noise, Edward Duggar and Associates was commissioned to prepare acoustical modeling and sound propagation calculations associated with use of the property as a motor sports park. The full report, dated July 15th, is included within attachment 3 of the item. And I would say this is by far the most technical and hypothetical component of the entire expanded due diligence. Having no program or design, the same fit study drawings that we saw on slide 5 were utilized as the assumed site condition, although the study found only negligible sound differences between these configurations. Other study methodologies and assumptions are shown on this slide, including a sound generation assignment of facilities for recreation and sporting activities that is equivalent to 4 simultaneously driven speedway motorbikes based upon available software modeling options. This was indicated to be representative since sound levels of this magnitude are in the upper range of those that would be expected to be produced by most any vehicle operating on the property, examples including motorcycles, carts, and racing automobiles, and therefore is a worst case condition. Continuing with sound and noise, the table on top of this slide is taken from the Unified Land Development Code and establishes maximum allowable sound levels based upon receiving land use, source, time of day, and service area. For ease, the applicable information is highlighted on this slide, while acceptable sound impact on residential areas, which in this case would be residential properties in the Arden community, ranging from 50 to 55 decibels, and all other surroundings at 70 decibels. The lower table reflects model results based upon maximum sound at any given point in time. Results are provided for operating scenarios ranging from all vehicular courses in simultaneous operation to each operated solely. As you can see, the static output demonstrates potential for a combination of compliance and non-compliance. With that as background, let's review some of the modeling results. This image is a configuration with all courses in simultaneous operation. With a 70 decimal limit applied to non-residential property, you can see where the orange line corresponding to the 70 decibels extends onto non-residential properties surrounding the site. And with a 55 decimal daytime limit for residential property, you can see the reach into Arden at the top right before sound attenuates to that compliant level. This slide shows the other configuration with all courses, again, in simultaneous operation. The results are materially unchanged from the prior slide. This next image duplicates slide 14, but for a 10-foot high barrier having been applied at the outer limits of the courses, which appears as a brown line on this slide. This is done to test the effectiveness of physical installations as a potential sound mitigation measure. In comparing the model outputs with and without the barriers, there is only slight difference, which suggests that an attempt to contain sound through a physical perimeter treatment, be that a berm, wall, vegetation, or combination, is not an effective means to noise mitigation. Having shown those most impactful scenarios, this by contrast shows the least impactful, and this is with the cart track in sole operation. All impacts are compliant, but for the immediate area of the STA 1W to the south and residential lots in the extreme southwest corner of Arden. This is the other least impactful scenario, which is the drag strip insole operation. Again, compliance is attained, but for the immediate area of the STA 1W to the south and residential lots in the extreme southwest corner of Arden during nighttime hours. So to summarize and simplify, consider the following findings. No scenario results in compliance for the most proximate area of the South Florida Water Management District STA 1W, ranging from approximately 1,200 to 2,700 feet from the site. Only under the scenario with all courses in operation does sound exceedance approach the northwest extreme of the Arthur R. Marshall Refuge. No scenario results in compliance during evening and overnight hours for the southwesterly residential lots in Arden. And only the cart track and drag strip sole operating scenarios demonstrate compliance during the 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. time frame for most of the residential lots in Arden. Now the next slide takes the analysis a critical step further by considering not just sound generation at a single point in time, but in a sustained condition. This is important because the measurement standard of the Unified Land Development Code is to measure sound over a period of at least 10 minutes and to base any finding on sound levels reached for more than 10% of that measurement period. When this measurement approach is considered, along with the fact that the entirety of the track surface was modeled as generating sound as a worst-case approach rather than only limited portions at any time, calculated sound levels are greater than would be expected under real-world conditions. For these reasons, the study finds an increased likelihood that the facility would comply with Palm Beach County Unified Land Development Code criteria. So application of modeling results to operational conditions typical of a racetrack park gives reason to doubt sustained sound at non-compliant levels. But regardless, staff does see potential for complaints being reported to code enforcement in response to site operations. As for traffic, the number of trips vested by prior approvals for the property will be sufficient to accommodate both motorsports park and or OHV park programming. A southbound left turn lane on County Road 880 entering the property will be warranted by a motorsports park. The regulatory requirement to extend the turn lane onto County Road 880 from State Road 80 can only be determined with a specific plan of development compared against established thresholds. Moving to utilities, we previously reported that utility services are available. Water can be accessed from the existing PBSO facility, although flow rate for fire protection could require an engineering solution. Sewer will be required, and connection to the closest force main is on the opposite side of State Road 80 and will require a crossing of State Road 80 and the South Florida Water Management District C51 canal, with high probability for a lift station being required to achieve appropriate flow. Electrical service is attainable from lines along County Road 80 and State Road 80, as is communication and cable. Now talking a little about drainage and stormwater management. There are existing permits allowing the property to discharge into nearby canals, and this is the same condition that is expected to support improvement of the property. The amount of land area that will be required for water storage prior to discharge cannot be determined without geotechnical detail and a design, so it can't be determined at this time. So in turn, this will have a bearing on site programming and design during any planning effort. Now for some other consideration and disclosures that arose during our discovery. Of course, in Florida, we have mosquitoes. But given the inundation of the lands to the south and the intentional absence of mosquito spraying in the general vicinity, mosquitoes are reported to be prevalent, mostly during the fall and particularly at dusk. Being attracted to carbon dioxide, any use or occupancy of the site should anticipate the presence of mosquitoes. Muck covers the site at depths of 6 feet or greater. This translates to a significant volume of material to excavate, haul, and dispose. Muck is known to have application and value for agricultural production, so a mutually advantageous partnership could be realized with nearby agricultural interests as a means of demucking at a reduced cost compared to traditional approaches to site development. No environmental site assessment was performed as part of the due diligence. and that was not directed by the board or standard practice for regulatory and exploratory due diligence. Furthermore, the former agricultural use of the property is most likely to warrant a more intrusive environmental audit and testing be performed. At present, this is challenged by the muck soils, and their removal would also be a changed condition from any assessment performed at the present time. So this will therefore be a responsibility to be assumed by a developer concurrent with site planning and development. I previously mentioned interest in widening County Road 880 and its bridge. While both of those improvements are in the board-approved infrastructure surtax plan, none of those are planned, scoped, or budgeted for an expansion from the existing two-lane configuration. At present, the replacement bridge is approximately 80% design complete, and construction commencement is anticipated in 1 year. Road resurfacing and canal bank stabilization, meanwhile, are ongoing, so some investment would be lost and more required to change the current course. Retention of the existing bridge for additional capacity and flexibility is not recommended by engineering and public works staff on account of its functionally obsolete classification, its end-of-life projection, maintenance commitments, cost burden, and risk avoidance deferred by leaving it in place to accommodate site traffic. And just like sound, vibration is also generated by motorsports operations. But in the absence of any design and operational intent, vibration impacts cannot reasonably be assessed at this time. Lastly, due diligence performed for the OHV Park, Palm Beach County Fire Rescue advocated for a helicopter landing pad being provided on site to accommodate Trauma Hawk emergency medical response. And given the same potential for medical trauma emergencies that accompany any motorized vehicle operations on the property, the same would once again be expected of any alternative programming, design, development, and operation. Almost to the end here, this leaves some grant funding opportunities to be addressed. Related to an OHV park, a first source is the T. Mark Schmidt OHV Safety and Recreation Program. Individual awards have historically ranged from $25,000 to $250,000 and require a minimum 20% match. A 25-year commitment to OHV use is required, with a repayment option should anything less occur. Operations must commence within 3 years of an award, with a 1-year time extension possible. Another source is the Recreation Trails Program through the federal government and administered by the Florida Department of Environmental Protection. Eligible expenses include construction, development, and maintenance, including past expenses, although planning activities are limited to 15% of total cost. The maximum award is $1 million, and a minimum 20% match is required, with a match approaching 50% receiving higher scoring. Again, a 25-year commitment to public outdoor recreation is required. Awards remain valid for 2 years, with a pair of 1-year extensions being possible. And as you can see in the final bullet there, we are not aware of any grant funding opportunities that exist for a racetrack park. So once again, no regulatory fatal flaws or physical constraints have been identified by the further due diligence, with sound being an area of some uncertainty, albeit due to a liberal approach of producing worst-case conditions at any point in time. So with all of that, we are here today seeking board direction regarding issuance of an RFP to develop and operate the undeveloped property for an OHV park, racetrack park, or combination thereof, as well as any specific incentives, restrictions, or requirements to be included as part of same. With that, we're happy to take questions from the board.
Thank you so much, and thank you, staff, for your due diligence in providing us with these findings. And today's purpose of having this on the agenda is to review what staff has prepared for us. And it has been comprehensive, and thank you, as well as to hear from the public in terms of whether BCC direction should be to issue an RFP tailored to the improvement and operation of this undeveloped portion of the property that's owned by the county. Do any commissioners at this time have any questions or comments for the staff before we take public comment? Commissioner Barnett, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of questions. I'll be brief as I can. You mentioned on slide 20 the sewer connection. It'll have to be built, a connection from across County Road 80.
That's correct. The closest force main for sewer is on the north side of State Road 80 and to the east a considerable distance. it would be the responsibility of a developer to install the infrastructure necessary, which again would require a crossing under State Road 80 and either under or over the South Florida C-51 canal.
No responsibility for the county to pay for this.
Not at this time.
Any estimate or idea what that would cost?
I asked for one, but there are so many unknowns with that. The size of the pipe, are we going over or under the canal? Too many unknowns to even venture a guess. Probably going to be a considerable expense.
Thank you. On page 22, slide 22, you mentioned mucking materials. The area is going to have to be demucked, and this might be an area where we can enter into an agreement with a company, Florida Crystals, has expressed an interest in acquiring this material. Will this equate to a financial benefit to the county? Is the county going to sell this material to them?
As it's been contemplated, the muck removal would be responsibility of any site developer. It would therefore be the responsibility of a site developer to enter into negotiations with any interested agricultural operation. The muck itself has a lot of high organics. It's very nutrient rich. It holds water very well. It's a very popular commodity for agriculture. That's why we think agricultural operators in the area might be willing to be a disposal location rather than having to haul it at a distance and pay to dispose. So it's essentially an arrangement for any site developer to find the most economical means to accomplish that objective.
Okay, thank you. And the last question I have is with regards to a helicopter landing pad. This was a recommendation by Fire Rescue. I'm guessing because they don't have any fire stations available in the area that would be suitable for this racetrack. Is that accurate?
I can speak at a high level, but I believe we might have someone
Chief
from Fire Rescue.
I think we have, sir, are you with our firefighters?
Good afternoon, Assistant Chief Woodside. The reason for that, Commissioner, specifically, is because related to the potential of trauma events happening on that, the closest facilities that we transport to are St. Mary's Hospital and Delray Hospital. To meet the trauma criteria, they have to be fly. In most cases, probably I'm going to say high 90% of cases that happen out in that area, we do fly them into one of those facilities.
What percentage?
I would guess in the high 90 percentages with trauma alert patients, we fly into those facilities. We do not transport them by ground.
So in your opinion, there wouldn't be a need to build a fire station close by to this racetrack?
No, sir. That's not what I said. For any...
No, I'm asking if that's your opinion.
Do we need to build a fire station?
Is there one out there close enough to serve any potential accidents, aside from those that would be used by Trauma Hawk or helicopter? Do we need to build a fire station next to this racetrack? Because I've had people come to me with concerns saying that there's nothing close by.
Ms. Baker, hold it. Just, sir, officer, just 1 second. Ms. Baker, you may respond.
Commissioner, what we're looking at and what the Assistant Chief is referring to would be the actual incidents that happen on site is more than likely going to be very trauma related. And even if you had a station located there, that would not help us. We need to get them to one of our trauma centers immediately if something occurred.
Okay.
So the reason the helicopter pad is being requested be put out there so Trauma Hawk can fly in and get the patient to a hospital, trauma hospital, as soon as possible. We've got 2 in our county. One is St. Mary's, the other one is the Delray facility.
Okay, good. I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Barnett. Commissioner Baxter, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. Where did the people, when that incident happened at Moroso, where did they go?
It'll be St. Mary's.
And how did they get there?
I would have to look at specifics, but it would be one or the other, ground transport or helicopter. To meet the trauma criteria, without looking at specifics, it would be by helicopter where we create a landing zone and fly someone out. There may be instances where we can't do that, and it would be by ground transport, but that's not the option or that ideal.
Thank you. So a couple things to put on your radar. We've identified a site for a future project that's already been, that's right next door to Arden for a future firehouse that should be coming. I would like to see it moved up, but they're telling me that we don't have the numbers to make that happen because we have other firehouses in that order. So there should be, within the next several years, a firehouse right next door to Arden. So I am looking forward to that. Also, I will say that it is a standard practice of most racetracks to always have an EMS firefighter on site during any kind of events. So having a firehouse will definitely help, but the necessity of it, if you already have something on site, to then either quickly drive them or to the point of, I'm not opposed to a helicopter pad, I'm just not, I'm not sure that we required that at Moroso and the cost of that. So I'd like to at least leave that up to the people running the facility if that is a requirement, because I can't imagine the cost behind that. If it's not, I mean.
I would only, in response to that, Commissioner Baxter, I would only say that accidents that occur as a result of racetrack
Again, not against it. If it's minimal cost.
Needs to be their trauma.
Mhm.
And I don't care what the cost is. You get that person, that individual to a hospital ASAP. And I don't think it's that significant anyways. When it comes down to the cost of an individual, many of the times it's burns, that type of situation. But we'll move forward on this.
Well, last question, does Tomahawk Hawk have a problem landing on a flat surface? I mean, a racetrack is basically a flat surface. So what are we asking for as far as a helicopter-specific pad?
There are a number of things from a planning perspective related to pad. Flat surface, yes. Overhead, what's close by, land projections that are related to that. We try to, from a planning perspective, when we do that, we plan and designate landing zones 100 by 100 without any particularly overhead or ground impacts for the helicopter to land.
Thank you.
I think that's it, Assistant Chief. Thank you so much. Glad you were here. Okay, if there are no other comments or questions, here we are, Vice Mayor Marino.
I do have questions, but I'd like to withhold them until after we hear public comment.
Okay, are there any questions or comments before public comment? Seeing none at this time, we're going to have public comment. And the way we're going to proceed is Commissioner Weiss to my left is going to read 8 names, 4 on one side, 4 on the other. And when you hear your name, come on up to the podium. Vice Mayor Marino is a timekeeper. Each person will have 2 minutes to speak. We have your cards when you hear your name. And when you come up to the podium, as soon as you say your name, the time will start. All right, Commissioner Weiss, go ahead and proceed with the names.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. One of my colleagues had asked that folks identify where they're from when you come to speak as well. So, Madeline we'll start with this lectern over here. Madeline Marconi, Janice Zolo Ridnour, Ben Reeves, and Nicole Conway. At the other side is Thomas Brown, Everell Cagno, I apologize for that, Corey Zarin, and Dawn Strong.
Okay, we have 2 podiums, 4 on the first 4 names on the right side, the second 4 names on the left. If your time comes and we say your name, you're not here, that'll be it. Okay, now I want everybody to hear me out. Today, we're only going to speak on whether the county should pursue looking at an RFP for the development of this land. We're not going to discuss how much you love race car driving or you don't like it, but whether or not the county commissioners should agree to promote a greater review of this issue. Ms. Marconi, you're You're recognized.
Thank you so much. Before I begin, though, I do have documents to submit to the record. I don't know if you want to do it before or after.
You can give them here to the clerk, and he'll go ahead and disperse them. Go right ahead.
And those documents, just to state, are just a couple of asks. A letter of support from Town of Jupiter Mayor Cameron May, and then also State Representative Peggy Gossett-Seidman. So I'm here today leading the 3 Ask campaign to assist this county in fulfilling a promise that was given to the motorsports community in May of last year when our beloved racetrack was approved for destruction. This due diligence report that has come back is sparse, to say the least. And while it may not be intentional, this process is currently designed to fail. But we are here to help you guide you toward a solution to successfully bring a motorsports facility to our county. It has been said on the record the county is looking for investors to develop and operate the county land at 20 Mile Bend. However, the county has not spent the time or money to ensure that a racetrack can be built at 20 Mile Bend. At this point, the county, unfortunately, has unrealistic expectations, assuming a third party would be willing to pay for the studies and surveys to ensure a racetrack can be built. As we know, the county advertised that it would contribute the land, but in the form of a lease. Yet this land does not have connections to water, sewer, or electric. Therefore, these utilities need to be brought to the property line. Also, this property is entrenched with muck that needs to be removed and refilled with construction-ready soil to 10 feet above the water table. And to protect the motorsports facility for the next generations, a noise variance needs to be passed to ensure track operations will not be interrupted. Today, we are asking our commissioners to simply take action to get this property shovel-ready before the RFP is released. As stewards of our taxpayer dollars, we request that you grant these 3 asks and invest in this property, which will become an income-producing asset to Palm Beach County and its residents. This facility will bring new jobs, contribute to sustainable energy research and technology, improve local STEM programs, and above all else, improve the safety for our residents.
Thank you so much, Ms. Marconi, and we'll read the items that you gave. Thank you. Commissioner Weiss?
I don't know how they lined up, so I don't know who to call.
Okay, I'll tell you what. We'll go to the left to right. Ma'am, come on up, state your name.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Everell Calcagno. I own a home in Loxahatchee. My husband and I both drive a race car, as well as my 19-year-old daughter and our 11-year-old son. We are also small business owners here in Palm Beach. I'm also speaking on behalf of the 3 asks, specifically the noise variance for the property. First, the conclusion of the noise study is to conduct more noise studies, which isn't very helpful. As it stands, the variables and assumptions in the study were not applicable to the drag strip. The due diligence report used a sound equivalent study that included 4 simultaneously driven speedway motorbikes. To properly evaluate the noise effects on the surrounding community, the study should have used 2 drag cars in the southwest corner of the property where the drag strip will be located, with the noise emanating to the southwest as well, since that's the direction the exhaust would be flowing. It was clear from the Urban Design Studio's image that the drag strip could only fit in one location. Adjusting for these variables, the noise emanating from the drag strip does not fit into the accepted range for noise restrictions, including night restrictions. Further, the noise study omitted any testing for cup cars on the road course. That said, our independent calculations for both the drag strip and road course fell in line with the accepted range for all hours regarding the residential decibel restrictions. However, our results are that the upper limit of the acceptable decimal limit. Therefore, the property will need an unrestricted noise variance during normal motorsport operating hours to safeguard the property and prevent any potential hindrances on business operations from frivolous complaints, which seem likely given the false accusations and untrue statements coming from some of the very loud voices in the Arden community. Additionally, night events are largely held on weekends. Further, the expansion of the Southern Boulevard will strengthen its function as a natural noise barrier.
Thank you. Commissioner Baxter, you're recognized before the next speaker.
Thank you, Mayor. Eric, could you clarify for me, when we were talking about those sounds with 4, was it motor sports bikes or so on, we were looking at the absolute worst case scenario?
That's correct, and the study is very clear. It did create what's considered a worst-case scenario. And we do have our subject matter expert with us in the audience if you would like any further detail on the study.
And even at the worst case scenario, the decibels reached, you said, what was it, the southwest corner, but it was at a level of?
Exceeded 50 decimals at night and 55 during the day. So you have two different measurements depending upon the time of day.
And that we're talking if there were 4, and it's still, even at 50 decibels is roughly what I think I looked it up. It was like a dishwasher is 50 decibels, and that's worst case scenario.
I am not a sound expert. I would suggest
You said there's an expert here. If they could answer that, what is 50 decibels equivalent to?
Is the gentleman here? He is here. Come on up, sir. Identify yourself and answer the question, if you can.
Hello, Sam Schroyer, Edward Douglas Associates. We're located in Stewart, 1239 Southeast Indian Street. Just for reference purposes, I brought a few charts to answer these very questions. I just have to find them. And I will, here you go. So 50 decibels, we got like average residence, office spaces, background music. Some sources are saying whispered speech, quiet room. Air conditioning is 60. Typical conversation is about 65, just rough, you know.
And still, this is at worst case scenario, which we're not actually anticipating at the track.
Right. These are just from some textbooks I found, but these charts, you know, urban residence at 50 decibels, large transformer at 15 meters at 55. So basically mechanical equipment, not far from mechanical equipment, I'd say is, you know.
Thank you so much for that. I
example.
appreciate it.
I hope that's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, let's go on to the next speaker, sir.
Hi, my name's Ben Reeves. I'm from,
whoa,
sorry.
Thank you. State your name and where you're from.
My name is Ben Reeves. I'm from Lake Worth, Florida. In lieu of speaking, I'd like to ask you guys to play a video from Laura Diaz.
Yes, okay, go right ahead.
Yes, he is.
Has this been approved by county staff? Yes? Okay. Well, don't worry, you won't lose your time as we get it. Great green space.
Do we want to come back to it?
Maybe while we work on the technical difficulties, we're going to go on to the next speaker. But yeah.
I'll sit down.
Okay, do whatever you want. We'll go away. Sir, you're recognized. State your name. Where are you from?
Good afternoon. Corey Zarin from Palm Beach Gardens, Florida. And I'm a 33-year resident of Palm Beach County. I'm also here today speaking on behalf of the 3 asks and speaking specifically to the first ask, which is a long list. When the county put out the call for help to build a new racetrack, we all assumed the county would complete the necessary studies for any construction to start at the 20 Mile Bend property. However, that is not the case. In fact, no diligence was performed on the land donation from the sheriff's office, which is 33.5 acres alone. So as the process currently stands, the county expects a third party to come in, pay for the necessary studies that the county requires to build a racetrack at 20 Mile Bend. The commission uses language like, we're looking for investors to help us build this racetrack. In reality, we're asking for donors here to fund the necessary studies and then to build this racetrack thereafter on county land. That said, we've put together a list of the studies that the county needs to complete before an RFP is issued, which includes the following: Phase 1 and Phase 2 environmental studies, an indigenous species study, an endangered species study, a formal wetland study, a soil composition study, a topography report on a 50-foot grid, a geotechnical report, a site survey with detailed measurements, and a boring study down to 50 feet. This list is on a reference sheet that has been submitted to the commission and that you guys will have for your review. It's time for the county to show it's serious about building this racetrack, and I thank you for your time here this afternoon.
Thank you so much, sir. Okay, ma'am, go right ahead. Go ahead.
Hi, Commissioners. My name's Janice Zola Ridenour. I've owned a business in Palm Beach County for 30 years. I am also an Arden resident, and I am also a race car fan. However, not next door to where I live. And I've been listening to, I have this whole thing prepared, but after what I've heard today, I'm not a scientist, but I have common sense, and there is no way these dragsters are going to be the same as a dishwasher. I just Googled quickly what a gunfire decibels are, and it's between 120 and 175 decibels, and we hear the Palm Beach Sheriff's Office gun range every single day. But we knew that moving into Arden. We said, wait, you know, that's for the betterment of our county, for them to practice, obviously. But this is not something we asked for. And this is not just for Arden. We're part of a greater Western community. And we've already turned to our Western neighbors. And they have known about this for months, and that's why they have such a great showing. We found out last week on the news. But don't let our small numbers surprise you, because we will organize. We will do our own studies. That what you've heard today is, you know, their version of what they want you to hear. But we need time too to organize and defend our properties, our property values. We have traffic control issues now with reckless driving and speeding, where we've had major accidents that literally cut Southern Boulevard off, trapping residents and the folks from Belle Glades. In 2 of those incidences, we've lost 2 Arden residents as early as last month. We had a resident killed due to reckless driving and speeding. So this is a problem without a racetrack. And PBSO does not have enough officers to patrol our areas. We've asked them, we've called them all the time. I do not know how they're going to, you know, govern all of this traffic, and to be quite honest. And another community is being built right next to us that's as big as Arden. That's going to cause a problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Thomas Brown. I'm here supporting the track. I have a 11-year-old son that races, and this isn't just a drag strip for him. This is his football field. This is his baseball field. Football fields and baseball fields are loud as well. And we have a whole family, and we all race, and we would do anything we can to help support it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your brevity. Ma'am, come on up. State your name.
My name is Nicole Conway. I'm also an Arden resident, and I'm not opposed to motorsports in Palm Beach County, but I am opposed to a racetrack with high-performance vehicles being in our backyard. I implore you, get more noise studies, please. We all know NHRA vehicles on a drag strip are some of the loudest there are, so I can't comprehend the results we saw today. This will be 2 miles from our entrance, and what wasn't mentioned at all in this entire presentation or noise studies was on the southwestern part of our community, 1 mile away from this, will be a brand new elementary school that we've already broken ground on. And for those of you who will say, hey, this will not be with, within the hours of schools, parents, think about how many events take place at your kids' schools outside of supposed school hours, fundraisers and holiday events and aftercare and after-school activities, teachers that come to work and administrators on days that are, the school is supposedly closed. The noise will then come home with us and be in our kitchens, bedrooms, living rooms, and affect every aspect of our lives. We also have a huge safety and security issue that you heard of. We have one road in and out of Arden that we'll now share with the racetrack. Adding thousands of extra cars to Southern, our only road can quite literally trap us in our homes, increasing accidents and crime. It won't decrease street racing, it'll just bring it to our doorsteps. Noise pollution, by the way, going back to that, is a very real thing. Even at what you're calling low levels, constant bombardment and noise increasing stress, anxiety, sleep disorders, affecting kids' development, focus, and cognition, and ability to learn in their schools. Again, I'm not opposed to motorsports, just please don't bring it to our doorstep. This project should not come with complete disregard to the quality of life of thousands of residents, children in their schools, people who are taxpayers and contribute significantly to the local economy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Perfect timing. So, ma'am? Sir. There you are. You're recognized, sir.
Oh, do you?
Yes, sir. It's you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Don Strong, and I head up a two-car race team, Don Strong Racing. My teammate Troy Conaway couldn't be here today, unfortunately. But I'd just like to say that I moved here a year and a half ago. I live in West Palm Beach. I built a 1,900 square foot facility for my racing operation. It's a hobby, it's a passion that we have. And Strong Racing strongly supports the development of a motorsports facility in West Palm. And I understand I also have a video to present from our group that enforces this.
So as long as the video's been approved by staff, have we approved this video? All right, sir.
I understand we did.
You go right ahead.
Yeah, that's the jet car one.
Hey everyone, I'm Wes Buck, founder of Drag Illustrated Media and the promoter of the World Series of Pro Mod, and the recently announced
It's the
Drag
other
Illustrated
one.
winners.
Larson?
Lane Larson, what about after this? What's the next big thing for you?
Well, you know, this morning was actually pretty darn cool. We had over 800 kids that came to visit, and it was kids all from Palm Beach County schools, and they learned about STEM and STEAM education, which is science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics.
Right.
And they all came in, and it was cool about it. It was free of charge, so all these kids could come in, they could learn about high-performance vehicles, how to make these cars slipperier, how do they make them cooler, how do you make something that you want to go fast?
Yes.
And they all get to learn about everything that we do, and they got to watch me make them pass down the track. So the next thing is making this bigger, making it bigger, and more jet cars, more fire, and more fun.
You know, interestingly enough, there's a little tie-in to what you just said. It's Supercar Week. When we took that away from fences and tickets and all that kind of thing, and in those days, and wanted it to be a free show, it was supposed to be a family event. So moms and dads could come as a family unit, little boys and little girls, and music to my ears on a Supercar Sunday is to hear a young boy go, "Dad, wow, look at this."
I was there. Those are cars that you dream of. Those cars that I saw at your Supercar Week, those are things that people only see in magazines. And you get to see them running up and down the streets. You get to look at them. You get to talk to the owner and look inside.
Right,
and you get to see that it is possible that if you work really hard, you could have.
Sir, I appreciate it. It's always good to see a video.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank
All
you for
right, we're
considering.
going to have another 8 names. As you call your name, come on up to the either podium. Go right ahead, Commissioner Weiss.
Don Boulis, John Marconi, Ken Zeron, Travis Lewis, Mark Russell, Robert Warren, Michael Brosofsky, and Colleen Tierney.
Ma'am, state your name. You're recognized.
Good afternoon. My name is Dawn Bolus. I'm here speaking on behalf of the 3 Asks. At the June 4th board meeting, the Executive Director of Tourist Development Council, Emmanuel Perry, admitted that the loss of the motorsports was a tremendous hit to our county. Commissioner Baxter and Mayor Sachs instructed the TDC to evaluate the positive effects of a motorsports facility to then allocate funds to rebuilding this track. For perspective, the TDC had an annual budget of $85 million last year. Outside of staff, the budget goes primarily to advertising and promoting lifestyle of live, work, play, and as said by Mr. Perry on June 4th. However, an efficiency study to evaluate the return on investment for the advertising the TDC pays for has never been done, or at least we have not seen. We might not have the latest information as the TDC has not released an annual report for the fiscal year 2022 and 2023. We would like to know why the TDC is paying for advertising at Palm Beach International Airport when the tourists are already there. Instead, these dollars should be allocated towards higher return on investment initiatives, as Mr. Perry said. Take our destination to the next level. This motorsports facility delivers on both of those and will take Palm Beach County to the next level. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sir, you're recognized.
Thank you. My name is Mark Russell. I live in Danny Beach, just down the street. As Florida Region's Assistant Director of the Sports Car Club of America, also known as SCCA, and also the Race Director for the Florida Region of National Auto Sports Association, known as NASNA, I am here to fully support the development of this motorsports complex and fully endorse the 3 Asks plan to make that happen. Both are national organizations that have strong roots here in Palm Beach County, and both organizations were frequent users of Moroso back in the day. In South Florida, we have over 4,000 members, ages ranging from 14 up until their 80s, almost there, providing a unique opportunity for the older generation to pass down their knowledge to the youth. Since PBIR closed, our events are much more limited, as Homestead is the only other option within distance for our members. However, Homestead is very far south and cannot support all the demand from Moroso, leaving all racing leagues and associations with only a handful of days each year to use that facility. This forced our members to travel elsewhere across the country, out of state, and so forth, or just get out of the business. Racing events that could easily be held here in Palm Beach County. Given Florida's year-round warm and sunny climate, this new facility would easily capture the demand for our members locally, statewide, and nationally, who would prefer coming to Palm Beach County for our races. Most importantly, for tourist revenues, our races spend approximately $400 a day versus the county's assumption of only $240. Further, we would have at least 200 to 400 drivers and support crews at each of our 5 to 8 events each year. We again hope to bring these events back to Palm Beach County. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Ma'am, you're recognized. You're taking her time away, so I'm sorry. I apologize, but go right ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Colleen Tierney. I've been a resident in Palm Beach County for 30 years, and I am in support of the racetrack. I am speaking on behalf of the 3 Asks. As you all recently discussed, Palm Beach County's 2025 planned budget is now $9 billion, up from $7.8 billion in 2023, and there have been a lot of dollars allocated to questionable projects. The first is the $20 million for housing bonds, which promised to deliver 20,000 units, but has been revised to only 1,500 units. Secondly, Palm Beach County recently spent $700,000 taxpayer dollars for design plans to renovate the 12th floor of the current governmental center. As we all know, that's where the commissioners and their staff work. Further, the commissioners are trying to decide between $160 million to upgrade the current governmental center or $261 million on a brand new governmental center. The real question is why upgrading the governmental center is in discussion. It's clearly premature. We already have one of the nicest county governmental centers, and the county's satellite location can handle employee growth. Instead, the commissioners should be focusing on economic growth of private businesses within our county that provides wages to afford the skyrocketing high cost of living in this county. This motorsports facility will do exactly that, as the facilities events will propose $130 million of economic impact and generate an additional $44 million within the county. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. You're recognized. I apologize. The applause is taking your time away, but go right ahead, sir.
My name is Travis Lewis, and I live in Loxahatchee, and I redid my speech 3 times so far. I live right next door to Lion Country Safari, and I just learned on Google that the lion's roar is 114 decibels. I will not be here complaining about that, but 50 decibels is a quiet conversation. It is a refrigerator running or a dishwasher, and the county study on the noise that was talked about a berm, I believe, being built on the site plan, but does it go along with the berm that was built on Arden? Because I know somebody that lives on the First Street at Arden, and they said with the berm that was built, you can't even hear traffic going by. So I don't know if that study was done with the berm in mind, but I'm also in support of the 20 Mile Bend project, as you know, a motorsports complex where you can take our race cars to a local track instead of driving 3 hours north or west. While sitting here, I learned about Vanderbilt University being built here in West Palm Beach. And besides believing that's a great idea, I heard the Chancellor of Vanderbilt talking about their autonomous vehicles program, AKA self-driving vehicles, for those that don't know the meaning. And what better place to test these vehicles than our future road course at 20 Mile Bend? I also learned about proclamations and declaring dates as National So-and-so Day in Palm Beach County 2024. And even though I don't have a crystal ball, I can see us back here in a few years with all of you watching the 20 Mile Bend people that made this happen, receiving proclamations to celebrate a great project that Palm Beach County did together. Also like to say is with the sewer and demucking, I believe that Palm Beach County should pay for it. And like the West Palm Beach
Very
mayor
nice,
said,
sir.
put a little more skin in the game, please.
Sir, you're recognized.
Good afternoon. My name is Robert Warren. I'm an automotive instructor with Palm Beach County School District. I have my finger right on the heartbeat of today's teens as far as street racing. Our new Palm Beach County drag strip is Hypoluxo between Jog and State Road 7. We have lost 3 lives in the last 4 years to drag racing, and we need some form of organized racing in Palm Beach County.
Thank you, sir. Sir, you're recognized.
My name is Ken Barron. I am also speaking on behalf of the 3 asks, specifically the second ask regarding utilities. The due diligence report did not provide any meaningful or even basic information needed to evaluate the property. For example, regarding the water connection, due diligence report said the connection for the use for the PBSO shooting range may or may not support commercial use. The county paid $40,000 for this report and didn't get an answer about the water connection. Regarding the sewer, the report only stated where the nearest connection was, which is something we already knew. The contract due diligence vendors did not provide a financial solution to bring the sewer to the property line. Electrical connections details were not in the report either. It has been 2.5 years, and it's time the county gets to work on this racetrack. And since the county is asking a third party to build and operate a racetrack on county land, the county has a duty to connect all 3 utilities for the property end of operator. How can the county ask a private company to pay and bring utilities to a property that is owned by the county? It is unreasonable expectation, and one of the reasons there has been a lack of serious parties interested. Therefore, while it may not be intentional, this process is currently designed to fail, but we are here with the solution to successfully bring a motorsports facility to our county. We need the county commissioners to take action and completely deliver on all 3 asks, as provided to you in the reference sheet. The county put out the call for help to build and develop a motorsports facility on their land. And for all benefits being discussed today, the county must complete the necessary work to get the property shovel-ready for a developer. We hope you listen to us and will benefit the entire county in a unique way that no other project can, and directly aligns with the county's economic and tourism goals. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, sir. Sir, you're recognized.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael Brasovsky, and I live in Boynton Beach, Florida. I'm speaking on behalf of the 3 asks, and I'll be focusing on the second ask, specifically the muck. As shown in the due diligence report, the parcel is full of muck and could layer 15 feet or more in some areas of the property. Frankly, we don't know the full details of the muck because the critical studies for a developer to properly evaluate the land were not done. However, the county entered into preliminary pricing negotiations with Florida Crystals without having the full details of the property. This could lead to a sweetheart deal for Florida Crystals that will leave both the county and the motorsports community in the dust. That said, we recognize the muck needs to be removed to develop a motorsports facility, and Florida Crystals can utilize the muck to grow its sugarcane. Further, the close proximity of the 2 properties eliminates the high transportation costs, and this presents a unique opportunity for both the county and Florida Crystals, and both should share in the mutual benefits. Therefore, in exchange for the muck, Florida Crystals should be responsible for all transportation and handling of the muck, as well as refilling the property with construction-ready soil to 10 feet above the water table. Since 20 Mile Bend is county-owned, If the county cannot negotiate a fair deal for themselves, they should be responsible for any remaining costs to remove the muck and replace it with construction-ready soil. This is an important aspect to make the property shovel-ready, and to ensure big business does not leave the community behind. The deal needs to be contingent on the commissioners successfully choosing an RFP. The motorsports community and Florida Crystals are going to be neighbors. Let's make sure we start on solid footing. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Sir.
Good afternoon. My name is John Marconi, Palm Beach County resident for 30 years, and I'd like you to watch this video.
Has it been approved? Okay, go right ahead.
Hey everyone, I'm Wes Buck, founder of Drag Illustrated Media and the promoter of the World Series of Pro Mod and the recently announced Drag Illustrated Winter Series, a 3-race championship series for the best drag racers on the planet. I'm here to talk about the incredible economic impact that motorsports events like the ones we host at Bradenton Motorsports Park can have on a community, an impact that could be replicated right here in Palm Beach County. Those of us in the racing community often point to the dry lake beds of Southern California as the birthplace of drag racing. But the truth is, drag racing was actually born not too far from where you sit, on the beaches of Florida's Atlantic coast, exactly 100 years ago. Today, through events like ours at Drag Illustrated and with potential future venues in this magical part of the country, I have no doubt that the future of drag racing is in Florida. At the 2024 World Series of Pro Mod, we witnessed the powerful economic engine that drag racing can be. Our Winter Series, which includes the Snowbird Outlaw Nationals, U.S. Street Nationals, and the World Series of Pro Mod, is projected to inject nearly $29 million into the Bradenton area over 3 months. That's real impact. Impact that could be replicated and even exceeded in Palm Beach County. For each event, we've welcomed over 200 race teams and 11,000 fans. These fans and teams book over 8,000 hotel room nights, spend nearly $1 million dining at local restaurants, and generate a total direct economic impact of more than $5.4 million per event. With a multiplier effect, that impact swells to over $9.5 million per event. And this isn't happening just once. This is happening over and over across our series. Imagine bringing that kind of economic impact and energy to Palm Beach County.
Okay, we're going to have another 8 names. Come on up to the 2 podiums, please.
Ray Alonso, Norm Lloyd. Sorry?
No, it's okay.
Pass, okay. Somebody who lives at 15899 Southwest 90th Court in Palmetto Bay, Florida. I can't read, unfortunately, I can't read her writing. Crystal, looks like Casey, Paige Coughlin, Lisa Weidner, Dave Hoxie, Mark, you live at 311 45th Street, West Palm Beach, and Robert Sampson.
All right, ma'am, you're recognized. You.
Hello, my name's Paige Coughlin. I'm speaking on behalf of the 3 Asks. As a professional race car driver of Discovery Street Outlaws No Prep Kings and granddaughter of the founder of JEGS, I recognize that having a racetrack nearby has been paramount to my success. Recently, when Formula One rookie driver Oscar Piastri won his first Grand Prix, he said he would never be where he is today without having a racetrack in his hometown. While I race in a different league from Piastri, I agree with his statement. The reasoning for this is simple. You cannot outsource the infrastructure. A child does not need a Major League Baseball stadium in his or her backyard to become a professional baseball player. The same thing can be said for basketball, lacrosse, soccer, and almost all other sports. Having the proper infrastructure is essential for children to enter motorsports, and today professional drivers are entering at an increasingly younger age. In Formula One, the globally recognized elite racing league, the drivers are now entering around 18 years old. The current world champion of F1, Max Verstappen, started racing go-karts at the age of 4, and he won at his first ever open-wheel race right here in Palm Beach County at PBIR. That win is forever ingrained into the history of Palm Beach County, and Palm Beach County was a part of that. This is just one of the infinite examples that shows Palm Beach County's strong historical ties to motorsports. Given the immense resources that Palm Beach County has, the county should have a place for these up-and-coming drivers so that local children today can have the same opportunity that I did. When we need to continue the rich motorsports history that Palm Beach County has and always has since its core in the 1960s. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Ray Alonzo, resident of Palm Beach County. I'm speaking on behalf of the 3 Ask. As a 57-year resident of Palm Beach County, I spent 37 of those years as a law enforcement officer with the City of West Palm Beach and retiring with the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office as an operations commander. I'll be the first to admit that during my youth, I participated in many illegal street racings when I was younger. Fortunately, I got smart enough to take it to the track where it belongs, and I'm alive to talk about it. During my time with PBSO, I served as the Florida director for the Beat the Heat program. This program helps take street racers off public roads and onto the tracks to teach them the difference between street racing as a crime and drag racing as a sport. I'm still the state director, but unfortunately now take my program to other parts of the state as well as other parts of the country because we no longer have it in Palm Beach County. You just saw a video of other parts of other kids going to events in other parts of the state. We don't have that. Since PBR closed, street racing has skyrocketed, as you know. It's become a nightmare because there's nowhere for these young racers to go. The closest racetrack is over 200 miles away, which makes it a 6-hour round trip for our local youth. Unfortunately, our youth are unwilling to drive 6 hours to race legally, so the street is their only option. As the previous speaker from Ard mentioned, Southern Boulevard has already become a drag strip, and as the high school instructor mentioned, we have High Paluxo as a drag strip. Now we have our biggest high school automotive department is just down the street from 20 Mile Bend, which is Seminole Ridge. A lot of our local dealers work with that school to recruit their future mechanics in our county. Once a track is built in Palm Beach County, it will give our local youth a place to go, and no doubt will save many lives. Also, many of the classes the facility will provide focus on the safety of young drivers. I recall Mayor Sachs mentioning how one of the driving schools at PBIR helped to teach her grandson skills to avert what would have been a terrible accident. How many more lives could have been saved? Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, my name is Dave Hoxie, born and raised in Florida. I live in Jupiter Farms, Florida, 3.5 miles away from the previous Moroso, Pratt Whitney. I'm speaking on behalf of the 3rd Ask. The commissioners unanimously voted to back bonds issued and funds renovated or renovations at Roger Dean Stadium. In effect, county co-signed a loan. So if the Roger Dean Stadium cannot or chooses not to repay the borrowers, the county will be responsible for $75 million, which was just for renovations, not building a new asset. Additionally, the Roger Dean Stadium will only bring the county $60 million for economic impact versus the $130 million for that new motorsports facility will produce. The facility will only generate an additional $44 million within the local community. Further, we hope the county will anticipated declining increase in baseball and viewership of Major League Baseball has decreased by 15% over the previous 9 years. Baseball used to be the #1 sport in America. Now, major television networks are considering dropping coverage of baseball altogether. Meanwhile, the motorsports industry is flourishing. Formula One is a premier road course league, and it has seen popularity skyrocket since the popular network series or Netflix series released. The demand for motorsports in Florida brought Formula One to Miami in 2022. As your constituents, please, we believe Palm Beach County should capitalize on the massive national and local demand of motorsports. As a Jupiter Farms resident, I would like to see that in my county and proactive in bringing motorsports back with simultaneously increased road safety for all and drivers' tax dollars. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I've asked our vice mayor to start the timing, so as soon as a person's name is called. So if y'all would like to applaud, that's fine, but you're taking away the time of the next speaker. So let's be respectful for each speaker. Sir, go right ahead.
Good afternoon. By the way, the name was Albert Goxman. I have horrible handwriting, so I can understand why you couldn't read it.
Thank you.
I'm from Miami. I'm here speaking on behalf of the Three Asks as well. There have been baseless claims circulating in an effort to discredit the positive impacts the motorsport community, associates, and enthusiasts produce for a greener future. Looking back at the advancements in technology, materials, and design for the motorsports community has been the main driver of the massive fuel efficiency gains for consumer cars since the 1960s. Motorsports will continue to produce these industry-changing breakthroughs for a greener planet. For example, in 2026, all teams in Formula One, the global premier racing league, will be required to use synthetic fuels, not fossil fuels. And as the cost to produce the synthetic fuel decreases, it will lead to widespread adoption, reducing the carbon footprint of the everyday consumer. Further, auto manufacturers need a place to test hydrogen engine designs and advance their electric vehicle research. Auto manufacturers also need to test developments in aerodynamics and in tire research, which also produces fuel efficiency gains for consumer cars. During the winter months, when the minimal number of available facilities up north are buried in snow, the American auto manufacturers need to continue that testing. Currently, there are not enough facilities in reasonable climates for the auto manufacturers to test their designs during the winter, slowing the process of green initiatives. This motorsports facility will keep us all on the path towards greener, more sustainable future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Ma'am, you're recognized.
Good afternoon. My name is Lisa Widener. I'm the wife of a second-generation drag racer. I'm the mom to two third-generation drag racers. And I am here to speak on behalf of the Three Asks, more specifically the immediate surrounding environmental impact. It's important to note that while physical buildings and development occupy carbon space, a motorsports facility is considered an open-air facility with minimal buildings on the property. One could argue that virtually any development that's approved in Palm Beach County for the construction of buildings would be considered detrimental to the environment because of the carbon space it takes up. Palm Beach International Raceway was an open-air facility, which after its closure the land was ultimately approved to be covered with over 2 million square feet of warehouse space that rises over 30 feet in the air, and I think that bears repeating. It was approved for 2 million square feet of warehouse space, and that it would rise over 30 feet in the air. That's a lot of occupied carbon space. It's also important to note that the former Palm Beach International Raceway operated seamlessly without causing harm to the adjacent Pine Glades natural area, which shared property lines with the raceway on 3 sides. In contrast, the 20-Mile Bend property shares one single boundary with attractive land used as a stormwater treatment area. The previous open-air motorsports facility operated for decades without causing harm to the surrounding sensitive environmental areas. This facility's operations will not create any environmental harm to the surrounding area either. The motorsports community takes special care to preserve a healthy environment ecosystem because we need healthy environments to enjoy the outdoors, and we invite all of you to enjoy it with us. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, you're recognized.
Good afternoon. My name is Crystal Casey. I'm a business owner as well as a homeowner in Lake Worth. I've also been racing for 30 years. I'm here speaking today also on behalf of the Three Asks. The commissioners have been too quiet and disinterested in bringing back motorsports to Palm Beach County. We have not forgotten the promises that were made to us when PBIR was approved for warehouses and then sold. Further, the county told residents to prepare for property taxes to increase over the next 7 years. And for what? So the county can build a new government building? The cost of living is high and it's still going up. Meanwhile, our quality of life and living standards are tanking. The county has been focused too much on catering to tourists instead of creating our outdoor spaces for its residents to enjoy. We all feel this way, which is why you see all the people here today. Sorry. We all feel this way. It's election season, and at the county level from today and going forward, we are one-issue voters. We also have long memories and will continue to vote on this one single issue for years to come. All 7 of you voted to destroy PBIR, and since then, all we've gotten is talk. Words are not enough anymore. We want to see initiative and action from all of you. If it isn't obvious by now, our community ties are deep. For every person you see here today, there's 100 more at work who couldn't make it here. We hope all 7 of you could see this through. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Ma'am, sir, you're recognized. You're recognized.
Excuse me, my name is Bob Sampson. I'm actually a recently retired aerospace engineer from Aerojet Rocketdyne, so I am an actual rocket scientist. Anyway, over the past 35 years, I've been driving amateur race cars, road race cars. A lot of this is drag race. I've been driving road race cars. I've been involved with IndyCar and IMSA as a race official and technical inspector. Actually, I was a pit car member on an IndyCar team for a while. What I want to talk about is the professional series come in here. The professional series bring a lot of money. For instance, the Sebring 12-hour race is an annual event, brings in $195 million a year to that event. If we could market this track here, we could bring in people like IMSA, possibly IndyCar. The IndyCar race at St. Pete draws in $61 million in 2023 for the one-weekend event they had out there. It's a joint venture with IMSA and IndyCar. So there's a lot of money that can be made off this. Also, Sebring is rented for testing for IndyCar during the wintertime. They rent the track for approximately $15,000 a day. Now, these teams carry usually about $5 to $10 million budgets for each car. So a 3-team car, you have $30 million in budget. They spend a lot of money on testing. If we can get them down here in the wintertime, we can make a ton of money off this track. I want to add one more thing about the fire part of it. Since in fact, I'm flying to a race tomorrow in Virginia for IMSA. We bring our own safety EMTs with us. They travel IndyCar and IMSA both. They're professional EMT trained technicians that go all the races, so that's all covered by them. Usually we hire local firemen to be firemen at the track, so you don't have the fire department right nearby. And this is done all over the country. See how much time I got. Okay. Many people may know of, there's a local guy, Kyle Kirkwood, from Jupiter. I lived in Jupiter 25 years. He started go-kart racing out of PBIR. He just signed a recent multi-year deal with Andretti Racing as an IndyCar driver. He was, if you watch Indy 500, everybody knows what that is. He was a car that flipped over towards the end of the race and skidded upside down. But anyway, he got his start as a 5-year-old kid driving go-karts here at PBIR.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Right.
Sir, you're recognized.
Hi, my name is Mark Weinthal, Murray Speed and Custom, 3111 45th Street, West Palm Beach. I am speaking on behalf of the 3 asks. When Moroso was rezoned for a warehouse, the basis of the approval relied on critical and false assumptions that the warehouse demand the county was seeing during COVID would continue to grow. At each hearing, your concerned constituents brought this to the attention of the commission, warning the commission that there would be an excess of warehouse space after the COVID demand subsided. Those wise warnings went unheeded, and now Palm Beach County has a glut of warehouse capacity. It is no longer a prediction, it is now a statistic. On June 11th, 2024, property appraiser Dorothy Jackson informed the commission that the unused warehouse space within our community, when valuable space in our community goes unused, it limits the county's economic growth and opportunities for other businesses to thrive. Palm Beach County should offer its residents more than strip malls, restaurants, and empty warehouse space. This motorsports facility needs to be added to the county's comprehensive plan and the master tourism plan. Traffic is a constant issue, which we all know. Building the facility in the western part of the county will divert both local and tourism from the busy eastern coast. With the expansion of Southern Boulevard, western Palm Beach County will be positioned for this motorsports facility. The county needs to recognize that building more roads in the same location won't solve the traffic issues. Diversifying the geological locations of entertainment locations is the key to solving the constant traffic issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. All right, we're going to have 8 more names. Go right ahead, Commissioner Weiss.
Thank you, Mayor. Shelby Smith, Alex Berry, Scott Sheridan, Angel Portillas, and Colton Barrett, Tyler Glock.
Sir, you're recognized.
Thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the County Commission. My name is Alex Berry, and I am a resident of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, and a continuous resident. Do I get another 2 minutes? Hey, it's my lucky day. I've been a continuous resident of Palm Beach County since the day before Ronald Reagan first took office in January of 1981. I am also here on behalf of the three asks. Although the many benefits of this track will deliver to the county, I'll be focusing on the economic benefits. The Motorsports Facility's event-related revenue will generate $130 million of tourism spending annually, which is double what Roger Dean Stadium is generating. The Motorsports Facility will attract 472,000 heads in beds, producing $9 million of tax revenues annually for the county. Leadership of this project has been in contact with the elite drag racing, drifting, and road course leagues and associations, including the NHRA, the SCCA, IMSA, and the U.S. Drift Circuit. Both the SCCA, who's already spoken, and the U.S. Drift Circuit, who will be speaking, are speaking on behalf of the three asks today as well, showing their strong support and the need of this facility on behalf of the members that they represent. Further, televising these nationally sanctioned events will propel Palm Beach County into the national spotlight in a way that cannot be bought by advertising. Also, the grassroots support shown here today was made possible through social media, which is constantly growing. For other municipalities without motorsports facilities, it can cost hundreds of millions of dollars in advertising to bring visitors. With motorsports thriving and sustaining on its own, the county will directly benefit from the events and event coverage hosted at this facility in the form of tourism dollars. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Sir, you're recognized.
My name is Shelby Smith. I am from Fort Lauderdale. Mayor, Commissioners, I appreciate you taking the time to hear me. I'm here speaking on behalf of the three asks. Today we are given a lot of facts, figures, and estimates from various sources. These county numbers were sourced directly from county annual reports and public disclosures, as well as presentations given from various staff on the record at previous meetings. The Motorsports Facility's economic impact estimation of $130 million that focuses only on the events-related revenue was calculated using the official Palm Beach County Sports Commission's formulas. The estimates that were used within the formulas were derived from deep research and analysis that include primary research with previous Moroso and PBIR employees, data from current Florida and out-of-state racetrack operators, reports provided by the National Motorsports Associations, and dialogue with economic teams of the national recognized associations such as NHRA. These conversations were also used to develop the business operating model. Regarding the building plan, again, the previously mentioned sources were used in addition to consultation with premier racetrack planners and builders. The process has also included consultations with landscape and architectural firms here in Palm Beach County. This comprehensive and exhaustive research process uncovered the true benefits of a motorsports facility for the county in many aspects: economically, job creation, tourism, the local economy, environmentally, effects on neighboring communities, and most importantly, safety. We hope the commissioners use the data and information from the thousands of hours it took to compile. I thank you.
Thank you, sir. Sir, you're recognized.
Hi, my name is Angel Portielis, and I live in rural Palm Beach, Florida. I'm the owner of Dent Angel LLC. I've been working on cars for 12 years, and I have to tell you that in those 12 years, I've never seen the car community become so unruly as it has now without a means or an outlet for expression. You know, we have to understand that these vehicles are not just vehicles, they're an extension of one's personality, and having a safe and strategic place to be able to express yourself freely instead of the streets, I think would be very beneficial to this community. You know, I have 4 kids. I myself used to do street racing a lot. I've gotten in trouble for it. I've gone to jail, and let me tell you something, growing up with 4 kids now, being more mature in a more mature position, I wouldn't want them to learn the hard way, as I did, what it means when you take this fun out on the street in a dangerous manner. You know, I think that everybody here would agree with me when we say, let's get these kids off the street and in a more strategic place where they can express themselves freely and not in danger. Also, now car events and local car meets have been targeted, and that's been pushing the car community away and further from being able to express themselves, even in a peaceful manner. Other things is, for some of these younger kids that are coming up trying to get into cars and motorsports, it's a little difficult because the nearest tracks are going to be 3 hours west, 3 hours north, and then an hour and a half down south. And for some of those that don't have the money to be able to trailer their vehicles that they pour a lot of money and love into, it can be very difficult for a young kid who feels that they want to get into the car community, be able to do that in a very affordable manner. God forbid your car breaks down, you're not able to tow it. You have to tow it 3 hours. That would be very, very not beneficial. I think also that the racetrack that we had previously was poorly managed, and I feel that if this community were to not only manage it correctly, but also market it, it would bring an exuberant amount of money to, a flow of money to the facility and to the county. And that's all.
Thank you, sir. All right, going to have another 8 names. Go right ahead, Commissioner. It's okay. If you're not here when your name is called, you're not here.
Okay.
Go ahead and give me another 8 names, please.
Ben Brown, Gregory Miller, Justin Marotta.
Are those folks here? Sir, come on up and be recognized. The other 2? All right, pass them up. Give me some more names, Commissioner.
Michael Cameron Smith, Aaron Horween, Mick Martinez.
Are those fellas here? Okay, give me some more names. If your name is called, come on up.
Christopher Jackson, Diana Ramos, Dave Pulchena.
Okay, that's enough right now. We've got 4 over here, 4 over there. Sir, you were first. You are recognized.
Thank you. Ben Brown, live in the community of Arden. This whole process right now is very, very concerning for everyone involved as far as the residential homeowners. The parents are going to have their children attending the school 1 mile away. To ask for a noise variance like this that would torment our children day and night, because they would also hear it in their home, is going to be a very, very bad thing. Southern Boulevard is our only access point to our community. Just 2 weeks ago, we had someone die, and the residents could not leave our community for over 5 hours. If they tried to, it was a 2-hour detour out to Lake Okeechobee just to get back around to one intersection away from where we live. You're going to bring racing, more racers, more traffic when we cannot even control the roads and get back and forth where we live currently. Unfortunately, those in our region have not addressed the Okeechobee extension to allow us to move freely around our community and have given it no time, and it's fallen on deaf ears, and it's very, very disappointing. The nearest firehouse is 10.3 miles away from our community currently. And say what you will about a trauma hawk, but who's going to put out the fire? I don't think helicopters fly down and put fires out. They take injured people away. So you're still going to need somebody there, and you're going to pull resources from the other part of the county to possibly stage a fire truck. Again, we are forgotten out there in Arden over and over. We cannot commute back and forth. We have no fire homes. We had a gentleman die just about 3 weeks ago playing pickleball. 14 minutes was the response times for EMTs to get there. All right. This whole process is beyond concerning. We all just found out about this about 5 days ago as a community. We've had a petition. I don't know if you're aware. We've been on the local news outlets. We're organizing. This is wrong. You can say what you will about the economics of this, but the home value detriment to this is going to outweigh whatever numbers they're all calculating trying to present here today. And oh, by the way, it's on a national wildlife refuge. So we're going to spend $40,000+ to pursue this thing, and the concerns of my community are completely forgotten.
Thank you, sir.
Commissioner Baxter also owns an auto body shop that's going to benefit from this
Sir, you're
project.
recognized.
Conflict of interest.
Why don't you start the time?
My name's Greg Miller. I'm a resident of Jupiter, and I've been involved in the community racing community 40+ years. There's really not much for me to add because everything's been said, but I just want to reiterate that the decision that's made today is far more reaching than the people in this room. As the lady previously said, there is a a huge racing community. It's mostly blue collar, so, you know, while we have a lot of people here today, there is a tremendous amount of people. And there are businesses that are also involved in the community, or involved in racing, that benefit this, will be benefit, you know, they'll benefit from this. So, I just want to express that I'm in support of it. So.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Sir, you're recognized. Yes, Commissioner Baxter.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to address something because it did come to my attention prior to this meeting. And for clarity, my husband and I do not own an auto body shop. We own an auto repair shop. And we only work on high-end German cars. So anything that would be racing at this facility, we absolutely don't work on and would have zero financial benefit. On that note, I will say that the only benefit my family will receive from this is potentially my children racing there, because we are a racing family and we love racing and we love the community and the people in the community and what it brings. So many things in addition to the economic impacts. Now, looking at a noise study and looking at all the factors that we asked for information, I did not see any reason to say no to this. I understand if I lived in a residential area, I would also want to see the noise study. I'd also want to see how close is this going to be to me. But when everything surrounding a community, from the FPL plant to the shooting range and everything else that's closer, is so much significantly louder, decibel-wise, than
I'll tell you
the
what, sir,
noise study shows.
Sir, just a minute, Commissioner. If I hear anybody in this audience speak out, unless you're at this podium, you will be removed. I'm talking respect. Go right ahead, Commissioner. He's okay now. We respect each other's opinions.
The noise study
Go
proves.
right ahead, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mayor, that this will be less loud than any of those things surrounding that. So that's where I have a problem with saying that this noise created is going to be some huge detriment to a community. I do understand it, but the science, the studies are showing different. Also, elementary school, I have 3 children. Having a school during business hours, and I was previously a teacher who could have potentially used off hours. I didn't go to school on nights and weekends to do work. Maybe some do, but we're talking minimal amounts for the amount of people we would be benefiting and helping. I mean, we are always in a position of trying to help the most amount of people. And right now, that's where I stand. So it is disappointing when people reach and they try to throw and sling accusations. I've heard them all about me at this point. But the worst was that I would be financially benefiting from this somehow. That's zero financial benefit. If anything, it's going to cost me money because my kids are going to want new race cars. So thank you.
All right, sir, you're recognized.
Hi, my name is Dave Polacina. I'm a Palm Beach County resident forever. I live in Lake Worth. So I need to point out the existence of a racetrack does not really automatically equate to an increase in reckless driving. I've been in motorsports for a long time, and I can tell you, traveling all over Florida, the country, there's not an increase in reckless driving going to a track. It remains to be seen from the loud voices in Arden that are falsely claiming. It's just reckless driving is not going to happen. Whether we're at the pinnacle of motorsport or young adults bringing their first car to the track for a Friday night with their friends, safety will be first priority at this facility. Sanctioned motorsports facilities always offer a place for drivers of all ages to enjoy motorsports while providing a safe opportunity to learn advanced techniques needed to avoid dangerous and sometimes fatal situations on public roads. Teaching young drivers proper techniques and skills in an enclosed space while providing a safe atmosphere is crucial. Within the petition, There are false claims that Palm Beach County roads will become more dangerous if the motorsports facility is built. The data shows the exact opposite, and I can tell you from personal experience, not going to happen. Annual traffic deaths have increased significantly since Palm Beach, or PBIR/Moroso has closed. We need to get kids off the streets.
Thank you very much, sir. I
Thank you.
appreciate your opinion. Sir, you're recognized.
Aaron Horween, Palm Beach County resident for 34 years, local motorsports business owner. I'm speaking on behalf of 3Ask. When speaking on the county estimates, project economic impact, it does so formulating, different priorities on the tourism dollars and excludes the additional production that the asset will generate within the county. These formulas are appropriate when evaluating a baseball stadium, but does not tell the full story for a unique asset like a motorsports facility. The auto manufacturer's testing requires engineers, drivers, and logistics. On refining the design, it is best to have the fabrication team close to the engineers and to minimize time delays. Manufacturing follows with operations and logistics. Chevrolet and Ford were consistent users of Moroso's road course for testing. This facility also provides the infrastructure for startup and smaller auto parts and aerospace companies to test their designs. One of the local aerospace companies that constantly use PBR's facility to test their products is Aerospace Technology Group. Importantly, the small businesses also that have been weakened since the closure of Moroso will be rejuvenated as the demand returns. As it's not just the motorsports-related businesses, it includes retail, small shops, vendors, hotels, small restaurants, food trucks, and more, and also small local businesses that were in the motorsports industry throughout the county, throughout the Tri-County area, pretty much anywhere in the surrounding areas. Further, it will make our community safer, allowing first responders to practice advanced training simulations that require this infrastructure that we need here in this county, just for, our kids. I have a 1-year-old coming up, next generation, and it's always a great place to bring your kids, for them to go and learn and be safe, and that's really the main thing about it, and that's how I feel about it. That's all I got.
Okay, thank you, sir. Ma'am, you're recognized.
Good afternoon, Diana Ramos. I've been a Wellington resident since 2017. I'm also a teacher, a high school teacher, and I've lost a student in hypoloxo as well. And I don't go to school on weekends or nights either. I am here speaking on behalf of the 3Ask. The Arden community claims the motorsport facility will produce a negative impact on the future site of West Acreage Elementary School, which will be located directly off Southern Boulevard. These vague and ambitious concerns are without any support. Sound calculations performed demonstrated that any sound emanating from the facility falls within the acceptable range for noise, an air conditioner, for example, or the kids speaking. The petitioners also ignored the fact that no motorsport facility operates on continuous 7-day events on a weekly basis, and all of the major events are held outside school hours. Further, this motorsport facility will strive to continue and build upon the same partnership the previous facility had in place. Hold on, I'm nervous. With the Palm Beach School District for decades. This facility will be a prime asset for the entire Palm Beach School District. It will give space for our mechanical engineer students, our technology institutes, to have a place to try out their prototypes. And that's all for now.
Thank you very much, ma'am. All right, we have the last couple, and they're going to be reading as follows.
The last one that I've not called is Jamie Rodriguez or Jaime Rodriguez.
Okay, and that's it. Rodriguez, are you here? Come on up, speak up. Your time is on.
Good afternoon. My name is Jamie Rodriguez, and I'm here to speak with you as a mother, an attorney, wife of a police officer, and someone who is heavily invested in this community. And I'm also an Arden resident. If I could impress one thing on you today, right idea, wrong location. We have many racing enthusiasts in our community, but we are completely against having this being 1 mile from our homes. And the idea that 50 decibels would be the only sound we would have to deal with, the same as a dishwasher. If anyone believes that, I have a bridge to sell you somewhere. We're concerned about the stadium lights. We're concerned about the environment in our area. But mostly we're concerned about the sound and the traffic that would be present in our community. If we're talking 15,000 additional people on Southern Boulevard, which Southern is bloated enough as it is and can barely contain the traffic for the residents that live there as it is. We're worried about peaceful enjoyment. Many of us move to Loxahatchee and commute to other places because it's quiet, it's peaceful, we love the community. It takes 20 minutes to go anywhere in Loxahatchee, even to go to Publix or the store. But we make that sacrifice because we like living out west, and we don't want to be the sacrifice. And I would ask all of you on the commission, if this were where your children live, your street, your school, would you move somewhere 1 mile from a drag racing facility?
These guys would.
I ask you all to consider the same things you considered for the Vanderbilt study, the effect on the community, the sound, the cost, an extreme cost for the county. And I would leave you with right idea, wrong location. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. All right, now, we have heard from everybody who has put their name in. We are now going to proceed with it.
Madam
Ms.
Mayor.
Marconis, yes.
There was a video that was going to be played. It was from Mr.
You're
Ben
correct.
Reeves.
Are we ready for the video?
Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. McCartney. Go right ahead.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Laurel Diaz. I want to thank you for taking a couple of minutes out of your extremely busy time to listen to me talk about something that's extremely important in our county. Since the closure of PBIR, annual traffic fatalities in Palm Beach County have doubled from 25 to 51, and it's continuing to grow. We need this racetrack to reverse this trend. I am in favor of anything that reduces harm to the residents of Palm Beach County. This will take kids off the streets doing crazy stuff, allowing them to do it in a controlled environment with professionals and to prevent them from partaking in illegal activities on public roads. This is a win-win for all, law enforcement, our children, and our community. A motorsport complex will help find middle ground between law enforcement and the county residents, especially the youth. This complex would allow law enforcement to re-engage with the younger generation in the county. The complex will provide the infrastructure necessary to build a new positive community program, as well as bring back previous programs that were successful in getting young and bored drivers to have a thrill-seeking experience in a closed and safe environment where bystanders are not in danger. Beat the Heat program was offered at the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office at the International Raceway through a partnership with Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office, which allowed the youth to race against cops in a positive, fun atmosphere that taught them safe driving skills and habits, and most importantly, greatly improved the relationship between the two, something that we definitely need today. How can anyone object to this project that would take kids off the streets and give them a secure place to race and learn about safe driving skills and habits?
You've got another
Thank you. Okay. All right, now what we're going to do is we're going to hear from any comments or questions by the Board of County Commissioners. So we're going to start with Commissioner Weiss.
Thank you, Mayor. I just, a couple things I want to get on the record because there were some things that were said this afternoon that were false. There's no sweetheart deal between the county and Florida Crystals regarding the muck. That was something where Florida Crystals had indicated they would certainly be interested in acquiring the muck, but that would be between the developer and Florida Crystals. So I think that comment was way off base, way off base. As it relates to comments made regarding the stadiums, and I think first is really important, the funding that goes to these sports complexes and these other tourist facilities comes from the TDC. It comes from the budget, from the monies that are collected
from the hotel rooms that are sold in the county. So the question or the concern was a lot about the advertising. That's because those tourists are paying that tax, and that money then is being reinvested to help that segment of our economy. But as it relates to the stadiums in particular, that was a combination of three entities. The state of Florida put up money, the county invested TDC dollars, and the teams invested in those stadiums. An STA, a stormwater treatment area. If you're not familiar with what it is, it's not exactly what it sounds like. It's not just stormwater. That's water that's treated before it is allowed to go into the Everglades. So water that is sent south to the Everglades has to be treated, and the level of nutrients in it has to be substantially reduced before it's safe to go into the Everglades, so that we don't further damage the Everglades. So it's not just an area where water is just held. It's an area where water is cleaned and sent south to the Everglades. I heard some folks, and this was a little, obviously people have different opinions, but neighbors have concerns, and they're their concerns. And whether the studies say one thing or another, they have valid concerns, and I think it's through discussion and education is how we overcome those things, but not just dismissing them out of hand. And in the same way with your concerns, we don't just dismiss them out of hand, we listen to them, and hopefully we can educate ourselves on it. And then the last thing we had to do, there was comments made that noise was not going to be an issue, but yet there's a request for a noise variance. So I think we need to have further discussion about that as to if noise isn't an issue, then why would we need to enact a noise variance? So I think, in general, originally this came up as an OHV park. I think it was our previous District 6 commissioner had asked that the land be made available for an OHV park or a possible OHV park if we can find somebody to build and operate it. I supported that. And I supported allowing this, whether it's an OHV park or a motorsports park. I supported our District 6 commissioner as well in trying to get, or having staff do at least some due diligence with it to see if that's even a possibility. We knew the OHV park was a possibility. So now there was a secondary matter. And I still support our District 6 commissioner in trying to, I think at this point there's further study that needs to be done. I think there's a difference of opinion on who should pay for it. My belief is if this is a viable business concern, they ought to be the ones funding this. When you connect to a sewer, if you're even a private homeowner, you pay to connect your house to the sewer. You pay to connect your house to water. That's not something anybody gets from their utilities. But I'm certainly willing to entertain more work being done on trying to get an RFP out to see if, in fact, there's a lot of studies that need to be done. But maybe it's something the Tourist Development Council wants to invest in. That would be up to them. They have a substantial budget. I don't know whether they have the ability to do it. But I think that's where you're talking about tourism, a place to raise tourist dollars, and that's where I think that funding should come from.
Thank you. Commissioner Woodward.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, everyone who's come today to speak to us. I have been in support all along about using this land. It's not my district, and Commissioner Baxter brought it to us to try to find a way. This board went against council, shall we say, to try to save Moroso. And, if anyone, you can go back and watch that. But we did not own that land. That was private property. It happened, it is what it is. But we did make a commitment to try to find another place, and Commissioner Baxter brought this to us pretty quickly. And, you know, as your 3 asks, I read this, and, you know, where I thought this was going today is certainly not where we've ended here. I am in support of issuing the RFP, but asking us to have this property shovel-ready without even having a developer on board, or to ask for any of this to be done before we even issue an RFP is not something I can support. That the amount of money, and again, you know, you guys were very good in giving us economic impacts and numbers from around the places, but do you have numbers for how much this would cost, what you're asking of us right here? Just a number of these studies, the demucking alone, if this is something that would be a problem. We know it's substantial. And, you know, as you referenced the Florida Crystals, if they take it, maybe that's a part of the partnership that they work out with the developer. But asking us to have something shovel-ready prior to issuing an RFP, I would think would be very irresponsible of us to invest taxpayer funds. And whenever you say the county, please know you are the county, and the 1.5 million people who pay taxes to us, that's the county. It's not the 7 of us. It's the taxpayers. It's everyone. And you know, if we were to go with something like this that you're asking us to pay for, you know, I would think we'd almost have to send it to the voters, like some sort of a bond or something. And that's how big this is. It's not something for us just to decide here to get a property like this when we've never built anything like this. We don't even really know the parameters. We need someone, that's part of issuing the RFP, is to get someone to come to the table. And who knows where their proposal comes, what they tell us they need. Maybe there's definitely going to be room for discussion beyond that on what they're going to ask from us, and maybe the state plays a role. There's a number of things to happen here, but asking us to do this at this point, I would not be willing to do this. I'm very willing to issue the RFP. We still have to talk about some of the things with that. You know, ground lease, what's going to be required? You know, are we conveying the land? I mean, there's a number of things we need to discuss about an RFP, but just to go ahead and put it out there for everyone else, I can't support your 3 asks to do this prior to issuing an RFP.
Vice Mayor Marino.
Thank you. There isn't anyone in this room that let me rephrase that. We did not make a promise that we would have a racetrack in Palm Beach County, and I'm starting off in a very bold manner, not soft-spoken. You all know that about me. What we did say was we would make an effort to see if there was a possibility of finding a location in Palm Beach County for a racetrack. Again, Moroso was privately owned, privately run for many, many years. There were a lot of statistics and dollar amounts thrown around here, and they were attributed to the TDC and the Sports Commission. George Lindley, and I apologize for putting you on the chopping block here, George, but can you come up to the podium? I have a couple questions for you. Since we're talking about tourism and we're talking about tourist dollars, and baseball was thrown into the equation, and room nights, I had texted George during the comments, and I said, George, can you please tell me where these numbers are coming from? And can you tell them what your responses were? Because I would like clean, accurate, concise information.
Sure. George Lindley, Palm Beach County Sports Commission. We are the sports tourism arm for Palm Beach County. We're a TDC contracted agency. I absolutely believe in sports as a community product and as a tourism product, and certainly remember the days of Palm Beach International Raceway, and prior to that, when it was named Moroso, and it was a truly special facility and venue. I think it brought incredible value to our area. I think from the Speedway, there were events, multiple different types of disciplines of motorsports that took place at PBIR. Roughly, probably 10,000 room nights that we would project based on. There was one year where we got a study of zip codes that came through from everyone that came through the doors, and we looked at it. There could be more, there could be less. That was the data that we had available. I'd have to look. I'm not sure. There's probably various motorsport studies out there, and I have, again, no doubt, I'd love to see a facility of sports, or more development of facilities for sports. That's my passion. Bringing up, I know spring training baseball, Roger Dean Stadium was brought up. The combination of R2 spring training facilities, Cacti Park of the Palm Beaches, Roger Dean Chevrolet Stadium, it's an enormous economic impact. 1 out of every 4 games in Florida's Grapefruit League is happening here in Palm Beach County. From a room night standpoint, and we do every year, we commission an economic impact study. It's an independent study that looks at spring training baseball. This past year, 57,000 plus room nights. I don't have the study in front of me, but I could certainly provide that. Was created from spring training baseball, both facilities, per the economic impact study. Where our sports commission comes in is we recruit sporting events for both spring training facilities when spring training is not happening. And we hosted roughly, it was over 30, I think like 33, 34 amateur baseball tournaments over both facilities. And combined, that was close to 59,000 room nights. So when you look at the venue as a whole, it's generating nearly 6 figures in room nights between not only Major League Baseball spring training, but all of the high school aged youth baseball that comes through those facilities. So I would certainly, I do believe that that those facilities are generating significant tourism as this county thought when making the initial investment. That being said, and I'm still a big fan of Palm Beach International Raceway. Was sad to see it go.
Why I asked you to talk about it was because it was sort of dismissed that racing would generate more than baseball, and I did not want that on the table.
There was the study that was recently done for this past spring training season also revealed $77 million of economic impact over both facilities. I love to stay in the lane of room nights and bed tax dollars. Those are very solid, but there was a projection of economic impact in that study as well, and I could absolutely share that with whoever would like to see it.
Thank you. So going on from that, when the county partners, whether it's a sale of a piece of property or a P3, a public-private partnership, or a partnership with another municipality, say, what we do, and our development order is no different than if we are disposing of a piece of land and private business is taking over that land. There is due diligence, and most of the time the due diligence is on the person taking over the land, not the county. The county partnered with the city of Palm Beach Gardens for an 82-acre district park. All the county did was say, here is the park. All the improvements that are on that property will be done by the city of Palm Beach Gardens. We did not hook up sewers. We did not put up electric. We did not demuck. We didn't have to, thank God. But everything that was part of that development of that property was on the city, not the county. That is the procedure. There would be no reason to change that procedure to have a racetrack here, off-road vehicles here, and I think the attraction of the off-road vehicles was the fact that you did not have to demuck, that you are on the land as it is. Florida Crystals is not interested in paying, they'd just be interested in receiving. And I think there is an EPA study that shows that there's a certain distance that you have to carry it. Now it has to be, what is it called? I wrote it down here. Sorry. It becomes disposal, so it becomes different than just moving it from one property to the next door neighbor. So I don't, requirement for removal and relocating muck. I don't see us doing any muck removal as the responsibility of the county, because there are other options on that property that have nothing to do with removal with demucking. So I would like to see an RFP that encompasses off-track vehicles. If there is a possibility of a racetrack, the entity that would be taking it over, it is their responsibility to design, to demuck, to bring utilities there, and I would not agree to anything other than that. And I don't mean to sound harsh, but this is what we do with every other business entity that partners with the county. So we can't change for a racetrack because we also have other entities that would then say, well, you did it for them, you need to do it for us. And that's not how we work. We try to be even for everybody that deals with the county. And again, we are 1.5 million people. Yes, we do have a large budget. And we are stewards of those dollars. And the reason that we are interested in maybe expanding our facility here is because as we grow, as our constituents grow, as our residents grow, as our businesses grow, we have to provide services to all of those folks. And if we don't take care of the folks that are moving in the county or using the county, we can't deliver the services that we need to deliver to them. They won't be coming here in the future. So I think I have said enough, and I think I've been clear enough. I am in support of an RFP. I think there are things that need to be worked out. But again, the land will be turned over just as it is. Thank you.
I think I'm going to call on Commissioner Bernard and end with Commissioner Baxter.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I support us going out for an RFP, and if I'm looking at the three asks, and the first one, there are certain things that someone's asking, and I'm just trying to figure out exactly, like if you're doing an RFP, how would you allow through the RFP for some of these things to be done? How can they enter the property? How does that work? So in that way, someone who would be investing in this project, how would they do that?
So, Commissioner, once we issue an RFP, we provide a period for questions and different asks, right? And any potential proposer has the ability to request authorization from the county to enter into the property and conduct their studies. I should also mention that once there's a recommended awardee, there's also a due diligence period that goes into the contract. So we have both. Potential proposer has the ability through the RFP process, and we will grant access to all potential proposers at the same time, and I think that's key, right? Having everyone at the same level to access the property, to do their inspection, to carry out whatever studies they need to carry before they prepare their proposal and submit the same for consideration by the county.
Do we have a cost of how much it would, for some of these things to be done? Do we have a ballpark or no?
No, we don't at this point. We have shared before that it is a function of design, and we do not have a design because we have not issued an RFP. And any given potential bidder in the process has the ability to design their business as they deem appropriate, right? It's a business model that they may decide to bring to the table. One of the things that we have shared before with some of those private entities that have approached us is that the extent of demarking you will need to do will be a function of the design you put in place and how you use the parcel, depending on what your end model is. So that's why Eric started the presentation saying we do not design racetracks and motorsport parks, right? This is not what we do on a day-to-day basis, and that's why the private sector becomes important in designing that solution.
Okay. I support us moving forward, and I'm looking at some of these asks. I'd love to have more of a discussion and to see kind of like what can be done. But for me, I believe the question that we need to ask ourselves are: should the county create this this racetrack park? Should it be something that is done by the county? And I just feel like, you know, that seems to be like, should that be something that we should ask ourselves? And if the answer is yes or no, then we would know exactly whether we go for an RFP. I know, Jennifer, you're here. I know that's not something that you do, you know, from a parks perspective, but I just feel like with some of these asks that I'm seeing, that's really the question that I just think that the board at some point, you know, would need to weigh in on. So, but thank you.
Mayor, did you
Go
want
right
me to speak
ahead.
to that at all?
Yes,
Okay,
please.
Thank you. For the record, Jennifer Cirillo, the Director of Parks and Recreation for the county. So Commissioner Weiss, you reflected on it, and I know Commissioner Bernard, you were involved in previous discussions when this property was identified following board direction of a feasibility study of an OHV park, and where, you know, is there a need for it in our community? And if so, where would we recommend it be sited on our existing county park properties? So that's how 20 Mile Bend came to light to begin with. When our department, along with facilities, brought the feasibility study back for board direction, there were 3 options presented at that time for the OHV park. One was for the county to develop it on our own, similar to Polk County, trail systems, things of that nature. The second was for us to seek some of those grants that we identified that were available, but have a partner of some sort. And the third was for to seek a P3 arrangement, and for that P3 to develop the park fully for that interest and that business model, and to do their due diligence, return on investment analysis, and to determine if they could do it. That third option is what the board directed at that time, to really not have the county put forth any costs towards a development of this park. It did identify there was certainly a community in the OHV that came before this commission at the time and voiced they wanted this. At the time, more than 14,000 registered ATV OHV in the community. There's clearly a community around racing that is passionate about what they do professionally, competitively, I heard, you know, and certainly recreationally. So citing that, you know, has been this discussion as well. But I just wanted to reflect, Commissioner Bernard, and how you referenced, you know, the options available to the board and that OHV discussion that we previously had and presented to you.
Can I, one follow-up, Madam
You
Mayor?
go right ahead.
In regards to, you mentioned the P3 arrangement. Is the RFP model the only way for us to do a P3 arrangement, or are there different ways that you can do a P3 arrangement to do something different?
Well, you know, ISME certainly is my counterpart in that, but I will say, you know, the RFP process is usually what we would use so it's fair to everybody, a fair and competitive process. We did an RFI as part of this to generate interest, requests for interest as well, and got responses from supporters of a racetrack as well. We do enter in agreements with nonprofits in some areas where it's appropriate to do that. But typically there's a competitive process, particularly if we know more than one entity is interested or has voiced interest in the proposal, which at the time the OHV community had several people that voiced interest. So then therefore we went into the RFP process at the direction of the board. And I will defer to Isami since she actually runs those processes for any property that Parks and Recreation controls.
So with that said, our process for leasing, disposing, doing anything with real estate is governed by statute and also by the prime ordinance, right? There are some exceptions as when we deal with non-for-profits and the like, but the standard, the base level is typically an RFP process.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. All right, Commissioner Baxter.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I'd like to just thank everyone that came and were heard. It's been a process. I would like to ask staff a few questions in regards to the 3S. The third one about the noise variance, is that even a necessity?
I will argue it will be a function of final design. If it were to be competed and a developer with experience and position to develop comes with a study, that noise, with a design, that noise study and modeling will be to be redone based on the design at hand. And I think that will be key. That will give us the answer. At this point, we don't know, right? At this point, the model we have was, as Eric stated, based on a worst-case scenario. There were some areas where exceedances above the thresholds, the limits, were identified, and that's the best information we have at hand right now, lacking a design. And Eric, if you think I'm missing something?
And as part of that design that we had seen, there's really only so many, I think, potential positions to fit a quarter-mile drag strip.
Due to the length of the track.
Due to the length?
Yeah, two different arrangements were produced for the fit studies. What a developer of this type of facility might come up with might be something we have not imagined. Again, we do not do these types of facilities ever. They're very specialized. I don't claim to have any knowledge in design of these facilities.
But again, I mean, we can say that a quarter mile only fits so many places in how the structure of the property is. And so the loudest part in my history of dealing with racing, and to full disclosure, minimally in drag racing, but I will say that I am of common sense to know the loudest part would come from behind the race car, wherever it's facing, and project that way, not towards a residential neighborhood, as long as it wasn't pointed at it.
It's an interesting concept, and in fact, I don't think the study actually disclosed which orientation or angle the vehicles would be running. We might want to hear from our subject matter expert once again about their approach to modeling.
I think
I don't know the answer.
if that's necessary, we'll go there, but that's one of the things. So again, assuming worst case scenario, I still don't see so you're saying based on position, based on who designed it, then the noise variance may have to go into effect?
We do not have a design at hand because we have not issued an RFP. Therefore, we have not had a qualified developer that has come forward and said, this is what is viable. Based on our business experience, if we need to design this, here is how we will do it and what we will propose. The noise study that was done had assumptions tied to it, and they were worst case scenario type of assumptions. I wouldn't even try to answer the question if a noise variance will be needed at this point because we don't have a design. We don't have a basis for it.
Okay, so then the other, I am not saying, when we turned over the property to Palm Beach Gardens, as the commissioner had mentioned, who then paid for the due diligence?
The developer or the other
City of Palm Beach Gardens.
So the taxpayers still paid for that to get the stadium, if I'm correct,
So are
She's
we talking
referencing
about
two different properties.
Exactly, two different properties. And let me tackle stadium first, and then Jennifer, if you like, you can take the park. So the example about Roger Dean Stadium was given to mention another property that is currently under development. This board may recall that when we brought that contract to the board, it included a clause that said, this is the renovation budget. Here's how it's going to be split amongst three different parties, participants. And if you go over, the risk is on the teams, right? And I think that speaks loudly as to that responsibility that goes on the developer side and how the county has done business before. You have the particulars on the park?
Sure. So Vice Mayor Marino was referencing North County District Park. It's still county-owned property. It was leased to the city. The city has taken on all costs to develop that park, and in fact, freed up at the time $5 million and said, hey, county, even though you have this set aside for this, you can go ahead and reallocate that in your sales tax plan, which was done by this board at that time. So it is leased by the city, but the city took on those costs at the time to benefit the, and we have some stipulations in there because it's still county property. They have to charge county and city residents similarly, except for a very small percentage for maintenance. So by the county owning that underlying property, it still benefits county residents in the entire North County, not just city residents.
And so, and they were willing, I'm going to make a small assumption here, to take on that burden up front because of the economic impact that it would bring back to the county and city?
Oh, don't get George started on North County District Park. It's a great economic benefit to the county. But what I would say too, you know, there is limited land available in the county, particularly limited parkland. Gardens recognized a need, that they had a need for their town residents, but they also were willing to provide that service to the greater county residents as well. So it's twofold. I mean, some people have referenced that today. So it was youth development, giving back to the community, you know, physical and mental fitness, but also a true economic benefit through sports tourism, both, yes.
If I may, Commissioner, I think this ties back to the business model, right? It's a private enterprise that needs to have a return on investment. The county, so far, through prior direction, had said we're going to make the land available, right? So that gives a starting point, which is what was given through the OHB RFP that was previously provided direction for, because the rent under that one was nominal, right? So the county was making the land available.
I believe it was mentioned that the Tourist Development Council had given some money towards the project to bring the stadium.
Towards the stadiums. So let me take the opportunity to clarify that. The stadium, the renovation, which is at hand, which is very similar to what happened with the construction of the ballpark of the Palm Beaches, Cacti. It's a three-party agreement. There is a Florida statute provision that allows for incentives to retain baseball in Florida. Therefore, the county obtained $50 million payable over a 25-year period towards the renovation. The county is carrying a portion of the cost of renovating, and the teams, in the case of Roger Dean, it's the Marlins and Cardinals, thank you, are covering the rest. And in the case of the Cacti, it was Nationals and Astros. So it's a three-way deal that entails a portion of state funding, and then the county's portion of the debt service is being paid with tax bed dollars.
With the uniqueness of this property and it being different in a lot of ways, and the muck and location and everything, I think that at least the number one on their asks is of an environmental impact. Getting it at least to the point of them knowing if we go down a complete RFP process and not, you know, worrying about the second two quite yet, but at least understanding that. And I don't know if there's an area for the TDC to contribute to this. Mayor, I believe the mayor sits on that board. I would love to see if there are some possibilities for that. It's just so different. It's not like turning over a normal property in some other part of the county. The uniqueness of this, I think, provides for, you know, some circumstance, and the potential that we've heard today for the economic dollars that could come back to this county is huge. How do we, you know, not even explore the idea and get it to a certain point to make it see if, again, just a little bit more research, because Commissioner Weiss was actually the one who said that he would like to maybe even further explore that some more conversations, some more information maybe needed to take place. So I think this of what they're asking for just in that first part is more information for us prior to moving forward. And I do love the idea of putting out the RFP. So I'd love to hear what they have to say about at least getting more information.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Weiss.
Yeah, this is, I'm just asking you, because I'm hearing what my colleague is saying, to our, where's legal? There we are. So if the county, I mean, I'm just looking at it as a business person. If I relied on a study that somebody else did, and then it turned out that that study wasn't accurate, would I have would the person who proposed that or provided that study be?
We would definitely cover that in the contract with the developer if that was the case. If we did the studies, we would make sure we said they couldn't rely on them and they had to do their own. So,
Figured.
yeah.
Yeah, so, I mean, I think the idea that we would do the study and a developer would take them and do anything with them, because
It's
you're gonna
unlikely.
say, you can't rely on these studies.
That's correct. And the developer will want to have a contractual relationship with the person that did the study to ensure that there is some liability
Yeah,
there.
I think it would be, yep, okay, thanks.
Okay, I'm going to bring this in for the last lap. We need a racetrack. 1964, this county, that's okay, sorry. 1964, Moroso opened, and we had a hell of a good time. We had Racetrack that took care of school children that were learning how to drive. We had a driving school there that if you enrolled your student there, you get a discount on your car insurance. We had the Rolling Stones. You talk about noise. Let me tell you, the Rolling Stones performed at Moroso, Jefferson Starship. Some of you are young, you don't know these groups, but Eric Clapton. No, we had noise. You go to a racetrack for noise. I don't know about y'all, but I love the sound of that engine. I love the sound of race cars going and competing in a safe and clean environment. We had Formula One, we had drag racing, we had stock cars. We even had Indy cars. They make noise, folks. You know that. I'm not telling you anything you don't know. The track closed in April of 2022, and the noise stopped. And now we have some drag racing on our streets. And kids get hurt, and sometimes they get killed. So we need to re-up this idea, because Palm Beach County was known, along with Sebring and Daytona, as an iconic place for race cars and racing. It's part of who we are. Just like we have great baseball stadiums. Yes, I'm chair of the TDC and proud of it. We got good people there. We are known for our racing. We also, and a lot of people don't know this, but at Moroso, we had condos for race cars. So a lot of folks who had, and I never met these folks, but I'd like to one day, 2 and 3 and 4 Ferraris, they would park them in these condos at Moroso, and everybody made money. Government doesn't build racetracks. You don't want us to build racetracks. Marconi's, thank you for coming. We've talked about this. I've been talking about this for months. This has got to be a public-private partnership. And we all have to find the right spot for it. 1 mile from a school or 1 mile from where people live, it doesn't make any sense. The Indianapolis 500 is not right next to a residential area. You could hear those Formula One cars miles down the road. It's a beautiful sound, but you don't want to hear them when you're trying to put the kids to sleep. So we got some work to do, don't we? We got some work to do. You got a great county staff, and we got great people out there. I know you. You've come to my office, and we've talked about it. You got to help us out. We got to find private entities, and there are there. They spoke to me. We're private entities. You make money on these things, folks. You know that. Private entities, come speak to this county staff. Come talk to us. Let's put this together as a public-private partnership for the benefit of the people of Palm Beach County, because that's what it's all about. It's not just for us, it's also for our kids and our grandkids, so that they're safe, they enjoy cars. Thank God we still have gas combustion cars, you know. One day we may be like California and be plugging in everywhere. But anyways, it's all right. Let's enjoy what we have. Let's maintain the beautiful, iconic raceways of Palm Beach County that we've always been known for, but in the right place, so that we can have concerts there. I think the Rolling Stones are still going, from what I heard. I'd love to see a concert here at a racetrack. Greg Weiss will be with me, I'm sure. But the bottom line is this. I am for looking into this. I am for the Tourist Development Council of participating in this. I want private entities to come forward. Everybody can make money from this. The county government should not build something for racetracks. We can help out. We can help with the land. We can do studies and things like that. But let's build it in the right place. Let's build it with the idea that it will stay for the next 50, 75 years. And let's build it so we can hear that beautiful sound of those race car engines as we drive down the road. Because we know that's a safe and clean place that we can all enjoy racing. So with that, is there anybody who would be opposed to not giving direction to the staff to do an RFP on this, to continue on it? Seeing no one opposed to it. Do we have our attorney there on the right side?
So it's the board direction to go ahead and issue an RFP?
Is there
that what
anybody
you're-
opposed to doing that at this time? See no one opposed to it? May we proceed with that direction, Mrs. Simi?
Oh.
Oh, go.
I'm
Ms.
sorry,
Carr.
could I ask, do you have any specific, like, items that we need to give direction? I know that
Do you want
the
conditional?
land was part of it, ground lease versus, so.
We do.
Good.
So if I may ask
Please.
a couple questions based on what we just heard. I will, I believe that we are to issue, number one, an RFP for OHB, racetrack, or a combination thereof. That's what I believe I heard. I believe I heard also that there is a preference to have the land being leased, not conveyed. Am I okay to that point? And that third and last, and it can have a nominal rent as well, just like prior direction. And then lastly, that the developer to be chosen or recommended to the board for award of a contract will carry the cost of developing the project, that the county will make available the land, and that will be the incentive and contribution given, and the developer then will partner with the county to have that development be a reality.
We have Commissioner Barnett.
I just want to confirm that as we go forward with this RFP, that the 3 ask proposal will not be part of the RFP?
Isami?
Unless we receive direction
was-
otherwise.
What
Okay,
I was
Commissioner
asking-
Baxter, go ahead.
Right, sorry. It's what I was asking, if we could at least do, in the very first few bullet points, you know, there were just some asks to make sure that's feasible moving forward, you know, as part of the RFP, so that because it's such a unique property, I understand, like, most property doesn't have the issues that this will encounter, and I want to put this in the best position possible to occur. So not all 3, but we were looking at the environmental study. I think there was indigenous species, endangered, making sure that these things do not exist on the property prior to, you know, so that it's ready.
So if I may,
Go ahead, Ms.
Mayor,
It's a
if I took
conversation.
notes well, the colleagues from the public enumerated 6 different things that they define as studies. Phase 1 and Phase 2 for environmental, endangered species study, wetland full study, geotechnical survey, and borings. All that is what will typically be done by a developer. I have 2 caveats that I would like to share to the board, and obviously the board can provide us direction as you deem appropriate. If we were to retain those studies, it's going to be a while before we can actually issue an RFP, because they do take time, and we will be performing studies without the benefit, knowledge, and required guidance that comes from knowing what is it that you're going to develop? What is the design? Where do you need to place those borings? Back to the question that Commissioner Weiss asked and County Attorney Kaufman answered, even when we have studies for a property, and we just recently had an RFP like this, and we provide them, we caveat that in the RFP saying you cannot rely on this. You are required to do your own due diligence, because otherwise, those assumptions that are being made as part of a business development model can be flawed, right? The developer needs to have the certainty that they are selecting the consultants that will work with them, trusting the information that is given. And as county and county staff, we wouldn't recommend to you that you take on that responsibility. So I wanted to add those 2 caveats, knowing that if we are directed to get the studies, certainly we will do that. but it will take time then before we're ready to issue an RFP if those studies are to be included as part of the RFP, and they will not be reflective of a design because we do not have a design. And if they're included in the RFP, our recommendation will be that we caveat the same like we do for any other competitive process.
Commissioner Baxter, are you still?
Yeah,
Do you want to pause
obviously,
and
I
we can come
want
back to
the
you?
RFP to proceed forward. When it comes to these studies moving forward, when Palm Beach Gardens did the due diligence, did they still leave all these same things up to the builder?
Yes.
So these are standard things that are left up to the builder. And again, it's just so hard because this isn't a standard property, right? This isn't like you're going into normal. So if my fellow commissioners support it, I mean, I'm okay with proceeding forward with the RFP without these, but I would like to, if the RFP doesn't get a lot of responses without having this information, I would like the ability to come back and ask the board to consider addressing these.
Understood.
Okay,
Certainly.
very good. Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Woodward.
Thank you, Mayor. I would just, I agree with what you were asking to come back, but I would ask if you do need to come back with us at that point, also give us a cost estimate of what all of these, the different studies would cost us, and also expected time, because I think that this would add a significant amount of time to even get to it, and we don't know how much this would cost us to do. And if it's going to be redundant studies that we do and then the developer does again, and it doubles the time, I mean, it's going to slow this whole process down.
So I just want to restate the direction received, just to make sure that.
Before you do, Commissioner, did you want to say
Yes,
something?
I wanted to, kind of comment or answer Commissioner Woodward's point. So there's some concern because it's a land lease, it's not turning it over we're not selling it. So when it comes to financing of a property to construct certain things, there's more limitations based on a land lease because you don't have, with this sort of property, the things of people who have been interested and I've had conversations with, this information would have been valuable to them in order to make this process a lot easier for them. But again, if we put it out there without this information, okay. And let's see who answers it. Let's see who comes back. I do like the idea of the dollars. So please, if you bring it back to us, timelines and dollars amount on getting these things completed. And also, if we could also have the TDC potentially contribute or ask them for some contribution, that would be great as well.
Isme, do you have enough direction from the board to proceed?
If you don't mind, Mayor, once again, I'm going to restate
Please
it
go
just
ahead
to make
and
sure I
state
got
it.
it right. We're going to proceed and issue the RFP with a ground lease nominal rent for OHB, Racetrack, or a combination thereof. The responsibility to conduct the studies and do everything else that is typical through an RFP process will be on the developer, not on the county. And should that RFP not be fruitful in receiving responses, at that point, we will return to the board with a report as to that effect, and then provide an overview, a cost estimate as to time as well, of what it will take to perform the studies that have been mentioned. Did I get my direction correct?
Does anybody have any questions? That was pretty clear. Ms. Baker.
We will bring it at that.
I wanted to follow up on Commissioner Baxter's last request with the TDC. Just so we all know, there is a process that we have to go through, which includes an economic study specifically for what's proposed. So we would want to wait to see how all of the early due diligence in the RFP comes back. And then that is something that can be submitted through the Sports Commission, then up through the TDC, and then to this board. But there is a process in which we actually go through. We will also lay out what is in our plan, 5-10-year plan that a board has already approved, and that included the renovations for Roger Dean's, some other maintenance, operational kind of cost, as well as the expansion of the convention center. So that, all of that has been planned. I will work with our TDC director so that we can dust off all of that information, be able to provide it to the board with projections on future. We are booming here with economic development when it comes to tourism, but we need to make sure that we're laying everything out for you. But we won't start that until the RFP process comes back to us.
Very good.
And Mayor, last question. When can we expect the RFP?
Based on the direction received, we will use the base document we have updated accordingly. I will argue we will, should be able to advertise in the next 2 months or so, 2-3 months. I will just state that it's the same team that will be working on the Vanderbilt agreement as well, and that one has a hard date set, so I ask for your understanding to the extent that that is possible. I'm saying that with a smile.
Thank you.
So good to see you smile. Okay, very good. So we're all set with this. Now what I'm going to do is we're going to do, folks, we are done with this issue, and I'm going to allow you to leave quietly. We're going to move on to the next issue, and I thank you for coming. I thank you for having your opinions heard. You'll be back one day. We're going to revisit it again. Isami, we're going to do the next one. That way you all can stay right here, and then we're going to take a 10-minute break after the next one, okay? So we're going to move on now to 6D, right, 6D. So we have the same staff here, and then we're going to take a 10-minute break.
Does anybody have questions on this?
Was that, sir?
Any questions on this?
No, this is that buying that land,
This is the
land next to ACC.
animal care and control. It's going to be
That's
easy.
yours.
I'll do
That's
it.
yours.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Okay, for the kitty cats now, let's go right ahead. We have a staff report. I am looking at 6D6, the land adjacent to the animal care and control. Do we have a presentation by staff that is necessary?
No.
Doesn't seem like. I think we all know what we want to do. And is there anybody who wants to say anything, to ask any questions or anything before? Okay, I just want to say one thing. I want to thank you, Isami especially, on working on this. And I want to state for the record that Isami and I have had conversations with the Palm Beach Sheriff's Office with regard to using the land adjacent to the ACC as a training facility for dogs, our assets, for the PBSO, possibly for veterans, and who knows, one day for our firefighters as well. So I want to thank you, Isami, and your staff for working on this. Do you need direction, or do we need
No,
a
I need to
vote?
make a
This be
motion.
approved. Okay, this,
And it needs a majority, a supermajority.
well, thank you so much, Commissioner Weiss. So we have a first by Commissioner Weiss, a second by Commissioner Bernard. Are those for? Anybody opposed? See that it passes unanimously. Now, would we like to take a 10-minute break?
If there's if there's not anything contentious, can we just kind of whip through the last few
Do we do
items?
another one?
Does anyone need any presentations required?
You want to continue to go through?
Continue.
If we can get through
Okay,
them real
let's
quick?
move quickly then. Okay. Oh, it's so quiet. All right, let's look at the next page then, 6D7A and B.
Mayor, I'd like to make the motion to approve 6D, A and B,
Second.
6D7, A and B.
Okay, now I don't want anybody to move too quickly. These are some important issues, you know. So just want to make sure everybody's okay with that. And if you do wish to discuss it, please don't hesitate. So all those for, anybody opposed, see that 6D, 7A, and B. And on the following page, D passes unanimously. You got the first and the second.
May we have the second restated for the record?
Okay, the second was Vice Mayor Marino. All right, now looking at 6D8, and this is board direction,
Mayor,
ladies and gentlemen. Does anybody wish to have a presentation? Seeing none, I have Commissioner Baxter wishes to do the first.
Was there specific direction you needed?
This is board direction. Okay, we are going to do a direction. We are giving you direction right now. Does anybody wish to speak and give direction? Commissioner Weiss does.
Thank you. Based on the findings that have been presented by staff, I'd like to give direction that we move forward in replacing that medical examiner's facility.
Very good. Thank you. Is there any questions by staff with regard to direction? Does anybody oppose that direction at this time? Seeing none, see that it is done. You have direction. Moving on to 6E1, A and B. Thank you, staff. We
Mayor?
have additional staff here coming up, and I am going to, I know you want to come up. Does anybody wish to have a presentation with regard to 6E1, A and B? Seeing no appetite for a presentation at this time. It's always good to see you folks here. Let me see, what are we going to do here?
Madam Mayor, I make a motion to approve items 6E1, A, and B.
Second.
And do we have any questions or comments? If not, anybody opposed? Everybody for? See that it passes unanimously. When you win, that's when you got to move quickly, right? So, all right, I think that takes, just want to make sure that we have it all. Okay, very good. Moving on to the next page. Housing and Economic Development. This is going to be a motion.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion.
Just let me finish it so the record is clear. I know your bathroom. So, all right. With regard to 2A, B, and C, Commissioner, does anybody wish to have a presentation?
Nope.
Seeing no appetite for that, do we have any questions or comments? Seeing none, Commissioner Baxter, you're recognized.
I'd like to make the motion to approve 6E, 2A, B, and C.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
By Commissioner Barnett. All those for, anybody opposed? Unanimous, 7-0. You did a great job, as usual. No, going on the Palm Tram. So this is 6F1. Now, Ms. Mayor, Ms. Lawyer, we're going to do one for A, B, C, and D, separate motions. Very good.
Together.
Okay, all together now. 1, 2, 3. We have staff. Does anybody wish to hear from staff?
No, thank you.
Seeing none. Does anybody have any questions or comments as a board? Seeing none. Let's look at F1 for the record. A, B, C, and D. Do we have a motion by Commissioner Baxter? A second by Commissioner Weiss. All those for, anybody opposed? See that it passes unanimously.
Thank you.
7-0. Sometimes it's good to be at the end of the agenda. Now looking at Engineering and Public Works, looking at 6G1 for the record. There is a motion to adopt. We have Mr. Ricks and his team here. Would anybody like to have a presentation? Okay, and before we make a motion, I just want to state one thing. I had a very serious conversation with Mr. Ricks yesterday on the agenda review. I've had a telephone call from Amy Roach from the FP&L. We have taken care of, we are prepaying FP&L before they put up any street lights. The street lights are going to go up for, wait a minute, let me finish my sentence and make sure that I got this right. The street lights will be going up after we pay for street lights to FP&L on Lyons Road from Clintmore to Atlantic. Did I misstate that, or did I misunderstand the
You're correct.
understanding? Okay, good.
This particular item, Mayor, is not specifically for Lyons Road.
No, it isn't. I understand that. However, $400,000 is going to go into streetlights for Lyons Road. And at some point, we need to have a little conversation about this ordinance and the state statute, so we get it, so we're seamless with taking care of FP&L and our county ordinance. And I want to thank you, Mr. Ricks, and Patrick Rudder and FP&L for making that very, very clear. Yes, ma'am.
I just want to be clear about what's before us today.
No, I understand this 500,000.
Right.
Not a
but
problem. I
We're
just
not,
wanted to-
we're not paying FPL in advance except when there are unusual circumstances. Then we're paying them in advance. They're going to continue with the way that we do business, where they put in the lights, and then we pay them when we get the service rendered. Only when it's unique circumstances will we have to pay them in advance. That was the agreement we made with FPL. I'm not sure about Lions because I wasn't involved in that
So
discussion.
Lions Road does require a prepayment, and it'll be close to about $40,000.
That's correct.
Once we get this agenda item approved.
That's correct, and we're going to approve it.
Yes, ma'am.
So, very good. Any other questions for Mr. Ricks or his team? Seeing none. So we have, let me see, what are we doing here? Are we, motion to adopt? Do I have a first? I have a first by Commissioner Barnett, a second by the Vice Mayor. Are those for? Anybody opposed? See that it passes unanimously, and let's turn those lights on. Thank
Yes,
you,
ma'am.
Mr. Ricks, for the
Yes,
work.
ma'am.
Thank you, FPNL. Moving on to the Office of Resilience, 6H1. We have staff here. They've been here for a while. Do we have, anybody would like to have a presentation by staff? Seeing none. Are there any questions or comments by members of the board? Seeing none. Very good. Do I have a first? I'm looking
Mayor,
on my left side.
I'll make the motion to approve 6H1.
Very good. We have a first by Commissioner Baxter, a second by the Vice Mayor. All those for. Anybody opposed? See that it passes. Have a good time at the summit. I can't wait to hear what we learned from it. Going on now on the Office of Resilience, and Ms. Attorney, can I do A, B, C, and D together? 6H2.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, the answer is yes. Does anybody want to have a staff presentation? Seeing no, seeing no one who wants it, let me turn off Commissioner Weiss's light permanently. So, any questions or comments by members of the board? Seeing none, do I have a first to adopt this from Commissioner Baxter, a second by Commissioner Woodward? So so all those for, anybody opposed? See that it passes. 6H to A, B, C, and D, and that goes over to the next page as well. Do well at this. Represent us well at that. We are recessing as the Board of County Commissioners. And we are going to convene as the Environmental Control Board, and we're going to look at the Health Department. On a motion to approve 7A1. Let me see, what do we do to take care of this? I think that Commissioner Weiss approves Gregory Vasquez, and we have a second by Commissioner Woodward. Very good. All those for. Anybody opposed? See that it passes unanimously. So now we have adjourned as the board, as the Environmental Control Board. We are reconvening as the Board of County Commissioners. We are looking at board appointments. Do we have any commission district appointments at this time? Seeing none. Staff comments. Administrator Ms. Baker, do you have anything to say at this time?
Just like to ask the board to receive and file our directives.
Motion
Yes.
to receive and file.
Second.
Second by everybody? All those for, I'm sorry, by Commissioner White. All those for, anybody opposed? See that it passes unanimously.
And one last thing I have to read into the record for
Yes,
by
ma'am.
law. I have to read it into
You
the
go
record.
right ahead and read it in the record.
Notice of public hearing, the Palm Beach County Natural Areas Management Advisory Committee will hold an open house and public hearing on the 10-year updated draft management plan for County Managed Yamato Scrub Natural Area on August 27th at Vista Center Hearing Room Chamber, located at 2300 North Jog Road, West Palm Beach, Florida. The open house will be from 5:30 p.m. to 6 p.m. The public hearing will start at 6 p.m. The purpose is to allow the public comment on the draft plan. These comments will be taken into consideration by the committee as part of their review and recommendation to the Board of County Commissioners for adoption of the management plan. For more information or to view the draft plan, please visit the Environmental Resource Management webpage. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Baker. County Attorney, do you have any statements?
No comment.
Thank you very much. Commissioner comments, and I'm going to start with Commissioner Baxter.
Thank you, Mayor. I think I've made enough comments today. I'm going to pass.
Very good, thank you. And Commissioner Bernard.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I'd like to do 2 off-site proclamations. One requesting an off-site approval of declaring August 23rd through the 27th, 2024 as African American Golf and Expo Forum Week, and also requesting a certificate of recognition presented to Rebel Recovery, Florida.
All those for, anybody opposed, see that it passes unanimously.
2 more things,
Go
Madam
right
Mayor. To all the residents who are watching, I believe it's almost 4:30. Elections are still going on for the primary, so if you haven't voted yet, please go out and vote. And lastly, today is my daughter's 16th birthday. So she shouldn't be watching this, so I'm going to wish my daughter, McKenna Bernard, a happy 16th birthday. Thank you.
That's so nice. Happy birthday. Anything else, Commissioner? All right, Commissioner Weiss.
Thank you, Mayor. As Commissioner Bernard has mentioned, we still have time to vote. Polls are open till 7 p.m., so you have time to vote. I'll be leaving right now to head to canvassing board, so we can start canvassing. But I know that I received the memo from Commissioner Barnett on his request, and I'm just going to ask, because I need to run, that if he would include a friendly amendment in that request for a special session to also include property insurance as well. And with that, those are my comments.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Weiss. I don't know if we could have 2 items on a special session. I think, but if we can, we can.
He
Go
can
ahead.
request it in his request, and whether they can figure out how to do it. But I
I
think
hope
we should.
Tallahassee can.
Well, that's a whole different question,
We
but.
need Mac Bernard up there.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for your service, Commissioner Weiss. Commissioner Woodward.
Thank you, Mayor. Just as I mentioned this morning, we had a loss in the family, and I just want everyone to know I will be driving tomorrow, and so I will be absent the rest of this week. So, I think my staff has sent out notification for Solid Waste Authority and zoning. I won't be here. Friday is my happy birthday, so.
Oh, it's your birthday.
Yeah, and it's also the day of the funeral, so hopefully it'll maybe be a little more of a celebration of life. I did send out a memo asking, and if Todd is still here, okay, we right now, I actually found out myself I was not in compliance with the rabies tags because my dog Zoe has a 3-year shot, and right now we require residents to get a new rabies tag every year, even though the shot is good for 3 years. So I was under the false assumption that, she's vaccinated, so, the tag should be that. And when I had the conversation with you before, wanted to know, what can we do about this? And also that the veterinarians and the clinics who do the shots no longer send the paperwork in for our residents. And I think we're only at 40% compliance, which most people do get their animals vaccinated, but they're not doing the licensing. So I asked them, and it'll come back, but I know Todd already got back to me this morning when we talked about it yesterday, so could you address that?
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Stephanie Shanahan, Director of Public Safety. First of all, I'm sorry to hear about the loss in your family, and happy birthday on Friday. As it relates to the 3-year tag, that is definitely something that we're looking at through our ordinance revision. We're actually going to be coming to this board probably the end of next year. We have several community meetings with our partners and as well as the residents that are pet owners to make changes to the ordinance. It's a major ordinance rewrite. I think the last ordinance revision was almost 10 years ago, so it's time for an update. And that is something that we will be recommending to this board, is to have an option for a 3-year license to coincide with their 3-year rabies shot. There's some vets that do not offer a 3-year shot. They only offer a year shot, so we would have to obviously have that option as well. As far as the vets that do sell tags, we send out a notice to all of them for them to sign an actual agreement with the county to be able to sell a tag. If they do sell a tag, they can charge $5, which is on top of the regular tag, which is like $15. And then once that information is paid, that's then submitted through the county with their rabies certificate as well as their payment. And then if they don't pay their tag at the office, at the clinic, then they can come in and either pay it at Animal Care or they can pay it online. So the vets are made aware, but some of them just choose not to sell.
And just so, even then, they're only doing a 1-year tag right now, so residents are still having 2 additional years that technically are not in compliance, so.
Yeah, we've
we're gonna
definitely,
clean that
yeah,
up,
we've
right?
definitely recognized that that's an issue because it's a, just, they're not aware. They think, oh, well, I got a 3 years rabies shot. My tag is good for 3 years. And it could be a huge miscommunication. And so we've tried to clarify that, but it's still, we know, we've recognized that it's an issue and we know that it needs to be changed in the ordinance. So we're gonna definitely move forward with that.
Okay, thank you. And I was also requesting Mayor Sack's appointment to the vacant seat on the Multi-Jurisdictional Issues Coordination Forum. I realized we are allowed 2 seats, and right now only Commissioner Barnett is on that board, so I would like to request that appointment.
Thank you. I volunteered. Thank you very much. I think we should call it the Zoe tag. Is that the name of your dog?
Would love,
Yeah,
Zoe
we'll
tag
call
is
it the
perfect.
Zoe, yeah, the Zoe policy. We won't call it the Zoe tax. We'll call it the Zoe policy. I think it's a great idea because I also got a notice in the mail addressed to my dog.
Yes.
Yes, it was very yes, it was, that I had to pay for another year, so. Okay, Commissioner Barnett.
Thank you very much, Mayor, and look forward to welcoming you to the Multi-Jurisdictional Board. I missed working with you. I've missed you ever since you left the Value Adjustment Board.
Sorry about that.
Well, glad to be working with you again, aside from here. Mayor, I'd like to ask permission for an off-site certificate of recognition for the mayor of Palm Springs, Bev Smith, and an off-site certificate of recognition for the mayor of Green Acres, Chuck Shaw.
Definitely.
Thank you very much. Very well-deserving public servants in my district.
Very definitely.
Thank you very much. I also wanted to recognize Catherine Miller, Dr. Miller, and Paul Petrino, and all the doctors at the medical examiner's office. And I'm grateful for the direction that we gave for the construction of their new facility, badly needed. They are some of the best medical professionals in any medical examiner's office in the state. I serve on the Medical Examiners Commission for the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, and I've toured their office, witnessed a few autopsies, very interesting. And it's something we don't think of, we don't want to think about it, but we're all going to end up there at the end of our lives, and it's an important service they provide to all of our citizens at the very end of our lives. But I also wanted to ask permission for the board to draft a letter, possibly by our county attorney, to the President of the Senate, to the Governor of Florida, and to our Speaker of the House, with one voice, united from the Board of County Commissioners, demanding a special session to be convened, addressing before December 31st this condo crisis that so many of our residents are facing. I know we all have condos. I think we all have condos in all of our districts, and at some level, people we represent are going to be affected by this negatively. I had a chance to sit and talk with some condo owners and Don Ramon, with Representative Rick Roth, and some leaders of the Hispanic community. A lot of these condo owners who are being asked to pay 5-6-figure condo fees to pay for these arrearages, because the reserves were allowed to be depleted. They can't afford it. I talk to people all the time who are saying they have no choice. The law offers them no recourse but to sell their condos. That's for some of our older citizens. They're on fixed income, Social Security. They're not working. They can't afford to take out mortgages to pay these fees. and they're going to be out on the streets, maybe having to move back home with their families. I don't want to read the entire memo that I sent you. I know you had a chance to read it, but I happily accept Commissioner Weiss's friendly amendment to request that the legislature deal with not only this, the law hiking condo fees, but also skyrocketing property insurance, if that's something they can do, if it's allowable.
Sure, I think it is, and I would only say that maybe we could do it in two separate letters, just so that each gets its own, priority.
Right.
Because I think they're both very, very important.
Very important.
Weiss and yourself, yes.
Thank you, Mayor. This is not a Republican-Democrat issue. We have bipartisan support for
Absolutely.
for this. We have Representative Catherine Waldron, who submitted a letter that I hope
I think
the
she was
clerk
here
will.
today, yeah.
Yeah, she was here. She couldn't stay, but Representative Caruso as well.
Right.
We've been having conversations. This is important to them as well, and they support us. They support us doing this, and I hope we can get unanimous support from the Board of County Commissioners to send a message to Tallahassee that they need to fix this before it becomes a crisis. This overreaction to what happened, to the terrible tragedy in Surfside, is potentially going to become an even bigger tragedy because
People, right.
because
Is
this law
anybody
was not
opposed to that?
thought out.
No, I don't see any. Ms. Kaufman?
Yeah, I don't normally do this, but can I ask that Todd would go ahead and draft that letter, because that's kind of his forte? And we might want to couch it and figure out the best
I
approach.
think it's a good idea, excellent.
Thank you. Okay, perfect.
So good. Thank you, Todd. All right, are you feeling very good?
That's all I have. Thank you very much. Really appreciate this.
Thank you. I early voted with my 91-year-old dad on Saturday, who I would like to wish happy birthday. He will turn 92 on August 25th.
Wonderful.
And still
That's nice.
walking his couple miles every morning and shopping and doing all those things that, wish I could do. So who has the time? On a sad note, for those of you that might have known Bobby Culpepper, he was actually the first local-born county commissioner and mayor of Jupiter. He passed away, 93, I think it was 93. And interestingly enough, he just finished his book. And the book is called He Jumped into Jupiter, What Really Happened, and the proceeds are going to go to the Jupiter Lighthouse. So I have purchased my book. Anybody else who's listening, if you want to support the Jupiter Lighthouse and Mr. Culpepper, who when I first became a county commissioner, I sat with him for what I thought was going to be an hour, which turned into 5.
Wow.
And didn't want to leave him. He was such a wealth of information and history, and things like, Greg's not here, State Road 7 and the history of the expansion of State Road 7 and the acquiring of the right-of-way and then the acquiring of more right-of-way. This has been in the works for 40 years. So it was just fun to hear him talk, and we have lost someone very special, and in the future I will be bringing back a request for a recognition for him, but I'd like to speak with his family first on that. So that is all I have. Thank you very much. I'm glad everybody's back from vacation. I was 2.5 weeks in the woods by myself. It was so nice. And then we come back to this. So, woohoo, we kicked off this week well. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you so much, Vice Mayor. And just on that note with Culpepper, most folks don't realize that Culpepper also designated that we would have public access to our beaches. And that all of Florida's beaches in the Constitution belong to the people of Florida. We are the only state in the Union, not California, not Hawaii, where the people of the state own the beaches. And it was Culpepper who started that, and that we would always have to have public access to a beach, so that if you don't have the money to live in a high-rise, which blocks access to the beach, you are guaranteed public access. So I look forward, Vice Mayor, to you bringing in more information about this icon And maybe one day, generations from now, they'll say, oh, I remember commissioners so-and-so, they did this and that, and they built Florida into a beautiful, beautiful land that will one day be for our kids and our grandchildren. With that, I just want to thank my colleagues. We get along pretty well. We got pretty testy issues that come before us, but we are a group, we're a team, and I want to thank you for making it so easy to be part of this wonderful county commission. And with that, safe driving, and let's go vote.